What's up, Murk? You know, sometimes you arrive to a location, a place, to an environment, and your reputation got there first. A rumor about you got there first is the worst case scenario. I want to hear the stories today. I want to hear the worst rumors anyone's ever heard about themselves. I know I have walked into... There's just some rumors about. That shit got there first. I know this place has been that rumor. Open up the Discords of college. See, we got Justin. But I have had some wild ass rumors about me on the show alone, which are my favorite, because these are the first Murk rumors.
He has a mistress.
Oh, Mama Swole on YouTube. Yeah, apparently that was my mistress. I'm a disgraced NFL kicker is another great rumor. There was another one. Prison time.
Yep.
Served hard prison time.
And when you... Sorry.
I don't think it is. You gotta be a little low. Loud if you're not near it.
Well, I also remember that when you came out of prison, you were doing raps with that one dude.
Oh, Kev Savo. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So we've had a few different funny ass roll it on the channel, but I wanted to hear from you guys today. Wasting a day as you guys roll. Hell's time. But the Mama Swole one cracked me up, the NFL kicker one cracked me up, the prison one cracked me up. Kev Savo, I don't even know who that is. I looked him up online, but he just does things like we do. Just seems kind of like a... No.
Hi, Arianthe.
Hey, what up, Arianthe? Ooh. So you guys all rumors. I want to know if you've ever entered a room. Rumor about that look.
Hi, Rock. Good day. Good morning.
Good morning. I've had some crazy ones in my personal life. Like baby mama told me some that I didn't even know were a thing. I entered a whole ass marriage and child without knowing some of these rumors. Which was always funny because it wasn't until a rumor is dispelled to baby mama that she's like, well, that shit's not true. I'm like, what? What are you talking about?
Apparently I'm married too.
Oh yeah, you and Erica are married. They're a married
know
couple. Yeah. Yeah.
Like our Erica?
Yeah.
Or somebody else?
Our Erica.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah. Arianthe says in the chat, wildest rumor I ever heard about me in fucking junior high, Stephanie Horton told everyone I was in drug rehab when I had mono. Yeah, she did, and then I caught mono too. Unrelated. Well, I think it probably was the same strain of mono, but I think it was through baby mama that I caught it. I probably caught it from you, you kissing ass girls. Yeah. Oh, straight up. Crazy ass rumors. They did say that about Arianthe in junior high, that she was, and I was straight up there like, no, I know, I was texting, I'll text her right now. She has fucking mono. It's not a drug rehab, you fucking cunts. Oh, you took a bite off the same food. I thought a water fountain or something too. Yeah. Something like that. I know that baby mom and I, yeah, she's who I got fucking mono from. Almonds. Anyway.
Almonds.
Omens. Anyway. When you just know, like, special kisses, there's no way you could have known. I mean, I kind of knew.
There was this girl in high school that was just really strange to hang out with. Like she was, this is the girl I was telling you about. She would like show people that she talks to like these random stock photo emo boys, and then like lets you like tries to pretend like they're texting you through her phone.
Yeah.
Like she did some weird shit like that, but then she, like in high school, she started passing around a rumor there was a whole ass contract that I wasn't supposed to live past 18.
What?
Yeah, it was weird. Like just she had this prophecy that I wasn't gonna live past 18.
Oh fuck.
Spoiler alert, I'm 26 now.
Yeah, hey, you did it. Hey, shout out people past their expiration date.
Like, and she would tell me this up front and say that she was telling people this, and I'd be like, first of all, don't do that, and secondly, like, why is that even a conversation?
Why would you
like,
think?
why?
Yeah, that's not. No.
What about me even screams death by 18 to you?
Oh, know where it started? Fish. Oh, bri. It started with our friend Fish, didn't it? Legit took a bit of the same new piece of gum. That's right, that new like Trident flavor was out, right? That mango shit.
Oh yeah.
I'll always associate that with like, you know, junior high smooches and mono. It's good.
Junior high.
Good gum, but yeah, dude, that was a rough one. Yeah, I bet it was. Man, I love Fish to death. I want to start by saying that if he ends up getting brought up again, because there's some stories from our youth where it might sound like I don't like him. He's one of my favorite humans on planet Earth. If I saw him today, I would probably smooch his cheeks. Like, I love him. What up, Christy? Welcome, my Murkies. Come on in,
Christy.
babies. Come on in. We're talking rumors. Baby mom. There was one. Baby mama had an ex that was apparently told her I had a crazy penis. Like it was Coke can. Yeah.
Okay.
And as you know, it is not.
No, it is not.
I must have taken a really good angled photo or something that he saw. Like, like I had mentioned on the show before, there'd been some straight up photos of me leaked, but that's more embarrassing story territory as opposed to rumors. Mm-hmm. But I guess maybe that's where some of those rumors started. You heard that, Arianthe. See, I didn't know that was a thing. I know that...
Hell, I heard it.
Hell. Well, it's Coke can size. It's not that wide.
No.
That's when I was like, that, huh?
That's what's cracking me up. I'm like, the fuck you mean? Coke can size.
I don't know, maybe. I think you'd have to use a pump or it would have stretch marks if I got it that size. I don't know. I don't think it works like that. I know I'm surprised there was never a rumor about the crooked ass circumcision. There's things out there they could spin, and they don't.
I don't know. I couldn't tell. You know, that's just me. I don't know what I'm looking for. The circumcision.
More of a personal nuance, I suppose.
Sorry, my water's blue.
This is the best conversation.
Yeah, I wanted to go off the rails. I actually have a whole bunch of questions I want to ask all the Murkies just for the next, like, week. I don't know, maybe forever. I might just
So
start
weird and
doing,
interested, yeah.
might start doing this. Well, you're the lady in a situation like this, so you really decide if I have tears.
Mhm.
I'm alright. Thank you, though. You're the queen in a tea situation. I think I'm supposed to be standing up. Don't come after me, Decorum Hound. See, I know the rules. It's fucking like to curse, God. Act like I've been. Oh man, Arianthe, Mono. That I remember that one specifically because I was in school. Like, no, you don't understand. She
You
straight has
called me
mono.
When I had mono, I was so fucked up on liquid Vicodin, I didn't care anyway.
Like I'm showing people a Motorola brick, explaining to them, look, click, 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 manual, click, look at this message. It's got mono. You know what I'm saying? Like, and no, they still, yeah, I remember that shit.
Yeah. And I came back to school and I had a teacher that was like, so, are you okay? And I'm like, yeah. And I was talking to her like she knew my situation because I assumed she did.
Yeah. Oh, I am ready for the second half of Dr. Phil. I'm trying to find a clever way to cover it. That's my problem with the Dr. Phil footage. Is like I really desperately want to talk about the Dr. Phil stuff on air, but I don't know. I think I have to do an edited piece to talk about it. Cut shit out and, you know, follow hella rules, which, ugh. Or do it on Twitch. I think I might just do it on Twitch. Fuck
I was
it.
thinking to say, do it on Twitch.
I just do it on Twitch.
Oh yeah, smart.
Just do it on Twitch
Yeah.
exclusive Dr. Phil. I haven't seen any. I haven't actually watched the entirety of the Dr. Phil episodes yet, so I might. Maybe we should just watch party that shit on Twitch at some point, like today. I don't know. Not a bad idea. Also fucks with some Dr. Phil. I like that program. I don't care. I mean, I don't know. He's an entertainment doctor, so whatever. But his son is really cool. Like a booking agent. Like you've probably seen his name float through.
Is this the same son that just married that blondie from some kind of reality show? It's not a Housewives thing. It's kind of more like, it's either a real estate reality show or it's more like 902.
Whoa.
I don't remember which show she's from, but
It's
they like
glamorous,
just got
one of
married
the
and
two.
had a kid. Like, but it was so crazy because they had just started dating or something, dating for very long.
Oh. Well,
And everyone's like, "Oh my God, you're marrying Dr. Phil's son."
it might be, yeah, okay. I mean, I forget his name. Its last name's McGraw, you
Yeah.
know. But sure, but I forget. But you've probably
Maybe.
he books all over. Normally attached to comedy people. Things I've heard, like he's normally attached to like the stand-up comedy game, which is, you know, gotta kind of all over for them. Change this noise gate a little bit because my voice is a little soft today, gang. We're just at the end of the week. Talk a lot. Do a lot of weekend resting of the voice now. Read things about radio DJs. What
He
to
goes
do.
on vocal rest.
I'll go on vocal rest on the weekend, and you'll hear me slowly bring it in throughout the week. I don't just bring it in topic, bring more serious candor, because it's easy on my voice. guys been watching the Rittenhouse trial? Not today. I took a break today. I saw that I've been keeping up in print, basically. Jay and Jordan McGraw. There we go. Thank you, Christy. Nah, he's got a really cool son. He's got a son that's like a really cool guy. Like, he's a nice guy. From
That's
everything
cool.
I've heard. I've heard it from assholes who are like, nah, he's the coolest. But you know, booking agents, they get a lot of love. When you're a good booking agent, you get your name thrown around.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you get guitars gifted to you and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you get gifts. Like, you know. You don't just book.
And then your shit shows up in the MIM.
And then your
The
shit shows
shit
up
that
in the
you were
MIM.
given
Yeah.
shows up at the MIM.
In the MIM, so now your name is attached to it, and you know. So,
Yeah.
yeah, it's cool as shit. It's a cool biome, if you will. It's like a cool ecosystem. But oh shit, I keep popping Discord down. I don't need to. Man, I still can't believe the NFL player stuff. Like, I try to put myself in the shoes of like some of the rumors that showed up like when this channel first popped off.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I was like, oh shit. I still never.
Yeah, like that was another one that
Yeah.
you were formerly an NFL player or something.
Yeah, well, I've been thinking about jokingly sliding into Kev Savo's DMs, like, where's my royalty check for the beats I made you? I need it. I got court fees. I got court fees, and I'm out of NFL money. I just wish I could have seen Chief's face when that was said in the chat.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Thomas Binger versus Jake Paul, most hated man in America. Ooh, Johnny. I don't know Thomas. Who's Thomas?
I was about to ask you.
I know Jake
me-
Paul.
I
I
guess
don't
I
like
can look
Jake
it up.
Paul. It's
I
not that I
don't
don't
know
like Jake Paul. I don't know him. I don't, you know, he's one of those. It's like, I know he's got an on-screen hyped up selling merch to young kids thing that he does, and you know, that's your grind.
Oh,
You
the
do
lead
that.
prosecutor.
That's hilarious, Johnny. Johnny, that's hilarious. Let me see. I would have to say, worst person. Well, surely, I don't know. He's not the best judge. I personally think that Judge Binger's career might be over. Like, I think he might not. I don't know. I mean, it's not over. He's a judge, so he's gonna keep judging. But
No, the prosecutor.
oh, the
The
prosecutor
lead
is
prosecutor
Binger.
is Binger. Yes.
Oh, excuse me. No, his career is definitely over. If this gets mistrial with extreme prejudice, he's gonna he's risked getting disbarred a couple of times.
Boxing
honestly,
match.
boxing
Jake
match.
Paul versus the lead prosecutor.
Jake
the
Paul,
Rittenhouse
he's
trial.
gonna need a new job. Yeah, Jake Paul would smoke him. Special guest said yesterday he thought it was funny that Binger shows up with the hair from Bob's Big Boy. Like, he's got the same haircut as Bob's Big Boy. Like, he still gels up the front, boy.
Oh, you think so? See, I was seeing early days Zach Bagans.
Oh, I know. I'll tell you right now, every Southern woman I've ever known over the age of 30 when I was a teen told me I should get that haircut where you gel it up just a little in the front. That same fucking haircut dude still has.
Mm-hmm.
That haircut everybody else has?
Everyone else has.
Yeah.
No. Honestly, they
You
were
shall
just...
not- This fucking
You,
headline from yesterday.
you shall not pinch and zoom. It was a kerfuffle. It was a pinch and zoom kerfuffle. And it's because that prosecutor overspoke. He should have just done it.
The funny part about this is the second half of it, which is Rittenhouse trial judge disallows basic iPad feature.
Yeah. Yeah, no, the pinch and zoom kerfuffle. It
That was
was
the whole thing. That was hilarious.
it was
to
beautiful to
witness.
watch live.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was like, oh my god, are you serious? We're taking a break over pinch and zoom?
Yeah.
And then the next day, it's almost like the prosecutor in a snarky fashion brought in a dude to zoom in live.
Yeah.
It's like, well,
An
fine.
expert.
Here's my pinch and zoom
Are you
expert.
gonna bring an expert?
I wished
Pinch and zoom.
I wished it could have been just that dude's son, just like, oh hey, I'm Chad Binger, and I'm an expert in pinch and zoom, and I'm here to show you how pinch and zoom works.
That's fair, though. That judge has been extremely biased this whole time.
It does seem like there's quite a bit of prejudice going on. Yeah. And he's got that job, like I kind of mentioned yesterday. That judge is having to sit around, and he might be front loaded with prejudices. He's looking out for prejudices. He's got his own he's trying to ignore. He's got the prosecutors got theirs. The fucking defense has theirs because they're paid to. And how do you sort that out?
If the judge has a prejudice, they're on display.
Yeah. Binger's Fifth Amendment violation was pretty bad. Yeah, Binger straight up asked questions, followed through with a line of questioning that was specifically dismissed, and he tried to play it off like it was dismissed in a vague way, but again, to even toe that line on a case this fucking high profile, I think even Jameson would agree that that's come the fuck on levels of what the fuck. Hey, what up, Debbie?
Hi.
I've almost started in my head now. I say Debbie. I don't know. I almost say it like I'm British or something. Oh, it's Debbie. Debbie from Shameless, the OG UK Shameless.
Oh yeah.
The Manchester Debbie. Yeah. Hey, what up? Debbie also says hello.
Hi. Hi, Debbie.
She's drinking tea. It's a tea cast, guys. Rumors. We're talking rumors. Debbie, have you ever had rumors thrown around about you that are absolutely untrue, but you heard them, and you know more than 5 people heard that shit? You're like, ah, damn it. Well, that got out.
My ex told a rumor to the Houston Police Department.
Oh shit.
If that counts.
Yeah, no, that counts.
He told both the Houston Police Department and the Tyler Police Department, actually. So, I was in a toxic relationship. And I moved to Houston, because, that's where I lived, right? I lived in Houston for a while, we all know this. And I was at a friend's house. I didn't respond to a text within 40 minutes, so he reported me missing.
Oh my god.
He called HPD and was like, here's the make and model of my girlfriend's car. Here's the VIN number, which I didn't know he had. Here's her last known location, which I also didn't know that he had. He somehow had my location.
Good lord.
And, he had sent me a few texts and then was like, if you don't answer me in 5 minutes, I'm gonna call the police and report you missing. And it was as, I'm getting phone calls from the police as I'm calling him from my car, leaving this girl's house. I look at the texts while I'm on the phone with him, and I'm like, you really, I screamed. I was livid, because not only do they have, what my car looked like at the time, they got SUVs. I was driving a Fiat. He was trying to get me run over or something.
That's fucking
is that not crazy? So then,
it's fucking nuts.
I get home. First of all, the friend was down the road from me. She was a mile away from my home at the time. She lived a mile from me. I make it home. And then I get a call from HPD, and they're like, hi, is this my real name? I'm like, yeah. Girl starts laughing because she knows. Of course, she knows just by my voice. I'm pissed and I'm hella annoyed that she even called me. And she goes, are you missing? And I was like, no ma'am.
No, I'm not missing.
No ma'am, I am at home. I am so sorry for this psycho. I just broke up with him. I'm really embarrassed about this, but I just want to let you know that I am sorry for wasting your time. And apparently they told him that he can't just report me missing to Houston. He has to go through Tyler, which is where he was living. So he even called TPD after that, and they still wouldn't do anything. Because they're like, dude, it's been an hour. It's been an hour, and she told you where she was. Relax. I had a bunch of cops laughing at me that day.
They're like, we are so sorry you're dealing with this crazy Texas boyfriend.
Yeah, she was we were laughing together about it, but she was also like, I'm really sorry this happened to you.
Yeah, I don't, I've never done that. I've never done that shit. I don't understand that. You gotta be fucking missing.
Yeah.
They'd probably ask me some shit like, why'd you wait so long? I'm like, I don't know, dude. I don't
know. She works in entertainment. She could have a couch in there.
No, dude. Because I don't know. Seemed busy? I wasn't.
She seemed busy.
What you want from me? I waited your 2 days and I fucking called.
No, Christy, that's one of my favorite stories to tell now, because now I'm not mad about it. I'm just laughing because I got out of this situation. And that I cannot believe, like, that I dealt with that. That's just part of my life that I'm like, what the fuck?
Man. Crazy fucking rumors, man.
Yeah.
People thinking you scandalicious when you're not. A dear friend who's on this show sometimes. Again, it's their story to tell, and I don't think they've ever told me personally, but I had an ex tell me that they had told them in confidence that I had slept with their girlfriend, but I hadn't. I don't know why she says that.
But I didn't.
I don't know why that girl says
wasn't me.
that. That girl says scandalous shit all the time, but I didn't do that. I'd never sleep with this particular girl. Only because my sister would not allow it. Again, my sister keeps me away, you know. Oh, come down here to Plasma Vampires. Hey, you didn't talk too much at all, John. Again, that's what last night was for, was to roll the tape and let special guests get extra acclimated. And if anybody had questions, I wanted to start taking the Tattered Map into more of a long-form kind of stream. I want it to be a lot more special guest interacting with you guys because he's got the knowledge, he can answer some of the questions. And there's times where we'll have like a day after or before the Tattered Map, and I'm starting to get special guest questions, and I'm like, nope, gotta get him in the room. And Daddy doesn't mind a day just producing. Just kicking back and producing the show, or, you know, just listen. I also, you know, like to observe special guest interact. Some of the questions that are asked to, or some of the lines of thought that get brought up, particularly during those streams, are some of my favorite moments. Yeah. Some of the info that gets dropped.
Is it time for this air thing turned?
No.
So it's not just pointed directly at us?
No. We gotta breathe the incense. I fell asleep last night in Tattered Maps. Sorry, a lot later here. Hey, no worries, Debbie. Yeah, I run the show later now, but a little bit better on my health, and able to kind of actually deliver on content a little better, as opposed to starting fucking sleep in my eyes, crack of dawn, watching the sun come up in the window on the stream.
Yeah, we're past that.
I can't do that. Yeah, right, John? I love special guests too. And again, like, he's got a wealth of knowledge, and he's been following a particular like, you know, train of conspiracy for a long time. What's crack-a-lackin', Erica? Hop in here. We're talking embarrassing stories. Just to recap embarrassing stories so far. You know, you guys know what they've said here in the Murk channel. That's kind of my what I'm bringing to the table. Oh, that and Coke Can Cock from like high school. I think that's some baby mama just spelled.
I remember that. I do. And maybe she's the one who told me that, but I remember that rumor.
And she said she had heard it from her ex, who had heard it from someone else. And I was like, well, I think I got telephoned a little bit.
You know who probably fucking said it?
Who?
Brandon.
I believe that. He's probably looking out, and it got telephoned into, like, he's got a monstrous evil thing. And I'm like, word. Yeah. Word.
No, you'll like him. He's got a huge dick to just, like...
It does sound like something Brando would off the cuff say about me too. You'd like him, or just anybody you love. So you'd like him. He's got a big dick. Pat you on the back. You're like,
you got a big old dick, and then it just like spiraled into Coke can, and then spiraled into like hentai tentacle, and there's 6 of them.
oh man.
Did I just walk into?
A lot. Actually, it's hilarious. You just missed like some of our stories. It was great.
Yeah, just the rumor mill. We're kind of just talking to Eric. Have you ever walked into a room and a rumor about you got there first, and you're like, "Fuck," and it's not even true.
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
Cause I've had, I've had it happen in midstream where it's like, you were in the NFL, right? Disgraced kicker, served hard prison time.
Disgraced kicker.
Mistress's mama swole. Like, the fuck are you? No, who do you think I am?
I don't know. I'm pretty like out and open about my weird shit. So like, I don't think people even bothered. Like,
She tells her shit before there can be a rumor started.
You're telling me before you telling me.
Word. Word.
Oh.
Hey, what up, Curly? Curly's in the chat. Hey, what's going on? Good morning, gang. Hey, we're doing pretty good. Our day's going pretty good. I'm having a pretty good day anyway. Fucking
Same.
felt like garbage this morning. My allergies have been ugh.
I love that we have the beautiful Lux with us.
Yes, she's doing a little work from home today.
A little bit. I kind of wanted to chill here for a little bit and then maybe go in after lunch.
No, don't do
It's
that.
hard to not be here now because I work across the street.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
If they really need me, it's like a 2-minute walk.
Yeah. That's some other man. I've also had people approach me in my Instagram DMs, like asking me to play instruments I haven't ever played before, or ever advertised, or have on my list as a multi-instrumentalist. Like, I used to have like a little profile, sell beats and stuff like that, and it's like, dude, I can't do a why do you think I can do that? And they're like, oh, you're multi-instrumentalist. I'm like, yeah, but I don't even own that instrument.
Yeah, but like not all of them.
Yeah, like not like there's a lot on here. I'm like, that doesn't mean I played this, like the one that you specifically see isn't on there.
Yeah.
I'll compose for it. And that was another thing, was like I've ended up composing pieces for, like, all right, now get your own instrumentalist or deal with the DAW. Deal with the digital analog version of it.
Yeah.
I don't per se have a rumor, but I've been accused of being married to Justin.
You've been accused of what?
Being married to Justin.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that's right.
That was,
Yeah,
that
I
was
heard
also Justin's rumor, was like, hey, I'm married. It's like, that's right.
Who knew?
That's right. Now the show's breeding its own delicious rumor mill.
I was like, what? And like more than one time. I'm like, dude,
Yeah.
no. So weird. Like, we don't even really communicate. I'm like, how did you get there?
John says, okay, damn, I'll try to write this down. Please don't think I'm a perv. But in high school, I made a sound drama of myself in private. Oh, in a private moment. Whoa.
Wait, what?
It turned me on to listen to a tape of my own. Oh, damn. Oh, shit. What?
That's a rumor?
Is that a rumor? Or is that something you did?
John, get up in here, boy.
Yeah, he's donating plasma right now.
Damn.
Yeah, he's
I
got
need
that.
some therapy.
Yeah, hey, get that paper though, boo boo. Because again, I've paid rent on BioLife plasma donations before. I've done that shit.
Oh, 100%.
Donate
How do you
my
do
cursed
that?
plasma. There's like just locations you go in and they like give you like a little prepaid card and it's fucking dope. They pay you like day of and
Did you just say your cursed plasma?
my cursed plasma. Well, like, my blood's gotta be cursed. There's no way.
I've never heard of that. I heard of like eggs, like ovaries or something, but
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you can sell. Yeah.
I don't know. Oh my god, can you
Ooh,
just
those things are. Oh, I'm gonna be a woman for a second. So I saw a picture from Instagram a while ago where it's literally showing you the size of an actual egg, and someone was like, all of that cramping for that. It's a microscopic thing.
Yeah.
It pissed me off to see just how tiny those eggs are.
John says, of course, I accidentally loaned the tape from earlier to a friend, thinking it was a different cassette, and they ended up listening to it.
Oh, shit.
Oh, God.
Oh, no. Oh, man.
Not
He
a
says,
rumor.
no,
He said,
I did this.
I did this.
What?
Oh, man. Well, look, I've had, multiple cock photos just get out. One time my homie Logan across the classroom, like, I heard like, oh shit, he's back. And I look over and he's just holding one up on his phone. I'm like, how'd you even get that? I sent that to a girl in a different county. Yeah.
We all know.
Now everyone knows. And still weird ass rumors got out about that hog. Dude, it's like, no, it's public record.
We all knew about your tentacle
Public
feed.
domain.
Yeah, it's public record. It's out there. You can find it. Another reason the trolls here are so bad. It's like, oh, I've been trolled worse at school. Cock
High
photos
schoolers
leak.
are the best trolls ever.
Oh man. Debbie Moore. Christy Blue, sperm bank. I fucking couldn't find a sperm bank that would pay me for my sperm. So, maybe that's the cursed fluid, but I'm gonna say blood and plasma too. I'm say all fluids are cursed.
If you're not like 6 foot tall and in perfect health, they basically won't take your sperm.
There's
Yeah.
my husband.
Yeah, they don't want my genetically, fucked up. I got a bunch of, genetic diseases. They're like, nah. Why? Your diagnoses, man. I'm like, really?
Arianthi, did you share a rumor that I missed?
Yeah, I have the one. I had mono when we were in junior high, and when I came back, fucking Stephanie Horton, yep, I'm gonna call her out, told everybody that I had gone to drug rehab. The only other one I have,
Sweet.
Rick, do you remember the time that I got a phone call from the fucking Santa Monica police?
Wait, vaguely. Explain, expound. Yes, wait, hold on. It's on the gangplank of Noah's Ark, but I remember that.
I was like 17, almost 18, right? And I was working at Boston's on Rainbow Curve. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, so we used to do catering over to the hotel that was attached. And one time I took over a really big order and I got tipped really well, and I was like, hey, these people are great, right? And as I was walking away from the room, somebody walked up the stairs, or not up the stairs, but got off the elevator and was walking down the hall, and I was like, I know who this is. But I couldn't tell who it was because they had sunglasses on. In the middle of the night. It was like 10:30, and we didn't close till midnight. So he's walking toward me, and as he gets closer, I'm like, oh, fuck. It's RDJ. It's Robert Downey Jr.
Oh, shit.
Jeez.
And so I watched him walk. I stopped in the middle of the hallway and watched him walk by. And he stopped as he passed me, and he turned around and looked at me. And I went, and he goes, yeah. And I was like, I couldn't think of anything else to fucking say because I'm stupid. And I froze up, and I went, I want to have your babies.
He's like, yeah, right, sure, yeah, okay, sure. Well, I'm gonna go to my room now. Yeah, thanks.
Well-
Great. Sure.
Arianthi.
Say no. He just said, maybe later, and walked away.
Maybe later.
And walked away. So
I wish I had that kind of
I go to
experience.
school. I'm in my senior year. I go to school the next day. I tell my fucking friends, right? I remember telling you, and I'm pretty sure you thought I was lying, but I remember telling everyone, and then I get a call from the Santa Monica police, down the road. I think it was maybe 2 weeks later, and they were like, hey, we just wanted to touch base with you because we got a call from a very concerned teacher who the rumor had turned, it wasn't even my story, had telephoned into, I had slept with Robert Downey Jr. and I'm only 17.
Oh, and it's like, oh, hell no, I didn't.
Hey, good on the teacher though. At least she's looking out for y'all.
Yeah. Oh,
She
fuck,
was.
that's
No,
right.
he said want to have the babies.
I want to have your babies. Not let's do it right now.
Man,
I knew better, even in my moment of stupor, that I could not have sex with RDJ because I was 17.
man.
I was like,
Oh, John says RDJ came into an AA meeting here. That's cool. I hear he still goes
That's
goes around and does a lot of.
We don't out people.
that's
Now-
I bet you could ask him, "Can I tell someone about this?" And they'd be like, he'd be like, "Yeah, sure, yeah, fuck it, anything, yeah, all
right,
right,
yeah, whatever.
yeah, sure, whatever,
Well,
whatever, yeah."
I've seen two famous people as well, but I don't want to out them.
Word. Hey,
It was awkward as hell.
Fucking
Like,
like-
everyone was just staring at them, and I'm like, guys, it's just a person like us. Like, chill the fuck out.
No, it's not.
I mean, in there it is.
Oh, that's fair.
If you know what yeah.
There's a fucking chicken in my house. Get out.
Is it the nugget?
Yeah.
Danny Trejo spoke at a prison my father was at, and he got to meet Danny Trejo. And apparently, Danny Trejo was like the coolest person ever. Like, he started off with like, "They told me I can't curse. Fuck that. I gotta talk." And I'm talking about
like,
prison. I've been to
fucking
prison. You know, and
I saw that.
I love it when people use their platform like that to kind of continue good work. You know, like
Yeah.
like Danny Trejo is one of those people too. That's like, he's ended up saving people. What up, Carly?
Hey.
up? What up? What up? What up? Hey, you got an embarrassing story for us?
Yeah, it's,
You got a rumor that happened?
yeah, it's crazy. I want to hear it.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So what happened was, it's like back in school, right? Someone had broken in. This was like back in like middle school, high school. Someone had actually broken into the school and had like vandalized a bunch of stuff and had written a lot of obscenities all over the bathroom stalls. And they ended up making out with the old school TVs they would put on the wheelie cart.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they ended up stealing one of those, took the TV, the wheelie cart, and everything, and they stole the bunch of laptop computers and just a bunch of like expensive stuff and electronics and stuff like that. And so a rumor had started going around that it was me. Like, I was the one that committed this crime and did all this crazy stuff.
Yeah.
So these detectives and cops called me in to talk to me. And keep in mind, this was like middle school or whatever, so I was still kind of young and naive. And so I come in and I'm like, "Hey, what's going on?" And they're like, you know how cops are. Even though that they're looking at you as a suspect, they'll act like they're your best friend. You know what I'm saying? And
Oh,
really they're trying
yeah.
to put you in jail.
Yeah.
Well, they started asking me questions about. So they were like, "So you heard about what happened about someone breaking into the school and stealing stuff and this and that, right?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, I heard about that because everybody in the school was talking about it." And they were like, "So you want to help us try to solve the case?" And I was like, "Yeah, cool." I was like, "That'd be kind of cool." I was like, "I don't have a problem with helping you guys, you know." And
Based on the case.
keep in mind, while they were asking me for help, they were looking at me like I was the one that did it.
Yeah.
So they were trying to build a case against me. And so I was naive, and I didn't know that at the time. And so they're asking me my opinions on stuff, and I'm giving them my opinion on like things that I think the criminal that stole all this stuff would have done, and like how they got in the school, and stuff like that. And the more that I'm talking, the more I'm making myself look like I'm the one that did it, and I'm not realizing this at the time, right?
Yep.
Well, next thing I know, the next day I come into school and they're asking me to, they called me to the office and they asked me to write down a couple words on a piece of paper.
Oh shit.
And that's when I realized that I was being looked at for all these crimes, right?
Yeah.
And what they were doing is they were trying to compare my handwriting. And I got pretty upset at that point. I was like, I can't believe y'all are like thinking I'm the one that did this and this and that. So I gave them a sample of my handwriting, and they ended up comparing that handwriting to other handwritings I've done and turned into the teachers and stuff.
Yeah.
So then they realized it wasn't my handwriting, and I wasn't the one that vandalized the stalls. And I was like, I tried to tell y'all, you know what I'm saying? Well, then the very next day, detectives show up to my house. These detectives wearing suits and stuff, they show up to my house. And keep in mind, I'm a minor at the time. My mom and dad was gone at work, and I was by myself. And you know how the police aren't allowed to question minors unless the parent's present?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not allowed to come in your home and search without a search warrant, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
They did all that. They forced their way inside my house. This was when I was like 16.
Whoa.
They forced their way inside my house when my mom and dad was gone without my permission. They questioned me without my permission. And then they ransacked the whole entire house.
God damn, dude.
Like flipping couch cushions, flipping my mattress of my bed up, going through my clothes in my closet. They ransacked the whole entire house. So then they didn't find nothing, of course, because I wasn't the one that did all that. And then they leave, right? So my dad and mom comes home from work.
Oh, I bet they're
Keep in mind, when I tell my dad what happened, he's livid. He calls the detective's phone number that left his card, cusses the cop out. Like, there is not one thing my dad didn't tell him where he could go. You know what I'm saying? He was like, if you come back to my house, he was like, you know, you're probably going to wear an ass whipping. And he's like threatening the detective. And like, my dad's livid. He's like, how dare you question my son without me being present? Blah, blah, this and that. But to make a long story short,
teeth, yeah.
yeah, like make a long story short, about a month goes by. They end up finding the guy who really did the crimes, right?
Oh, shit.
And you know, the person that they found that committed that crime, did those crimes, was somebody in school who didn't like me, for one, and for two, the main person who submitted the tip and started the rumor saying I was the one that did the crimes was the same person that committed the crime.
That is always how that shit works out, boy.
Yeah.
I'll tell you
So
now.
So the one person that these cops were listening to was the one person that committed the crime all along.
Man, I've had cops wait a couple of times. I've never had them ransack my shit. I couldn't imagine. But one time a hick-ass kid dropped a shell casing. I don't know if you remember this, Arianthe, in junior high. A hick-ass kid that like dropped a shell casing in like art class. And they fucking searched my ass, like discriminated like a motherfucker because I was a hippie. And
right.
They took a notebook of mine where I had like some projects for fucking like theater class and shit, and ended up failing a bunch of shit because they took a bunch of shit, and it wasn't me. It was like the hick ass kid 2 seats up, and they found that out. They never searched that kid. He had the gun in his fucking car. He was hunting that morning.
See, isn't that crazy how they always go after the innocent person, and then the person that is guilty of the crime they overlook?
Yeah, they got all well, and you know, in schools in particular, you got some of those. I think in this case, they were like, "Oh, he might be school shooter material." I'm like, "Bitch, come talk to me. Come here. Come here, let me talk to you. Let me tell you a little bit of something about me and guns. Don't fuck with them."
I think what happened in our school in particular, Mark, is the rich kids, like the kids that had parents that donated to the school, were never in trouble, so they blamed us for a lot of their shit.
Yeah. Well, yeah. The lower class, like established families, like the middle to lower class families that have been there for forever, like. Fucking mine in particular, there were times where I've definitely seen some of that generational shit show up where you're like, man, I'm not a criminal. I'm not. I've had a lot of that happen though, but I've also had, my own loved ones.
We got in trouble for the shit that our parents did
all the time. I mean, all the time. Like, that's one of the things that like I had expressed on the show in the past is like meth or like a serious IV narcotic. You don't even have to be the one doing those to have felt the lifelong effects of it. Like if you're a child of somebody who's on that shit, your life gets fucking nuts.
Mark, my oldest daughter, her gym teacher was someone that I graduated with and her father graduated with.
Yeah.
And as soon as he found out, he was like, "Oh, Erica's your mom. I love her." And then she was like, "Oh, but no one says your dad." And, like, he treated her like shit ever since then. And I was like, you know, because her dad was like the school bully.
Oh, the fuck.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I'm not laughing at this situation. On the ticker,
Yeah, no.
I saw that Arianthe's last donation said hashtag fuck Kyle. It came across on the screen and it made me laugh.
But yeah, like she was all nice, nicey nice, and then she was like, "Oh, do you know my dad? Blank blank," and he was like, "Yeah." He used to bully the fuck out of him in high school. So
Damn.
I'm like, it ain't her fault because he likes me.
Yeah, it's not her. It's never the fucking kid's fault. And I've had, again, like, there's been situations where, like, oh man, my dad, when he's off his shit, he's kind of slick with it. He'll get you caught up in some shit. You're like, man, look, I know you got photos of me being there, but y'all know exactly what happened. And they're like, yeah, enough said, later. You have a good day, sorry for bugging you. And it's like, yeah, I don't know what you heard or who's trying to deflect what, but you know why I was there. You know I didn't know what the fuck was happening.
It gets even weirder. So my oldest daughter's father, my ex,
Yeah.
his sister is now my middle school child's school nurse, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh no.
It's a shit show. I even moved away. Like, I'm like 45 minutes away from where all of us went to high school, and we all ended up in this town. Like, how?
You all had the same idea. You were all like, bail, but you went the same way.
Yeah, we all moved 45 minutes. Like, and I can't even make this shit up.
Now you gotta go an hour and a half the other way.
Oh yeah.
No, that's Rhode Island. I'm not going there.
Oh.
No offense.
That's what I'm not going there. That's...
I mean, you could come here and you could play with the baby goats.
Yeah.
Emily, I'm coming for you.
Yeah.
I want that desert sled powered by tortoises.
We were talking about floofy cows the other day. I want a floofy cow.
Yeah, do you guys know if you
Oh.
shampoo and blow dry a regular dairy cow, they're floofy?
They're so
Yeah, they
floofy, and you can put coconut oil on their hoofs and make them look so cute.
I love the way
Cows.
you said
We were thinking about like potential like future ranch type shit
Yeah.
for some reason, and originally we were like, all right, maybe corgis.
Yeah. Well, it's
like,
one of those
wait, what
things
about a
too
cow?
where it's like a handful of cows, or if you wanted a small dairy, like there's a few different things like I could realistically make happen. Like on the back end.
Let you to get a mini cow.
Yeah, mini cows,
Little
Shetland
floofy
ponies.
mini
Let me
cows.
study it.
Get some really mean Shetland ponies. That's how my family
Shetland ponies
do it.
are mean.
Well, my family
They're
treat them
just
like
mean
workhorses,
anyway.
so they're extra mean. They come headbutt you and shit like a goat. You're like, god damn, pony. Didn't even knock me down.
I'm
Justin
not
would be
my
happy
Arian
to
baby
know,
goat.
right? Justin would be happy to know that Nugget is currently inside and she's asleep on my rug.
Obviously, that's where she belongs.
Really?
Who's Nugget? Who's Nugget?
Her second chicken.
Who's
It's her
Nugget?
therapy
Nugget.
chicken.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's chicken.
Oh,
Okay, my
Nugget.
grandfather had a dog, and when he was alive, and his dog's name was Nugget. That's why I was like, wow.
Well, I mean, chicken, nugget.
Right? Yeah.
I mean, there's pigs named Wilby Bacon.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh.
Well, my father, he got
Will
a
be
few
bacon.
different pigs like a year or so ago, and he named them each, like, you know, pork chop, ham hock. Like, he named like each of them had a different
Blanket.
cut of pork name. Like, man, that's hilarious. But I guess they're cute. They were cute as shit when they were coming up. Like, at one point they were like, had their heads resting and shit. They come and look at him, wait for him to bring a bucket of food. Sweet for it. Yeah.
Derek won't let me get pigs.
John says, speaking of desert, what is Burning Man? A concert? Burning Man is it's kind of more than a concert. It's a festival.
It's a big
I'm
festival.
surprised John doesn't know what that is. Honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly.
Basically, a bunch of hippies go all road warrior for like a week, 2 weeks, however
Yeah.
long, and they burn a
Leave
giant
that
effigy of a
behind.
It's
human.
kind of like the newer version of Woodstock, I guess you could say.
Yeah. I want to.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to go really bad.
Yeah, I've always wanted to go to a Burning Man concert.
I've never been to Burning Man, but it's been on my list for a long time.
Yeah, same here.
You know, you see the people on them like, you know, crazy
I
tricycles.
just have
and shit.
issues with the fact that the performers don't get paid, even though it's such a big event.
Yeah, it is. That is lame. Like,
I understand it for small burns, like that makes sense on a small community basis.
Yeah.
But
but I know for certain they're selling drugs there. So again, it's like an event that's like, dude, pay the artists. I know you're paying the people not everybody. I don't know. Like setting up that
you have
concert
to pay
is
hundreds
more
of dollars to get in, even for the discounted tickets for low-income people. It's still hundreds of dollars.
Exactly. Like I don't. That's why I'm kind of like I don't. That blows my mind. I didn't know that about Burning Man specifically. That they treat it like the smaller burn festivals. Because I've been to like smaller burning festivals where they burn the dude. That specific sect of you know. What's it called? What's it? Just you probably know better than I. What's that? Isn't there like a specific sect of?
I've just always heard them called burners.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's all I've ever heard too.
Yeah, they always burn their trash when they leave a festival too. It's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Like, thank you for doing that.
They leave a lot of trash though, like a lot.
Burning Man does.
Burners are pretty good about not doing it. At least the local ones here.
Yeah.
Well, I'm talking about Burning Man, just that event specifically.
Yeah, Burning Man
Yeah.
even will leave it fucking tanked, like trashed.
But if you go to any of our local burner events, all that trash gets thrown into a pile and they celebrate around it before they go home.
Yeah, they literally tried their best to leave no trace in the Ozarks. It's fucking spoopy too when you see it go from full party mode to like, how the fuck could they ever not leave a trace to oh wow, they did it.
Hey, did anybody
Yeah,
hear my?
they did.
I'm sorry. Did anybody hear my phone call earlier?
No?
No, was it juicy?
Okay. No, it just had to do with money, finances, and stuff. I was just
Okay.
wondering, huh?
We'll take some money.
Right? Somebody
Oh my
owes me
gosh,
some
the
money.
next day.
Somebody that owes me some money had called me up like a minute or two ago, and I answered the phone, and I didn't know if everybody could hear the conversation or not.
Yeah.
No.
At least it wasn't someone calling about your extended warranty.
Isn't that the truth? Oh my gosh, I get like 100 spam calls a day. Oh my
For real?
god,
Yeah.
I
drives me
get calls about
insane.
the extended warranty of a car I haven't had since I was like 18.
Right?
I'm fucking 30 and I'm just like, I haven't owned it in a long time. Please give up.
Yeah. They even
Rock
called
says
my
he was
house,
at Woodstock. Rock, you were at Woodstock?
Oh shit.
What does it matter, buddy?
That's pretty rad. Yeah, John, I have a chicken named Nugget. There's a story that goes with it if you're really interested.
Throw it. Tell us this. Spin us the yarn of Nugget.
Well, I put the TikTok in the YouTube chat one time. My son goes to therapy 3 times a week, and it's like an hour away. And so I have a truck, drove to therapy, and we're sitting in the parking lot. And my son, my older one, he goes, "Why is there a chicken here? And why does it look like ours?" And I look over and I'm like, "Fuck, it is one of ours." She had hauled up in the back of my truck, and she had jumped out after we parked. And so we chased her down, and I'm sure we looked like absolute psychos. But then again, it's Berryville, Arkansas, so probably not. And so we get her into the truck, and she's stuck in the passenger seat, you know, for the next hour and a half. And so I was gonna go get lunch for the kiddos anyway, so I go to McDonald's, and she acted hungry, so I shared my chicken nuggets with
Oh.
Chicken ate some chicken.
her. So she had what was equivalent to a Happy Meal of chicken nuggets and French fries. And so it's just forever chicken nugget. This bitch laid an egg in the passenger seat of my car.
Wow.
And I was just like, all right. And now she just follows me around everywhere because I always give her food. And
She's a cannibal.
Did you see that video online of the chicken or the rooster that every single day when the kid gets off the bus, it will go and wait on the kid to get off the bus and then follow him back home?
yeah, that would be my chicken. If my
That
kids
is
were
so
bus,
cool.
that would be my chicken. She loves being in here with everybody, and I have to kick her out all the time.
That is so cool.
But since my husband's not home and I know he's listening, I'm sorry, babe, but she's inside. She's sleeping on my carpet. She comes in and she picks up after the dogs because the dogs, get their food everywhere, and she'll pick up all their food and then she'll just take a nap.
Well, are the other chickens jealous?
I couldn't tell you where they're even at. They're probably under the front porch.
Yeah, so no fucks given.
No, they don't. They're like, yeah, go ahead, go be with the humans who steal our eggs.
Here, eat your blueberry.
Nugget's in here just giving them willingly. She's like, we'll trade eggs for dog food.
Frankie, eat your blueberry. Eat it. You'll quit itching. Here. I can't get my dog to take his allergy medication.
Cheese?
Yeah, he won't eat cheese. Usually I can get him to eat blueberries, but
What
I think he's...
kind of dog is going to take a blueberry over cheese?
my dog, he's weird.
What?
A vegan.
Yeah.
Vegan?
My dog literally acts like a vegan dog. Like he only eats fruit. It's weird. He'll eat chicken once a month.
What?
Maybe twice a month. Yeah.
I mean, every dog I've ever had, you bring out a little slice of a Kraft American single, and they're like,
I know, right?
You can't
For real.
stop them. You
Yeah,
could literally
not my
put
dog.
Dude, you can't stop the cat sometimes.
I mean,
Yeah.
With
I have the
cheese,
most
like,
weirdest
Let's
dog ever.
slice
He's so
cheese every once in
picky.
a while.
Hey, Frankie.
My dog will pick blueberries or green beans over anything like that, typically.
Yeah,
So your dog's like that too?
my
Vegan
dog.
Your dog needs that new HelloFresh for dogs. That's the kind
What's
of
it
dog
called,
that you have.
HelloFresh?
Where like that you gotta get that dog some quality shit.
Yeah.
Stan
What's it called?
says-
HelloFresh?
Somebody at the grocery store yesterday told him that they liked the cut of his jib, like they were a cowboy. I like the cut of your jib, boy. Well, Stanody, it's because your jib's got a good cut.
Jib.
Oh, Erica said, "What is a jib?" I think.
No, I don't.
It's one of those.
Oh, you don't. Got it. Sorry, you cut out.
It's a chip. I don't know. Got no fucking clue. Can we Google it? Hold on.
Wait, you don't know?
I don't know. I'm from the city, y'all. I don't know what the hell a
Dear.
Jib.
deer.
A triangular staysail set forward of the forwardmost mast. So it's a boat part. The projecting arm of a crane.
Change format is a bitmap image format that was developed by a team at the online services provider CompuServe, led by American computer scientist
What?
Steve Wilson. Released on the 15th of June
Curly, I
19...
think you're echoing something.
That's what Google said a jib is.
Oh, sorry. I thought OnStar took. I was like, we need to check on Curly. I think the AI has revolted.
I bet y'all were like freaking out, like, what is going
It's
on?
about to send out the launch codes or
Oh
something.
man, he's playing Doki Doki Literature Club, and he got to the Monica
Just
part.
Monica. He's all just Monica.
Oh man. Yeah, what does jib mean? Yeah. To be unwilling to do or accept something. Small, struggling farms naturally jib at paying large veterinary bills. So yeah, it's like you okay. He likes you got Moxie, kid, if you need an East Coast at you. Got fucking
Yeah.
Moxie.
Tell me a joke.
What happens when a frog's car breaks? It gets towed.
God damn it.
I don't know what. Have you ever asked Siri what 0 divided by 0 is?
No.
No.
She tells you, or at least when this was a fucking trend years ago, she told you had no friends.
Oh, that's
Like she
hilarious.
goes into like this whole spiel, and at the end she goes, "So in other words, you have no friends."
I know for a minute
Ask your Alexa to rap for you. It's fucking hilarious.
Oh shit.
Like why? Why did we put this in?
Hey Siri, Rap for me.
Here's a festive one inspired by Snoop Dogg. Ain't no drama when it comes to me. Happy Thanksgiving from C to the Re. I'm thankful
I'll do it.
and tranquil. For all you funky, funny, friendly people out there, I'm grateful. May I spread a little love to all the G's and love to all the letters A to Z. I'm grateful for all the nights and mornings gone by, and every single smile and every star in the sky, rolling down the street, feeling thankful, spreading that love and peace. Grateful. I got love in my heart and my friends on my mind. Rolling down the street, feeling thankful, spreading that love and peace.
Thank you,
That's,
Siri.
that's multiple bars.
It's a whole track.
Yeah.
Hey Google, rap for me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pump up the energy, be alive. Assumed all I could do was yap. Never knew that I could even rap. Come on, my friend, clap along. This is for you, my new rap song.
I want to do
Alexa?
Alexa's better. Do you want me to do
Yeah,
it?
Alexa's got some mad rapping, dude.
You ready?
So Alexa's got the best rap skills.
Alexa, rap for me. Oh, it's so quiet. Hold on.
What do you want, Frankie?
Geology rocks tectonics and sediment. Chemistry formulates with all of the elements. Engineering builds the world that
It
we
has
need.
a backtrack.
Help us succeed.
I was sitting here wondering if one of these was gonna have a damn backtrack.
Looks to the cosmos and galaxy. Physics knows matter, motion, and gravity. Biology examines all cell-based life and saves us from sickness and strife. Things you use, from pens to appliances, call for a toast to one of the suns.
What? Yeah.
With that Bill Nye shit.
I didn't know. Yeah, it's got Bill Nye raps.
I gotta get an Alexa.
I didn't.
I know, like that's the only reason to have it.
Oh man.
Don't even ask her if she
I'm
thinks it's
kind of
wrong.
okay with AI taking over if they got bars.
Yeah, don't ask her about Trump.
Oh, don't ask Alexa about Trump. Oh no.
No.
That's I know there was a period of time you could ask Siri something about Game of Thrones and it would give you something snarky as shit. I forget what it was.
Stanny, he's like, Elon Musk, you've got 12 hours to respond.
I mean, I'm not super mad because on
You
a
just sold all
Tesla,
them
I
shares.
can set my horn to do the moose bitch get out the way.
Oh.
So I'm like, I'm not pissed about it.
Oh.
I was in Walmart the other day and I was getting text notifications and the guy just starts singing it and he's like, I got flags on it, because that's what I have for my notification. In there, and he was like stalking and like singing it like in the groove, and I'm like, oh Jesus.
I'm like, dude, you can set this to your notifications too. Get away from me.
Real quick, Erica, you said your ringtone is I got 5 on it, right?
Yep.
I have a question to you. You like this song, yes? I love that song. I'm not baiting you. I have a question genuinely about a lyric.
Okay.
And the lyric is, I take sacks to the face. It's from
Weed.
that song. The fuck is that about?
Weed.
Who says that? About weed?
The whole song, like fives on it means like you're gonna put $5 in, everyone's gonna put $5 in to get weed.
I get that one, but he takes sacks to the face. He starts his verse off that way. I take sacks to the face. Like, wait, and then, like, period. Then
I'm
goes
pretty
on.
sure it's weed because like back in like that time they were like, oh, I got a fat stack. Like,
It's like, he means that, okay, so that doesn't mean I take nut sacks to the face. That means I will smoke a whole sack of weed to myself.
yeah, I mean anything's possible though.
Because again, it always drove me nuts because I love that song, and then it's just it's out of place where it's just like I take sacks to the face, and I'm like, I can't seriously mimic that in the mirror while jamming this in the shower.
I wish we did play that. Damn you, YouTube.
I know, but he does. That's straight up the beginning of I take sacks to the face. Like what?
The
Wait.
best part is Merc has gone this long thinking that he's talking about nut sacks. Imagine how he dances to this in the shower.
Oh no, yeah, we'll cut to me in the shower like jamming on it, and then I'm like, oh yeah, wait, what is he saying there? What? I rewind it. What? Huh? You take sacks to the face? Huh?
I got the vibes on it. He was jamming though, that kid. I'm like,
Oh, that's a sick ass track. That's for sure. It's banging. That's on the same playlist. I think I got "Pony" by Genuine on.
Oh shit!
You know, bops. This is how we do it. You know, another one probably on the same playlist.
What?
Yeah, I got the. I got an
Take me back to those jock jam beats.
Oh
my god.
The worst of New Jack Swing. I missed the New Jack City style of shit. That lasted not long enough, in my opinion.
Break it up.
And I don't even smoke weed.
Word.
That's the weird part. Like, it's never been my thing.
Yeah. Oh, fucking standard. I was working out a little Nas X 5 on it joke in my head, but didn't want to be inappropriate.
Yeah, whatever.
I think you're fine, man. I think you're fine. Again, there's, like the Biggie Smalls line. What was it?
It was all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine.
No, the one about sucking her. The one that was like, she looks so good, I'd suck on her daddy's dick. Like, the fuck? You just say? That's spicy.
No, thank you.
Hot take, Biggie Smalls. Yeah. Kendrick Lamar, what was it? First time I got tossed, I was 12. What does that mean?
Toss and salad.
Yeah, what does that mean? I could go gay hip hop Illuminati all day though.
Maybe he just means like fucked up.
Yeah. Again, like that's why I genuinely asked you, like, yo, is there genuinely a different mening to "I take sacks to the face," or does somebody from the East Coast also hear that and go, "Huh"?
The thing about it is words that used to be used back in the day mean something different now. Like
exactly.
Like back in the day, my granddad and my father, when they were younger, they'd be like, they'd be talking to their buddies, and they'd be like, "Hey man, why'd you show up to the event?" Like, and he's like, I just blew a tranny back there about 5 miles back.
Yeah.
Now, when you say I blew a tranny, it means something totally different.
Totally different. That is true.
Ooh, let's do like things Southerners say versus us.
Oh no.
Well, we got Appalachian speak where we're from. So again, Arianthe and I probably had grandparents, great grandparents that said shit like, go out yonder, get you a poke of candy.
Yeah, no idea.
Yep, absolutely. If I'm gonna get a poke of candy, I know exactly what I'm getting and how much.
Yep. Yep. You going down to that like little spot where they use like individual candies for like 10 cents or whatever. You get a little baggie of them. You get a little poke of candy. You get
a poke is a little baggy.
Old Appalachian cats or sub-Appalachian cats or Ozark cats will call soda a dope.
Do you guys say bang-a-yui?
No.
No.
I don't even know what that means.
No.
Like make a U-turn. Like, yo, turn around over here, bang-a-yui.
Bang-a-yui.
We say
that's what we say in Boston.
I still say that.
We had extra syllables in the South. Like my actual last name has just one syllable to it, but depending on where you are in the South, it has like two. And there's.
I was saying it out loud. I was like, "How? Oh."
Yeah, it's supposed to be more like Thor. But it's yeah, isn't that?
We call people chowder heads.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
Oh man.
Frank, why do you want it?
My favorite example of southern women, it's my favorite. They have it's my favorite thing in the world. They add 2 syllables to the word shit. They go shit.
Oh god,
if you catch me on a day where I'm not paying attention, I definitely will go, "Oh shit."
Shit. There's 2
I caught myself doing that like 3 times today.
Yeah. Yeah. Hailfire. That's an old one. You don't really hear that much anymore.
My buddy's mom used to talk like that. She would talk like this.
Yeah,
And every time she would say something, she would drag everything she said out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this they add. There's like they add shit.
She used to.
What do you guys call like an alcohol store?
Liquor store.
It's called an agency store here.
We call it a packy.
Damn.
That's a packy.
Well,
That's actually my cousin's nickname.
Well, we're from Bible Belt area, so liquor stores or something you got to go a couple counties or a county over for sometimes. Like,
oh no, we got a packy like in Walgreens inside Stop and Shop.
You want to play? We're lucky to have beer and gas
We had to
stations.
go to a different state to get alcohol. What do you call a refrigerator?
Fridge.
Some people call it an ice box. Some people call it a fridge. Some people call it a.
So, for reference, I was raised by my grandparents who are from the Kentucky area. I call it an ice box. My husband always.
Ice box. Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
I know people that still have legitimate ice boxes.
We say like instead of soda, we say tonic.
what?
Yeah.
Oh, everything's either a pop or a Coke.
Yeah. When I was a kid, I used to call soda
Okay.
pop.
Gotta get me a tonic.
Like, if you go to a restaurant here and you say, I want a Coke, they'll say, which kind? And you're like, oh, Dr. Pepper.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Italian people calling this like tomato sauce gravy. Because in the South, gravy's a different thing.
An Italian friend of mine ordered biscuits and gravy once and got really offended.
I bet he was very confused.
For sprinkles, we say Jimmy's. Never
Heard
heard
that one. I've actually ordered that shit. What?
And then like for an iced coffee, right? If you just say like I want a medium regular,
Yeah.
that means cream and sugar. But like I've noticed that I've gone to other states and I'm like, can I have a hot regular? They're like, do you want cream and sugar, milk and sugar? And I'm like, a regular. They don't know what the fuck I'm saying.
No, regular in the South is just black coffee. A black regular roast coffee.
No, yeah, so not around here. If you say medium regular, that means you're getting cream and sugar in it.
See, that's why I fucks with that area's coffee. That's
Southerners are weird when it comes to their hot drinks. We like our tea sweet, and we like our coffee bitter.
bitter. They like it to taste like just directly off the teat of the shit bean itself, like as bitter and dark roasted as possible.
If you go to any restaurant up north and order sweet tea, you're going to get laughed at because they don't serve sweet tea in
I think
a lot of restaurants up north.
I'm the only person in the South that doesn't like sweet tea.
I love sweet. That's what I'm drinking most of the time on the show.
You?
It's my favorite thing. I'm in
I like
Arizona though.
sweet
That
tea
shit
as
is
long as
actually
it's not
99
too-
cents here.
Okay, so here's another one for Erica. If you have a hankering for it, what does that mean?
Oh yeah, you hankering for blank. Hibachi. For hibachis. I say it all wrong
I
like a
think
southerner.
we either just say like Jonesin or Craven.
Yeah. I have a
Jonesin.
hankering for it. I have a craving for it.
In the
Or
South, we
Jonesin.
we reserve Jonesin for an extreme food hankering or a straight up drug craving.
Oh, what's up, Big
Well,
Follows?
yeah.
What? Big Follows is back.
Haven't seen that.
If anybody ever says bless your heart, don't take it like she's being sweet. She's not. She's being a bitch.
Yeah, she's being an asshole. Yeah. Oh, God love them.
When
That's another
somebody
one. Oh,
comes
God
out
love you.
with you and says, "Oh,
Yeah.
honey, bless your heart." They're basically
we just say get
telling
fucked.
you you're an idiot.
Here's how a Southern woman will tactfully tell you that your hair looks like shit. Oh, God love you. Hey, here, real quick, I got a card. This is my hair lady. She's great. If you tell her I sent you, you'll get $10 off. What she just told you was you look like shit.
Usually they say
You look like shit, and here, go get it fixed.
Like,
Here.
even if you don't have a weave, they're like, fix your weave, which means your hair looks horrible.
Yep. Yeah.
Like, it took me forever to catch on to that one because I'm like, she don't have a weave.
If I were to say that down here, people would be like, what's a weave and what?
Some funny shit.
There's Lux is headed to the form.
What do you guys call like a party, like a barbecue?
A barbecue.
Yeah.
Or a
Hootenanny.
family reunion, whatever.
Yeah. A hootenanny.
That's funny.
What do you call it? Do you have any names for parties in Texas,
Yeah,
Lux? Because Lux is a certain kind of Southern. She's from Texas, which is its own nation.
We say ding dong. We're
I've
gonna throw a
heard
ding
get
dong.
together. I've heard shindig. I've
Y'all
heard
say shit like
diggity.
bomb diggity too.
Yeah.
Y'all say bomb a lot in Texas. That's Erica just reminded me. Yeah.
We're gonna throw a ding dong. It's gonna be bomb.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Lord.
And then around here, they probably think you were starting a food fight.
Yeah.
Bye, Lux. Have a good day.
Bye.
She's gonna crush it.
Of course she does.
Hey, remember a while back I asked you what Burning Man law. Well, did you hear about that festival that was a complete... You talking about Fire Festival, John B? Y'all, I've heard I know a lot about Fire Festival. You see, Lux is in event coordination, and she knows exactly where and how they fucked up. So I love talking shit on
Is that
Fire
the one where they got stuck
Yeah.
on the island?
It sure is, with wild pigs and no food and shit tents.
I was either gonna go Fire Festival or TanaCon. Anybody fucking remember TanaCon?
TanaCon's in a disaster because there was no organization. There was no event coordinator. There was no coordination or actual event organization. Like, they just showed up in a parking lot and were like, Tana! And she was like, I don't know what to do! And it was like, what?
Do you guys hear my goats yelling at me? Because I haven't let them out yet.
Well, some of those
The only
goats
way I
that scream
found
like
out
humans.
is the babies had slipped through the fence because, you know, if it doesn't hold water, it doesn't hold goats. And they came over to the back door and they were like, "Blah!"
Oh.
So now I have to let them out before they just...
Yeah.
Oh, baby!
Come on, Frankie. Get away from that bag. Come here.
Yeah, that guy for the Fire Festival conned a bunch of wealthy kids. They said Kylie Jenner was going to be there and shit. And there were going to be all these concerts that weren't even confirmed yet. You're not supposed to announce until you've got
Look what I
confirmation
got. Look
and
what I
paid
got.
deposit. You know what I mean? Like, you got to confirm that shit.
Right.
All right, smoke them if you got them, guys. It's that time.
Hell yeah.
Again, in the sake of free forming a show, I kind of just had some questions and topics for the upcoming week, and thought I'd get a jump on it today with rumors. I thought about clickbaiting this after the fact, like, we finally addressed the rumors. You know,
Oh yeah.
but you
If
know,
you don't do that, I'll be so upset.
all right, I'll do it. I'll change it now. We finally addressed the rumors.
Facts. Yes. Do it.
Because again, like, let's do a coordinated clickbait game.
It's just
Ooh,
nice
I got
that
another
I
one.
was telling you that I didn't have babies with Robert Downey Jr. Well, duh.
Yeah, I'm here right now. No Downey Jr. baby. That's like, you know. Hey, can I get a bottle? What's up? Yeah, can I get one of those? Thanks. Sure.
I am in fact married, and it is to a Joshua, not a Justin.
It is a J name.
Oh shit.
It is a J name though, so you're there. They're close, is what they're saying. We finally address our opinions on flat Earth. Sorry.
Oh shit.
Oh God.
We're here
Evolution is not real.
I'm here to make the admin sweat.
No, don't do it.
I'm here. I need y'all's energy. Give me.
Arianthi, I thought of another one. What do you guys call like a water fountain? Like the thing you drink out of at school?
I know that you call it a bubbler because my best friend is from Boston, and that's what he called it. And the first time he ever did, I looked at him and went, "A fucking what?"
I love you.
I was like, "What is this?"
Yeah, I was trying to tell someone. I'm like, the bubble is over there. They're like, what? I'm like, the bubble.
The
What?
bubble.
I'm like, didn't you ask for the water? Yes, it's over there. And they just looked at me like I was out of my mind. Like,
I love that. It's so funny how
Water bubble.
different it is. You should have seen his face the first time I went somewhere and told somebody I wanted a Coke, and they asked me which kind. He was like, "A fucking huh?"
Yeah, no, if you ask for a tonic, you're getting a Coca-Cola.
I don't get it.
Like, I would understand if it was like a bubble water if you asked for a tonic.
Nope.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I used to tell people on my tours, I would say, the Battle of Pea Ridge was just down yonder. And I'd point, and they had no fucking idea what I meant. And I thought that was so funny, so then I just started doing it on purpose.
When we're given directions, we'll be like, kind of like bang a Yui, but we'll like bang a left, bang a right, and people are just like,
Oh shit, Stan Odie just showed up in the chat in Yankees gear.
no, get the fuck out of here.
What up, Stan Odie? Let's do this.
Beat it. All right, we're fighting, Stan Odie.
He says, I hate the Red Sox. He says he loves you. He says, we're internet friends, but I gotta tell you.
I spent a really long time even learning how to say Red Sox properly. So whenever I did, Derek decided that he was a Yankees fan. He doesn't even watch baseball.
I was gonna say, I haven't even liked the Red Sox since David Ortiz played for them.
And it's just funny to me because Derek walked in a Yankee shirt one day, and my friend looked at him. What the fuck are you doing? He walked in with a fucking gun and it's pointed to his head. That's what he walked in like.
I couldn't be less an organized sports fan is what cracks me up every time I find myself unintentionally in a sports argument. Like I don't mean to do it, but I'll stumble into it in my real life all the time. Like if I'm just out by myself and I hear some people like, yeah, those fucking Yankees. I'm like, yeah, man, every time. And they're like, yeah, dude, and fuck the Sox. I'm like, yeah, sure. And there's another dude that's like, what you fucking talking about? And they're like, well, me and this guy. And I'm like, oh, fuck. Oh, man, they do sports a lot of ball. Both teams.
Done it.
I don't know. I'm sure they touch.
Alright, Patriots.
Don't get mad at me. I'm just here to talk shit. I don't know about sports.
I was
I'm
just
here
being
to talk shit.
friendly.
Stan Odie, do you like the Patriots? Come on, man.
Oh, yeah. You an Eagles fan, Stan Odie? You like the Eagles?
Probably like some New York Giants or some shit.
Oh, shit.
See, that's the thing. Like, I'm not even into sports like that, but if you live in Boston, you're like programmed to defend the teams, like no matter what.
That's true.
It's so weird.
You guys, I know two things about Boston. You guys, defend your sports viciously. I guess I know three things. You also have a bitchin' stand-up comedy scene, and you'll throw the Queen's fucking tea in the fucking ocean. Like, no questions asked. Fuck that tea. Well, you want a state that'll light the fire or turning shit the fuck up? I think Boston might be that fucking place. Like Massachusetts in whole might be that fucking place.
Yeah, they're fucking out of control.
That's colonial wiliness.
Crazy shit.
There's times I'll see like parties there and all I can think about is like, I think I brought it up on the show before, not Thomas Jefferson, Andrew Jackson's inauguration party. Which was just like a January 6th riot. Like he had to petition Congress to get money to clean up after it.
Yeah, they turned all the way up.
They were eating the sheep that mowed the lawn. Like they fucking got crazy. Like
Boston.
Oh, Stan Odie says I love Tom Brady but not Patriots. Lol. Oh shit.
Ooh.
Are you a random deep down?
We're gonna start a whole ass fight here.
Hey, I mean, we got the Kennedys, all right? Fuck off.
Stan Odie takes a hoodie off, and underneath is just a Dallas Cowboys fucking shirt, and you're like, what team are you on?
What are you doing?
Are you just an agent of chaos? I love it so much.
All jokes aside, I really don't give a shit.
And it's the fucking Dolphins.
Miami Dolphins! Oh my god. Do you guys remember when we had them starter jackets with all the teams on them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you believe champion gear is fucking worth so much now?
I know. When I was a kid, I would go to Kmart, get my fucking Champion hoodie, and everyone's like, haha, you're poor.
Exactly.
And now they're like, fucking $50 a piece. My kids are like, I need Champion. And I'm like, bitch, I would have got beat up if I...
No shit, right?
What's up with that?
Yeah, I never want. I saw, who was it? Someone the other day that was like, "Yeah, boy, got this Champion drip." I'm like, Champion drip.
Champion drip got me beat the fuck up in elementary school.
For real.
Man, it made me really want to go put on some New Balance and be like, "Hey, boys, check out my shoe game. I got these New Balance, buddy. Take care of my arches."
My fucking Reeboks.
I got my Reeboks. Hey, was it Reebok the person? Was it Reebok or Adidas that had the exclusive UFC deal and that pissed everyone off?
Ooh, I don't know.
It made me kind of dip out of UFC for a while because I don't like that shit. I don't like it when I didn't like it when Dana White said no, you have to exclusively be like, I think it was Reebok.
It has to be Reebok because Adidas and Puma are owned by like the same German brothers or something, like combating brothers.
Adidas.
Yeah, it's Adidas. We don't say it right.
I watched I watched a guy I know named Dr. Baby, Ari Anthony, Dr. Baby, you know what I'm talking about. Seb the baby, Seb Big Baby Man. And I say Big Baby Man because it was a particularly emotional festival experience. We did some acid. I think I had a cry moment. You know what I mean?
Who doesn't?
We were at the peak of some big life changes, becoming adults and shit. We had a big night, and at one point, an emotional. At one point, he teared up. He thought someone stole his Pumas.
Sorry.
And no, exactly. Well, here's the thing. I'm an Adidas guy. I don't think I've ever owned a pair of Pumas in my life.
Me neither.
And I was happy for him from the moment he got them, because he got them and had the smile on his face like I get when I get some Adidas. But boy, it was some Pumas. He's a bigger guy and they're Pumas, so they fit tight. That's another thing I don't like about Pumas.
Just make your feet look like little sausages, like little Lego lambs.
Yeah. But we were both so bummed. We found these shoes under a backpack. We were so fucking blasted. We were so high. But they were right there the whole time. But yeah, straight up cried over some Pumas. I forgot that they're owned by their competing brothers, because boy, do I have a side in that fight. I'll go Adidas all day.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? I think it's German, but I'm not 100%.
There's something like that. It's definitely Eastern European, if not just German, like, because that's like the Slav gear. You wear like the Adidas tracksuit. I know I can squat with my heels all the way on the ground. Can you guys Slav squat?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? I can do it. Yep. I can demonstrate.
Do it.
You got a Slav squat, you know? You squat with the heels dropped. If you can't do it, you're probably not Slav. But I'm of Ashkenazi.
I call it frogging.
I'm from Ashkenazi ancestry, so I got.
It's frogging.
Heels down, catch a squat. You know what I'm saying? Like, can you squat with your heels down? Like just straight up, like catch a.
Yeah, we call it frogging.
Yeah, like some people can't. Baby mama had to have her little Anglo-Saxon heels up when she squatted. If I don't stretch, sometimes I do, but like just now, like, oh damn, I almost got a cramp. I didn't do any stretches. And here I am trying to take a squat.
Sorry, I just spaced out.
Ooh, the Nike drip.
I'm so fucking distracted.
I fucks with Nike. Stan Odie, I won't lie, I like a good Nike shoe. They fall apart a little too fast for how expensive they are and how much I actually like to wear them. Because I feel like, fuck, I get a pair of Nike shoes and I will wear them to more than $150 worth of events. You know what I mean? Like, I will.
Yeah, that's why I get them at the outlet.
Yeah.
I don't care if I'm wearing last year's Nikes. I'm sorry, but nobody's coming up to me and be like, those are last year's Nikes.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I'd be fine. I'd be like, all right. What do you know? I don't know. I'm sure the same motherfucker says that looks like Chris Brown but with extra forehead. So you can be like, fuck you, Chris Brown with extra forehead.
Well, all the kids around here, they're like, "What shoes you got on?" or "What shoes you wearing?" or some weird ass phrase, and I'm like, what are they saying?
Oh,
like,
what are those? Is what they say.
Well, yeah, it's evolved. It's
it's different now.
What shoes you got on or something?
Oh shit!
And I'm like, what? Still, shoes is like a thing. Like it's status in school. Your shoes matter, okay, guys?
I've been waiting for someone to call me out on my and one Walmart slides. So I'll just ball around in some and one Walmart slides. You know.
Yeah, talk your shit on some and one Walmart slides. They're so fucking comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, people, they go ahead and try, but as far as I'm concerned, these are my Gucci slides. Whoa, Happy Day says I got a pair of Nike high tops for $1.50. CDN, a Canadian? At a yard sale. What is $1.50 Canadian? What's our exchange rate right now?
That's awesome.
Wonder what the dollar's worth. Slides you can get away with off brands. Okay, Stan. Oh, you can, Stan Odie? Okay, good. That's good. I didn't know if you could get away with off brand slides because look, when I get the Gucci slides, you guys know I'm flaunting. You know what I mean? If you're my kids. Like that's on my bucket list is Gucci slides. Like I want them Gucci slides.
The Champion slides, the Under Armour slides, the fucking UGG slides. I'm like, what the fuck?
See, the Champion slides, I guess apparently are a fashion thing now. Yeah.
Yeah, with socks. Don't get me started.
Debbie says I wear Nike trainers. Yeah. So Debbie's in the and I like to go with like what we call over here like your Nike Dunks, right? Like your kind of skater shoe Nike shit. Like those wider. I
have Nike running sneakers like for the gym or running, which I really like those because they're nice and light.
Oh yeah. The older I've gotten, the more I need shit like that if I'm being active. But boy, do I just like the fashion behind kind of the Dunk era of. I used to have these like light blue on tan on like a different blue, like slick ass pair of Nike Dunks that I just wore into the floor. But I don't know.
My husband has like Vans.
Oh yeah. That's my family calls like the Vans like slide-ons. Like they don't call them boat shoes, or they call them like they specifically named them after my grandfather because this is his favorite shoe, and it is just coincidentally my favorite shoe too. Like that's if I gotta work a job where I'm on my feet quite a bit, I'll wear those until I have to put on like some good like runners. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he also has Heelys because he's 5.
Yeah. When you can always buy with those, you can always buy shit too. Like at one point I bought like some memory foam soles for like a pair of slide-on Vans. Boy, was that fucking comfortable. I think I spent more on the soles than the Vans themselves. I think I got like some cheap knockoff Walmart slide-ons, like $5.
I'm trying to think of the sneakers I used to wear I had Jenko jeans and some like skater chick sneakers that I loved. I can't think of what they were called.
Yeah.
Sister, you talking about Doc Martens?
No, they were like big fluffy.
Oh,
no, I couldn't afford those.
Doc Martens are still, that's one of those I do wish I had just like a big pair of Doc Martens, just to fucking.
Kind of like along the lines of Vans, but they were like skater chick sneakers, big and dopey looking.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, in the era of like Bam Margera being popular, there were a few different skater shoes that took off. What were it was like
Was it the weird puffy ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, like big the hell. They kind of like along the lines of Vans, but not quite.
How the fuck people skated in those too? Because I've seen people do it, and it's like, dude, fucking hell.
Are they DC shoes? Damn,
okay, DC, that was the name I was one of the names I was looking for. That got popular in the like, shoe game, but it wasn't. I know what you're thinking of. They're not DC, but it was like that. It was that era.
Yeah, they were so comfortable.
You get the DC shoes and a Von Dutch hat.
I didn't have a Von Dutch hat, but I had the Jenko jeans that were like elephant pants. and the little chain wallet thing.
Yeah, I want to bring them back. I want to start wearing Von Dutch hats. I want to again just say fuck it.
And then my mom was like, "Why do you want those jeans?" You like, because you'd walk and you'd rip the bottom of them, obviously.
Yeah.
But they were awesome. They're like tight at the waist and then they go like huge at the bottom.
Oh yeah, the fucking you get them Jinkos, man.
Why do you want those jeans? Well, because I had my ass kicked for the champion gear, Mom.
And when it rains, I want to be weighed down with denim, wet denim.
Oh shit!
When those get wet, it's like, ah damn, I gotta get home and dry my pants. They're fucking heavy. The air of pants being too heavy is an actual.
I always felt bad
problem.
for the goth kids on field trips when it would rain.
Oh yeah, every time, man. They're having to hop over puddles. They're soaked. They're having to hold their clothes up.
It's not Airwalk, is it?
Maybe. I was about to say Arrow or some shit like that, like AERO, but I think that's not right.
It's just
I
pissing
think
me off.
Airwalk or something like that, yeah. Oh shit, Debbie says my daughter wears Doc Martens for her job in security. Goddamn right she does. Kick the fuck out of someone with some Doc Martens on. That was one of my favorite aesthetic things to bring up about the 90s is, oh yeah, and also big ass Doc Martens. They tell any story about the 90s, but then also be sure to remind everyone that what you were wearing in that moment was big ass Doc Martens. Like really big Doc Martens. Like you were ready to kick a door in.
I was too poor for that.
It's they're fucking so sick. Doc Martens. I've seen some cool ones too, like the red wine colored shit. Man, friend of mine's had some really cool Doc Martens where I'm like, damn, you know they made that. Is that alligator
God.
skin? And they're like, yeah.
And all the plaid shirts I had, and my mom's like, "You just tie them around your waist. You don't even wear them." Like, I'm like, "Mom, you don't understand." Ariette, are you with me?
Yeah, damn right. Sorry, I'll take a bucket when you said that. Yes.
Oh yeah, I'm here. I'm replanting a plant and listening.
You're not
I
even
didn't know
wearing
that.
a damn.
Oh my God. Shit. Like, she'd be like,
People who told us that we looked stupid were the same people who made their hair bigger than their fucking, like, bigger than they could fit in their car. So don't listen to them.
right? And like, that is coming back around. Because all my daughter's friends dress like 90s grunge now, like Kurt Cobain style. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah, it's cyclical. It comes back.
It's crazy.
There's straight up. Like, that's... Yeah,
I love it.
made
You
a
got
hell
like
of a
band
comeback.
shirts on and a fucking plaid shirt open and jeans, and it's like, yep, love it.
Yeah.
I'd rather that than them look like little
Kyle, Rittenhouses.
Well, I was gonna say provocative, but
Oh,
you know.
yeah. They're wearing a free as fuck shirt and a backwards snapback. No. Put on your Cobain shirt. Write some poetry.
Yeah. Do you remember in the early 2000s whenever our jeans were lower than our hoo-has?
Yeah.
They made so many.
Yeah, 'cause, like your hip bones would stick out, and yeah. I do.
They did a lot of that. It was like below low cut, like zippers that were a half-inch long.
Yes. And girls had their thongs and G-strings like up over their hip bones so you could see. It was weird. That's still weird.
I mean, I didn't wear that, but I remember.
No.
Yeah, I blame Christina Aguilera.
Have obvious hip bones to wear stuff like that. I never did.
Nah, I was totally the Metallica t-shirt. Fucking, like, no. I just didn't. I don't know.
Debbie
That's
remembers
'cause we're the
mods
same
and DMs and bomber jackets. That's sick.
Bomber jacket. I still love me a bomber jacket. I just bought my 9-year-old a bomber jacket.
The Britney Spears look
I
says
have
Eberk Manuel in the chat straight up.
Yeah,
Oh,
I didn't know it was
Mount-
it was fucking Christina Aguilera who ruined that shit for me, but I was happy in my emo phase.
Yeah. In the emo phase, it was like low cut. Then girls get the extensions with the stripes.
Yeah,
horizontal
the
stripes.
like raccoon stripes or whatever the hell they called it.
Yeah. The skunk hair. Everyone had the skunk
Or skunk.
hair.
Well, hey, I did skunk hair. Yeah.
I did too, but
Yeah, special guest did too, but in a whole different generation. That's how cyclical that shit is. Like, special guest and I at one point around the same ages, again a decade apart, had the same fucking skunk stripe.
when I was in like elementary school too, it seemed like everyone was wearing like Tasmanian Devil, Tweety Bird kind of t-shirts and shit. Like, why did they let us go out like that?
Oh man, they tried to stop you.
I don't know. I was looking back at pictures and I'm like, really though?
I remember old fucks trying to stop me. But again, I remember every old lady that ever told me to, you should get that haircut where you gel it up in the front.
Oh my god, frosted tips like Sugar Ray.
Well, they're just talking about the Thomas Binger prosecuting attorney drip. Yeah. I'm like,
hello, whoever that is, I can't see.
Hello. Oh, it's Tripper. What up, Tripper?
Hello. BRB. Gotta let my dog out.
Word. Oh man, I still can't. I don't know. Rumors, back to the topic, Tripper. If you end up on mic, I'm not sure if you have a mic available, but have you ever walked into a room and a rumor was there, a rumor about you was there before you got there, and everyone looks at you like, this bitch?
No.
Danny Drew says the craziest rumor he's ever heard is the world is flat. Yeah, these people motherfuckers still saying that. I know we've had some flat earthers through here, and that's one thing that I just can't. I
cracking
can't.
me up.
Oh, I just can't. Oh, there you are. There you is. What up?
I had told one of those flat earthers, I was like, where's the edge, man? I need it.
Want to go there? I'll ride there with somebody. Like, show it to me. Let me.
Exactly.
Like, there's, people normally just send me Eric DeBay videos and are like this, and I'm like, I've seen this video, and they're like, no, but you need to watch it again while stoned. I'm like, I'm always stoned. I already watched it stoned. I don't believe the Earth's flat. It's like, I've had people genuinely like, no, man, just try harder. I'm like, I'm to confirm a bias. No.
My first introduction to flat Earth was Tia Tequila. So.
That's right, Arianthe. It was Tila Tequila.
Tia Tequila introduced me to flat Earth, and at the time, that was the biggest celebrity that was out talking about it. And I was like, that's all I need. That's all I need to know that this is bullshit.
So,
I never knew that about her.
She's been kind of wrapped up in every crazy internet everything. Like, QAnon, the crazy alt-right. She ended up throwing a Zig Heil on camera. Did you know that? Which is weird.
No.
Because it's Tila Tequila. Yeah. I'll try to find it and post it in the Discord. There's a straight up, yeah. It was around the time she ended up releasing a porn. But
so that show she had, A Shot of Love, I thought that was really progressive for its time, but man, I didn't know all that about her.
Oh yeah, I thought so too. Again, well, she always does. She stays on the edge of what's edgy, She's kind of an OG edgelord. So there's times where I'd heard too, like, yeah, like that's where she kind of peaked, like they're like that's where her edginess was relevant and productive, And that's where it peaked. After that, it's just kind of been destructive edginess, which, yeah, it really has been. Sean says, one time some church ladies gave me hell about my long hair. I told them, didn't Jesus have long hair? Bam. Yeah. Catch shit about long hair. Hey, I've had a dude that used to work at a restaurant that is now closed on the square where I am from, like the town square. He called me a lady every time. Now, granted, when I was younger, I looked like a lady. Sounded like Joe Exotic. It's a fair assumption. So first few times, I politely say, oh, I'm a guy. No worries, because I'm friendly and I'm nice. And I understand people make mistakes. This motherfucker kept doing it. In the conversation.
You poor guy.
He just hated hippies. So I was like, all right, well, fuck this guy. But his food was really good, so I kept, eating there. It's one of those times where, like, the bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit really outweighs the fucking shitheel owner. And really no more complaining after that. You just kind of have to, fuck it. I'm either going to walk out and be done. I'm going to eat this biscuit. Fuck it. I don't know. There's like 8 other things he could have been upset with me over other than having long hair. So I'm like, I'm glad it's that one. I don't believe that's an ass whoopable offense. Not while I'm eating.
I was just having a conversation about, like, hippies with my mom recently. And she's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Hippies like that? I was like, no, they're new age hippies, Mom.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's not the same. It's not the same.
Special guest and I, in the evening last night, we were talking about a kind of a certain sect of hippies I labeled leather hippies. In the kind of... Kenneth Anger, a filmmaker, a controversial filmmaker, he... you'll get these kind of people that are attached to the hippie scene that wear like Nazi iconography and leather and like really before that bonded proto bondage scene, like kind of biker shit. I don't know. It's kind of a weird scene to explain, so I kind of put the label on it, leather hippies. But
I've never experienced that. Usually it's bikers out around here.
Oh, yeah. Well, see, no, we won't have experienced this in the modern day. It's kind of like a thing you just see documented. Like,
okay.
I'll try to show like a Kenneth Anger film again. It's a very particular kind of vibe there. Like, there's a way Kenneth Anger does shit that's, I don't know. Leather hippie is the best way I can describe it. Like, pre-Judas Priest, pre-people, pre-Burning Man, We're talking.
Okay.
It might be like a buff ass twink and nothing but like a skull and crossbones leather cap and like a vest. You're like, the fuck?
Oh, shit.
What the fuck? And they're like, yeah, we're going to the Kool-Aid acid test, and it's like, the fuck? Real early leather hippies is what I'm talking about. Shout out Rock. I would imagine Rock knows the scene I'm talking about. If you were at Woodstock, I'm sure you encountered some leather hippies.
Oh, I'm sure.
Rock, if you were a leather hippie, let me know. What's up? Tell me stories. What was that like? But that was really... You guys seemed like a tough bunch, that's for sure. Couldn't imagine a bunch of radicalized with a head full of acid, fascistic biker, radical homosexuals. Like, that sounds fucking wild. And I don't know why there hasn't been more like talked about that era in that scene. Probably because it's fascistic and they use horrible iconography. But again, they're just trying to be edgy, in my opinion. Maybe they meant that shit. I don't know. I've had special guests. I've heard some crazy rumors about special guests that have turned out to be fucking false as hell. Kind of akin to like people saying Harry Anthony's in drug rehab when she's got mono, and I got texts.
That's terrible.
Yeah. But, man, to pop back to the rumor mill, my mistress was Mama Swole. Favorite rumor, hands down, because I had no clue who any of these early YouTube partner people are, and now I know who they are. So that's cool. The lawyers coming out like snakes on Astroworld, especially Ben Crump. Really, Danny Drew? Damn. Sean says I was born in the 60s. Word, Sean.
That stuff is so sad. I feel so bad for every single person that had to be there.
Astroworld was fucking a catastrophe. It's I I still hold firm. Too many yes men around Travis Scott, and Travis Scott needs actual people who are there to tell him no and change things around and do things like listen to the sheriff when he says this is a bad idea. Like the coordinators, all the people who he hired to make sure that, like, on the event side of things, like, he was being a wild card about it, and that's artist Travis Scott. You can be the wild card on stage, but like when you're making big daddy decisions, you need to be making big daddy decisions.
Right.
Dude needs to cut his little braids and grow the fuck up. He's got another kid on the way. You know?
I mean, that was pretty sad too. I mean, if your baby mama and your kid are being escorted, that's probably a problem.
That's a hella problem. Like, and
exactly.
he saw the ambulances, and somebody should have, you know, and I don't, what happened on stage, like his response on stage, I don't really blame the performers. Like, even Drake was out there. Somebody should have cut that sound way sooner. Like, way sooner. But apparently, again, like, logistical coordination nightmare. They couldn't probably get to the place to turn the sound off quick enough before things got out of control. And it's like, we showed on the stream the aerial shot of Astro World, and it funnels out to the main stage in a way that's almost designed to fucking crush people. Like, whoever laid that out and insisted on it being that way is an asshole.
I did watch something about how the shape of the stage created like too much for people to try to get in between those crevices around the two that came outward. So yeah.
Well, you're supposed to create little choke points and stuff. Like in Lux, who has like a lot of experience, like that's her side of entertainment is coordination, and she was like, there's no egresses, there's no choke points, like you can't do that. Like, of course they said no, like, and the sheriff warned them, like, you can't do that. Like, there's, like, normally when you have, like, a festival set up like that, like, you have a little egress naturally, or you put up your own with, like, those little, look like, who was it that said it? Portable bike racks that you can kind of chain together.
Huh.
Every festival is supposed to have a Buzzkill Hill.
It's supposed to have a buzzkill. Exactly. Tire them the fuck out. Spread them out. Stretch the line. Yes. I forgot. Buzzkill Hill, dude. Exactly. And that was in a flat parking lot that funnels out to a main stage. And that's just disgusting. Like, if you see that shit from the sky, you're like, okay. The only choke point is when you walk through dude's mouth. You know what I'm saying? At the beginning of the fest, that's not enough. And people apparently bum rushed it because they were lacking security, which again means you don't go on that night. That's a you safety thing. That's a them safety thing. That's like a not fuck everyone thing.
How little were they paying people that they were short on getting security for a festival?
I have no fucking clue.
I saw an article that said, we'll just call him Bob because I can't remember, but Bob's like, I was hired the day before for security, and then I quit like within an hour of being there because I didn't feel safe and there wasn't the right stuff happening or something to that effect.
There was again, probably lack of coordination. They show up, and security people, if you don't have your shit together and have somebody there to coordinate the operation, seriously, they bounce. And, day of, like, that's actually, can be common, like, if you're hiring in bulk like that. But, again, like... like, he's right. Like, I would have bounced, too.
Yeah. I mean, that says a lot, because people are trying to work.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it says a whole fucking lot.
Well, I felt for those paramedics because, I mean, I know some people are trashing them online, but hey, you're going into that risking your own life to help a bunch of people, so...
Oh, yeah, I haven't seen that yet. The paramedics are fucking heroes as far as I'm concerned. Like, they were
saying they were undertrained and understaffed, which they may have been understaffed. But...
the on-site ones, yeah, again, like, I think that falls to Travis Scott not making the right Big Daddy decisions. Because here's the thing, when you're the artist too, you know what you can do? If you hear that every element of your concert is understaffed, it's kind of your job as the artist to say, I'm not going on till it's fucking right.
Well, I feel like they're trying to pin it on Live Nation, but I think he needs to be responsible for something.
I do too. Again, like this is why, like, you know, sometimes even stage setups can get really dangerous, and that's why people like the Rolling Stones put like only brown M&Ms in the green room on their rider. It's so that they know that the staff is fully staffed and listening to them, and that when they go out there, their pyrotechnics are set up right, their heavy, dangerous stage equipment is set up and bolted proper and where they need it to be. Like,
but don't they hire people to do that so he doesn't have to do that?
This is where it falls on the artist. This is why you have little things to check, and I know he personally heard that a lot of these things were fucking understaffed or wrong, or people were rushing the gate, and he went on anyway. Like, that's a situation where, again, as the artist, you do have to say, if you get that information before you go on, that like this many levels of things aren't right, you don't go on. Like, that's at that point, that's a danger to you potentially. Like, you could go out there and that fucking perch he was on could have snapped in half and fallen apart. You know what I mean? Like, let's say it wasn't a massacre. Let's say just the stage equipment fell apart on him.
The people that he hires to like make sure that shit's all set, they report to him.
Well, he gets reports from the management that that's all good to go. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he gets to. So I mean, you know, unless there's actual reports of like his upper echelon management lying to him, or he's just specifically become the kind of artist that doesn't care about his safety or anyone else's safety. You know what I mean? Because that's why you do those things. That's why any successful or old rock star will tell you like you have to do those things, because it's not really about you. You don't want another repeat of like what happened with The Who, which is a similar situation to this, where the venue was not prepared to handle the capacity and people were trampled to death. So like there is kind of an infrastructure within these higher, like these big concert events. Like he knew there were elements of this that weren't safe or staffed right. And this is the same guy who caught a charge for inciting a riot in my hometown. So like, I kind of have a feeling he was letting the braids do the thinking and not actually.
I know it's terrible to say, but I don't listen to his music just because of who his baby mama is. I was like, you got enough money in that family, man.
I listened to her Rise and Shine remix.
Oh shit.
She hit the Rise and Shine.
Hi, honey, you smell like wet dog.
Yeah. But I said initially, like, there's certain, like, I don't blame him as an artist, but having heard how much was actually understaffed, it's like, well, no, you still shouldn't have gone out. Like, it's dangerous to bring your friends out there too. Like, let's say again, it wasn't a massacre, but because of his negligence, the stage fell apart on him and Drake, who was also out there.
That, like, no one knew, and they went out to a party after. So,
yeah, see, and we know that he knew that something happened, and he had to have inquired further or been told by management why the ambulance he verbally called out on stage was there. You know what I mean?
Unless really doesn't give a fuck and just left like, I don't care.
Well, or he just has this specific, like, don't talk to me at these times relationship with his management.
I was gonna say that because of COVID and it, concerts haven't been going on, I felt like that was a huge part of that.
Yeah. He's
like, I'm getting my money, y'all know what you came here for. Like, that's terrible.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's exactly what I don't know. Some artists are the kind of person who are like, I don't want to hear about that shit. I don't even want to deal with it. You just let me know when I'm good to go on. And it could be that they have a situation like that. John Branch says Leather Hippie would be Peter Fonda in Easy Rider. And that's a good example.
Any good performer should know the difference between promoting constructive chaos versus destructive chaos. And he promotes the latter quite often.
All the time, exactly, Justin. That's a very good way to put it. That's a very well spoken. I can't help but think that he specifically chose the option that was destructive chaos, like he did in like our hometown, which is like, you know, he incited a riot.
I guess I didn't hear about that.
I forgot about it until Chief brought it up, but he did. In Rogers, he incited a riot.
When was that?
At the AMP a few years ago. He caught a charge.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember now.
Catching a charge for us. So yeah, I guess he does have a track record of being the artist that does not listen to. I guess he probably has a relationship with the management where he's like, just tell me when I'm 5 till on, and I'm gonna smoke blunts and raise hell in here until. You know.
Oh, God.
Oh, or Faster Pussycat Kill. See, John Branch knows exactly what I'm talking about with Leather Hippie. He must be a touch behind it.
Oh, I bet he does.
Plasma. You know what I'm talking about with Leather Hippies. Leather Hippies are Flavor Hip. And you know, there are remnants of Leather Hippies you might see at a festival. And I don't mean like the naturalistic selling leather items. I mean that this dude's dressed like, Justin, you know what I'm talking about. The heathens that LARP heathen hard.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm talking like leather G-string, fucking leather straps, like they LARP, you know, hard. Like they're like, whoa, you're a thing.
There's a Viking festival in Oklahoma, and you see one or two of them there.
Yeah.
And then there's always one or two like old timers at the festivals that you can tell were probably from the group you're talking about.
Yeah, I met a cool old timer checking me out at Walmart one time. He was like, "No, I'm a heathen at LARP events, and I have to keep this put away." And he unfolds a septum piercing that's like bone, like made of bone.
My daughter has septum pierced.
Yeah, but it's like fucking big as shit. And he what did he say? He said
some tribal stuff.
Yeah, but this dude was like 65. like old. I did not expect him to pull a septum piercing down made of bone. I was like, what?
Old heathens are a very special breed.
Yeah.
Because they were doing it before there was really any information about it available in English. And you know, it was different times back then. They didn't have access to the technology that we had access to growing up, so.
He was cool as shit, but they'll tear up a LARP event. They'll show up in mass and fucking just clear a field.
I've literally seen one chop down trees to build his, like, hut.
Yeah.
His little lean-to.
Yeah. They're about as, yeah, it's dope. Some of my favorites.
I was just about to say, they're like Vikings.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sick as shit. It's cool as fuck. Like, you feel like the fucking Northmen showed up. Like, you know. Especially if you're just being little nerd me. Like, I'm just eating a turkey leg. I look over and there's just like, at the LARP event, a whole bunch of like, you know, Vikings meat, Mad Max gear. And I'm like, what's happening?
That's awesome. Where do I find this?
Oh, man. Well, peak COVID, not sure. But there used to be big LARP events and Ren fairs where I'm from, like all the time.
Okay.
Like, it felt like all the time. Particularly with LARPing, like there was a few different things going on you could go see. And then you also have the, what are they called? Justin, you might know better than I. The people who are serious, like, LARP daddies. It has like an abbreviation, but there's like an actual organization that puts on things.
Reconstructionists.
Reconstructionists, yes, but there's also there's a group of them that does LARPing things around our area in particular. That's like I remember there were a couple of times like I've been to some of those events, man. I like bashing nerds though. I won't lie. I'm a really big guy.
Hey, some of those people are nice though, because I went to. I'm drawing a blank now.
By bashing nerds, I mean in a LARP event. Like I'm also a nerd. Like I'm hitting them with the foam sword.
Oh no! I was sorry. I was talking back.
Just so you know, like that's not just nice people. Like my friends. Like I love it. Like I say nerd in a loving way, because that's my people's. But
can't say the name of the band. when I went to a concert and they were like started moshing and some guy like knocked me down and like two of those ladies you were talking about, the leather and stuff like that, like picked me up off the ground, grabbed the guy by the ear and was like, "You need to apologize to her right now." And like, I was like, "Right on."
Yeah. Yeah. They
don't mess around.
Yeah, they don't play that shit either. They're the.
I'm like, "Thank you, Big Mama."
Yeah, Shield Maidens. They didn't. Yeah, Shield Maidens didn't die out. They're still around.
I'm talking like a leather vest with the tassel, like the whole 9 yards. Like, she wasn't like role playing, like she was legit.
Had this full on acid trip one time watching two kind of leather clad kind of heathenry lesbians. I don't know, my acid trip, it appeared I had the same, I watched them as if I was watching two stags locking antlers. Like the way they were like dancing and kind of like fake fighting. I don't know what they were doing, but it was fucking, it was beautiful. Like there were a couple times I was like, is someone gonna break that up? No, that's not a fight.
Almost like a mating dance type of running.
Yeah, I was like, whoa. The chances these two very unique species, offshoots of our species, would find each other. It was beautiful. Yeah, it was like, yeah. I don't know, two gay stags fighting? I don't know. It was interesting. I was like, what is happening? Things that have happened on acid. That particular day, I was, I want to say I was had post-breakup me, so I was probably in a really bad place. I think I had, every time somebody walked by that said they had acid, I said yes. Two hits, please. And I think I ended up on 30 hits of acid by the end of the night, plus other things. But like,
Whoa.
you know, like that, you know. But I used to dip like quarter sheet hard back when I was a kid. Like I'd go hammer. I'd go hard in the paint with it. You know.
Chemical dump.
Chemical dump.
That's how I am with weed. If anybody has bud, I'm like, oh, free? Yes, please. I can't say no.
Yeah, well, will do. Oh, there's, and when I was getting rid of, so yeah, when I was a youth too, again, far out of statute of limitations, but you know, selling a little weed like a troubled teenager might, you know, just being troublesome, having troubles, being a problem for the community, doing hood rat shit with my friends.
Not you.
Oh yeah, right. Not me. That was some rumors that would show up all the time, was that I had other things for sale that I did not have for sale. Like dude, I'm not selling you, like, dude, I don't have guns. I don't have methamphetamine. I don't have fucking heroin. What the fuck? Where'd you hear that? And they're like, oh, somebody down the road said they got that from me. I'm like, they did not get that from me. And then, you know, the junkie at your door is like, come on, man, don't fucking hold out. And you're like, hold out on what, bitch? I'm a pot dude. I don't do that.
I'm 15.
I'm a child. Get out of here. So it's little me boys. Get out of here, man. Nobody want to fuck with you. It's like Joe Exotic. Man, I'm so excited.
I remember a kid and
oh, what was that? Sorry.
oh man, dang it! Pushing Rock is making me mad. I do remember a kid in high school being like, yo, you know where I got this baby pacifier that's coated in acid? You. And I was like, no, you didn't. Unless he did.
He might have. I mean,
I said no.
Not for me. Here's the thing about acid. I never dealt acid. I did fucking like a handful of times, and every time it was a bad time.
Well, at least you know that I would have lied to the police for you, because I was like, no, you didn't.
Yeah, I don't think, not a baby pacifier. I wouldn't put acid on a baby pacifier, but I mean, I never did in the past. I never actually put it from a vial onto anything. I've, like, a handful of times kind of been a middleman, but like, didn't even like that. I was like, I don't like this. I don't like doing this. I don't like this particular side of it. Like, I don't mind, like, weed to your homeboys is different. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's where I like to stay. Like, shit gets, I also get a little too wily when I have a regular hookup for something like that at home. Like I've had an actual psychedelic problem, like where it's like I'd spent far too much time on it, like, you know, tripping shrooms every day for like a month. Like you shouldn't do that. It's
So I've never done acid, but that, you know, what they say about like it kind of opening your mind in a way. Do you feel like you thought differently after having done it?
I mean, there's elements of myself that are definitely different. My short-term memory's shite between all the different things I've done and, you know, still do. So, like, there's, like, short-term memory things that I sometimes have issue with that I know are a result of not just, like, psychedelic use, but, like, just, like, my everyday pot use. You know what I mean? Where where are my keys? And I'm holding my keys.
Yeah, that's the same. Yeah, here.
You know what I'm saying? Like so I think like that happened, but no, and there's also no like major flashbacks or anything like that happen. You have kind of like memories of intense things that have happened to you, but I don't suggest anybody before the age of 25 or 26 really take it though. Because I did really young, and I think the first time I took like 6 or 7 double hits on sweet tarts at one time, and was fucking moving through, like, was looking at the molecules in paint on the wall. You know what I mean? Like I was out of my fucking mind, and so it did positive and negative things to me. It led me down a road that I don't particularly like about, like where I kind of became a person I didn't really like, you know. It led to me being kind of that festival kid, like a wook on wook. I don't like that. I didn't like being that.
One time I tried
Are you one of those full onions?
One of those what?
Spunions?
Yeah, or like the fucking, you talking about them fucking Les Claypool fans? Them spun out fucking Purple Onion fans or whatever?
That's just what we call the people that are so messed up on so many layers of everything you can't even tell what they are anymore.
Yes, I was a Spunion every time, every festival I was, and sometimes just at home. And once it dripped into at home, it was like, all right, I've become a piece of shit. Like I don't have the means to live like Action Bronson, but I'm trying to.
I tried it once and I went blind for a good amount of time. So
holy shit, there was too much arsenic in that.
It was bad. Like, I was staring at a zebra rug that was like on the floor in front of us. And we're all just chilling, doing our thing. I was with people I was comfortable with. I was in a house I was comfortable with. So I'm like, all right, like that's what I heard you're supposed to do your first time. And I'm chilling and we're just all talking. And then all of a sudden I went blind. And I'm like, guys, I can't fucking see anything. Like I can't. And they were like trying to calm me down, you know what I mean? But that was not cool.
Yeah. I've had some strange hippie chemist friends. So I think my favorite thing in the world was DMT. That was like the least kind of like impactful to your health overall, I think, thing that I've experienced. Like the effects go away really fast. You have intense visuals. It is a hallucinogen, but
I like the mushrooms much better.
Mushroom, yeah. See, and I know people who are split out, you know, in between. If there's a fight between acid and mushrooms, I'll probably take more acid than I'll take mushrooms, because I can handle the speedy effects of the acid more than the kind of body poisoning effects of the mushrooms. I get the gooey sweat. I get kind of the droopy kind of. Mushrooms really fuck me up before I start feeling the actual hallucinogenic effects of them. So I have to like.
I've got a few other friends like that they just won't take them anymore because the come up's too bad.
It's just there's a way, and there's ways I've found to like avoid the come up, like these new chocolates they have like in Oklahoma and shit. Those are, you could eat like half a bar of those and you don't get the gooey nonsense. It almost feels like a hit of acid. Like it's like immediately to the good shroom. You're in Play-Doh land, you know?
It's probably because it's an extract versus the full mushroom.
Exactly. When you get the full, like, well, okay, so what I heard forever ago from this like old cat I was tripping and talking to at a festival, he said he was like, he goes to mushroom festivals. I still follow him on Instagram. He was explaining to me that like the psilocybin that's stashed in the stem will affect it. That's what's doing that to you. It's the stuff from the cap that you want. So I had a period of time where I was just eating caps, or I was grinding up just the caps and putting them in something.
I never ate the stems. They told me not to.
Exactly. So like, but where I'm from, you just eat that.
I never heard that.
See, exactly where I'm from, you just eat that whole bag. But I've had an old guy that goes to mushroom festivals say you don't really want the psilocybin that's in the stem, and I was like, yeah, and that is true. Yeah, if you get just cap, that's the psychoactive shit.
Yeah, they picked the caps out for me. Like they hooked me up because I didn't know what the hell I was doing. But in high school, I hung out with like people like you.
Yeah. Oh, cool heads. Heads. I don't know whatever you called it back in school. Yeah.
Chill, played music, smoked pot, and like chill. Like it was just chill. Like we were smoking opium. Like we weren't out like doing heroin and fucking like I don't know how to explain it. You know how to explain it. Like chill.
Yeah, you're not out there raising hell. You're out there kind of just being a psychonaut. You're just out there enjoying the moment as hard as you can. One thing I always enjoyed about that social circle in any school I was in was conversations much like the ones we have here, where it's, basically fluid. We all can, I don't know, different viewpoints expressed in a certain way,
Yeah.
Merc is here, known as street chemist. Yeah, Danny Drew. Basically, some really interesting street chemists. Well, I say hippie chemist because I know some people that, again, I'm not going to dox anybody because what they did and might still be doing is criminal. But yeah, some people that manufacture quite a bit of stuff. And yeah, I never was the guinea pig, but if there was ever something around that was like right up my alley, I was like, yeah, I think I'll check that out.
Yeah, no, we had one kid, Matt, he was the guinea pig every time. Like, get the stuff, try it, like, try to figure out the right level of it, whatever, you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
And then be like, all right, guys, it's ready, and then we'd all chill and make music, and I don't know. I just trusted them.
I didn't realize how bad of a blacking out problem I had until I was well into my 20s, having been like a kid that consumed a lot of, everything, alcohol, chemicals, everything. I didn't realize how many, like, I had a lot of memory. I fucking don't, like, stories where I'm like, I was there for that? And they're like, yeah, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Here's a photo of you there, and my eyes are all fucking going different directions, and I'm like, I didn't even. They're like, no, yeah, you were talking and shit.
Me all the time. They're like, remember that time at the fire pit? Da-da-da. And I'm like, no. They're like, dude, seriously? And they could tell me like what I was wearing, and I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. But
yeah. I discovered with psychedelics in particular that I don't know why it happens to me, but I've had blackouts on it with no alcohol, like just heavy amounts of psychedelics, and it's like beyond time distortion. Like there's just, I wasn't there.
I will give myself credit. I never mixed shit.
I was my favorite thing in the world. I get that Hunter S. Thompson kit. If you catch me 3 hours after I've touched ground on a festival, you'd be like, hey, what you got? I'll be like, what you want to see?
No, I would pick my poison and stick with it.
Really? I was fucking, that was like a thrill to me, was like seeing what mixed with what, especially after I had tried everything kind of individually. But there are some things that I had never tried, that I've only tried mixed. Like, I don't think I've ever done an ecstasy or anything like that by itself.
Okay. So does that count? Well, I guess that counts as a mix then. But I would just do the ecstasy.
Well, yeah. See, if I was at a festival, I've always been in an environment where it's like I'm kind of there for something else, and then it's like the late night rolls around, and they're like, "Do you want to take another hit of acid and then also some Molly?" And it's like, "Well, yeah." So I don't think I've ever done like Molly or anything like that, like by itself. I think I've only ever mixed that with other things.
The hangover from ecstasy, though, boy. Oof.
Yeah, when I see that, I did it when I was young, so I woke up just cheeks to the wind, ready to go.
That was the one thing I almost developed a real problem with.
That's like 15 years now we're talking. I haven't touched it, but it was like I literally felt like my brain was soup.
I used to avoid uppers of all kinds because my family's problem with them. So, like, I guess I didn't take Molly or anything like that for a while. Actually, probably went to
it can get addictive.
Yeah, I think I went to 4 or 5 festivals. Yeah, so Justin was saying, I was like, that was one I was at a problem with. Like, I guess, yeah, it's like kind of like speed, and it is euphoric as hell. I do notice, like, it amplified all the euphoric elements of every other drug I took.
Yeah, like someone will like touch you, and you're like, oh, that feels great. But it's speed, mescaline, which same thing, heroin, coke. It's all kinds of fun shit.
Boy, you get a little, yeah, you get some Molly in you, and you get enough DMT rolling in you to get the Clockwork Elves to touch you. It's like you're.
My sister did that to me one time, and I was like, "Back up, you freak! Like, don't touch me like that."
We were all like sitting like a row, like giving each other massages, like in a row, just sitting there.
Exactly. Exactly.
Like, what are we doing? It must have looked so fucked up, but.
Well, I was sober, so I was like, "No, dude, no."
And we're all and we're like, "Oh man, do you see that?" And everyone's like, "Yeah." Like, I bet we didn't. None of us seen it, but we all saw it because, like, I'm like, "What is happening?"
Yeah. Justin, this is a Schwagstock story. We lost our friend Alec. He had fallen asleep in a lawn chair, and I put a hit of acid in his mouth, and my other friend put some mushrooms in his mouth, and then I think someone put some like Molly in his mouth. Like somebody, like we dosed him while he was sleeping, and he kept waking up after we put something in his mouth, like, "Oh, thank you," you know what I mean? Like no big, but he kept sleeping. Like, so we waited till a come up would happen, and it never came. So we left. We went to go do stuff. Now keep in mind, we're kind of geeked ourselves, so maybe it was 40 minutes, maybe it was 5 years, maybe it was 2 minutes. It felt to me like all of the above. So
what a waste.
Yeah, that's what we thought at the end. We were like, well, damn. So we leave, we come back. It is now nightfall. We left, it was daytime, he was asleep in his tent. We come back, tent is open, stuff is out of it, and he's not in the camp.
Oh, Jesus.
He's not in the camp. And so we kind of like hunker down. We're smoking a bowl in a tent. And we're talking like, you know, hey, where the fuck is Alec? And then out of nowhere, we can kind of hear him. Like we were on oral and acid. So we just like, we can tell it's him. You know what I mean? We're like, it's him. And
yeah,
sure enough, the zipper opens up and he's in nothing but like shorts. I think just boxers and an Indian chest piece. Like all sweaty, like all kinds of sweaty, and he's like, "It's just a chain of back rubs by the river right now."
If this is the Alec I think it is, then that makes perfect sense.
It has to be the Alec you're thinking of. He was blonde before he was bald.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Good old days. Now
it was so good. We lost him so bad. It made us so happy that's what his night turned into. Was he just found like a massage orgy by a river?
I always found that, and I don't know why.
Yep, you got that same Alec energy. It just calls to you. It's just like, hey, you need a back rub? Are you also down to rub a back?
Right?
Get in this conga line of back rubs.
That's exactly what we did, and I'm like, looking back on it now, I'm like, that's so fucking weird, dude.
It's drum circles are what I always find, but it's because I'm a big dude, I'm kind of tall. Normally in a group, it's kind of like, if there's somebody not bigger than me there, I'm kind of the one who has to push through a busy crowd. And I'm a bad navigator. Like I've said on the show before, male lions, bad at navigating, can't hunt, useless. All I'm good for is roaring on a rock. I take the group every time to the loudest musical thing that's near me. Every time. That's my only move. That's all I've got. And it's like always a drum circle or something weird that's not the main stage. They're like, the fuck is this? I'm like, oh, I don't know. You guys don't like a Turkish drum circle and back rubs? I don't know.
Man, that's where the festival told me to go, so that's where I went.
It's where my energy brought me, and I heard the drums and came. I thought, I don't know.
I know.
At this concert, we can play drums, though, guys. And they're like, no. And I'm like, oh, all right.
I'm so like that, too. Like you guys, people would just be like, I would just get up and like run, and they'd be like, now where the fuck is she going? They would just find me in the strangest of places. It was like random people. They're like, what the fuck? So they started having a babysitter for me. You have to watch her. You have to watch her. That's like,
Yeah.
I'm
There's
fine.
a reason why they tell you to have a babysitter. It's not for everyone. It's for that one person in the group that always does stupid shit.
Yeah.
They do stupid shit, but they just have a hard time finding me because like I wouldn't even communicate with anybody. Like, oh, I'm gonna run here. Like I would just go.
I'm somehow always the dude at the end of the night, at the end of the festival night, when everybody's gathering for like the last bowl tokage before bed. I'm the dude that's always like the last one with the motor skills to fucking get it done. And I never feel like I'm the person that should be chosen. I've never once been ready for that blunt or that bong bowl. I'm never a one, like, there's been times I've put leaves from the ground and fucking shit I've handed my friends to smoke. I've put, one time I just loaded, it was leaves from, my friends handed me a Frisbee. They said, load a bowl. And what was on the Frisbee was leaves from the ground, mushrooms, and DMT. And I was like, what do you mean load a bowl? There's no weed on this tray. So you know what I did? I ground it all up together and loaded it. And I called it Swamp. Once everybody hit it, was like, what the fuck is that? I call it Swamp.
It's like when you're a kid making mud pies. I was made for this.
Yeah, I was. And someone would be in the middle of a story and take a hit and then just be like, whoa, what just happened to me? And it's like, a little bit of DMT.
Well, that's what you gave me.
Yeah. I gave you mushrooms in there too. I don't know if you can even smoke those. I gave you leaves, maple leaf, I think. I don't know, oak leaf. And yeah, you're welcome. That's all you guys have on the tray. Like you should have.
I've always been the one that has to talk to the cops.
Oh fuck yeah! I won't lie. If you're with me, I might ask you to. Yeah, if we're inebriated, yeah. You do have. It just feels like that would go over well. I bet you're unprepared for that every time, huh?
I mean, I managed to BS my way through it, but having family that's cops helps. So
that's and even there's something about it that makes me think, I don't know. Yeah, you do. There's a presence about you that's like, you know what? I think authority's gonna like you. They're gonna be okay. You're gonna be able to pleasantly, like, calmly explain what the fuck's going on. Like, I would trust you to calmly explain a fight. You know what I'm saying? Like, not a lot of people have that.
I can feel that.
Not a lot of people have that calm of a demeanor. But like, I would definitely be like, he can tell you everything that happened. No, you'd probably look at me like, what the fuck did you just say? Like, well,
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, half the time I've just been the one who walks up. I don't know why. It's just what happened.
Oh yeah, where you're like, fuck, I'm just here for the pasta. I don't even know these fucks. But assailant
That's
A
what I play, because I'm always the smallest person. So I just like drift back, like, no, wasn't here.
Murk, do you remember the sick house in Fayetteville?
I think so, yes.
Do you remember Lonely House, the abandoned house that was just down the road from it?
Yes.
Well, we were way too fucked up checking out that abandoned house with, some extremely hippie guy, goth chick with, like, gypsy clothes on, and then just some random person that followed us from the party. And we're leaving. Luckily, we were out of the building, and a cop just rolls up with smoke billowing out of his windows, one headlight out, and all of his windows down.
Oh shit, what?
Reeked of fucking weed. Motherfucker was token.
That's hilarious as shit, dude.
And he calls me over there, and of course, me being a smart ass, I start sniffing, don't say anything, but I sniff and make it obvious and all that crap. And he's just like, y'all know this is private property, right? And, oh, I'm sorry, officer. I didn't know that. I'm not from around here.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I thought it was fair game. My bad. How are you doing tonight, officer?
And then he just told me to tell my friends to stay away too, and we left. But that was terrifying.
fucking frightening as all hell. I couldn't imagine when you. Okay, I guess I kind of can. Okay, so maybe
especially because after before that we were exploring an abandoned house that looked like something out of Fallout 3.
Oh shit!
I'm tripping balls.
Man, there's kind of a historical figure, I guess you could call him, for our area. Everybody can look him up if you want to. He was a disgraced sheriff from our area. His name was Craddock. I knew him as Officer Craddock, and he was a really nice guy to me. I know a lot of people with the opposite story, but I try to hold true because he's no longer with us, and I feel like there was something sketchy going on with his death. I try to remain true to like my feelings about him when he was alive and how I would treat him if he was in the room with me now, because I really did have some decent times with dude. I didn't know he was as potentially corrupt as it turned out and things like that. But point of the story being, like, I'm seen Craddock do some shit. I've heard about Craddock doing some shit. I'm kind of, him, and he's told me some stories about his days in the undercover game. And, keep in mind, I think he went back to, like, functionally beat cop work after being deep undercover for a long time. Like, he used to show me his undercover IDs that are, like, straight up a different name. Yeah. And that does something to you. Like, you don't lose those connections, and you're probably fearful to fucking actually blow your cover. You know what I mean? Like, you probably do your best to maintain certain, I don't know, like, I couldn't imagine how complex and difficult that lifestyle would be. But having known somebody who I know for certain was an undercover, like, hard. But he told me one story about a guy, that he was with a guy who cooked meth, and they put a bunch of, they didn't have enough meth for the dude, so they put some fucking cat litter in a bag or something. It was like some crystalline cat litter shit. Pulled out all the things that didn't look like dope. You know what I mean? Like, they took the time to do that. And he watched this dude shoot it up, he watched a dude who bought it shoot it up and die. And it's like, there's...
Holy fuck.
Yeah, keep in mind, you gotta go back to beat cop work after that. Like, he went back, like, this was a dude, he was telling me this story, and you know what he was doing that night? I was working door at a movie theater at 16 years old, and he was a plainclothes officer cop. Like, this was him just taking a chill, I get to watch a movie for free gig. You know what I mean? And, so I've seen some, it's always weird when you see cops. It's so hard to even sometimes have a sympathetic position for them, and then, they tell you a story about something crazy they did, and it's like, you can't help but, I don't know. Him in particular, like, then he went on to be a sheriff, and then I think fired as sheriff, and then died in Oklahoma in a sketchy-ass car wreck.
I don't think I heard about that.
Yeah, Craddock is no longer with us, but, wish Arianthe was in here. I know she's got more details on the Craddock situation, because I think we've talked about it forever ago on stream, because there's a cop that I really like. Like, there's multiple cops who are kind of people who, you might hear me refer to somebody named Officer Jordan or Detective Jordan or Officer Dill. There's a couple of different ones that, like, help my family out in a way that's like, okay, you seem like a cool cop. But man,
there were a few up there that were pretty good, but it was divided. There was definitely factions in those police forces.
Yeah, well, like, you had, like, all of Craddock's people got fucking, like, busted. It was a whole roundup of, like, an older kind of, I think, inherited corrupted scene. You know what I mean?
I'm literally going through that right now. I just got my ass kicked by the cops for the first time.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's I'm not, like, biased against all cops, but
hard not to be.
I'm 90 pounds, and they've messed me up pretty good, man. And I had 4 male officers on top of me, and I couldn't breathe. They busted my nose. I got knots on my head. I got a black eye. And I didn't have a mark on me until then.
Fucking despicable.
So it's just like, I don't know. I just feel bad because, like, when I was in that position where I couldn't breathe and I had stopped resisting, I went limp and I just lifted my head to breathe and they shoved me back into the ground. I was really scared. I was like, am I about to be like George Floyded? I'm tiny. Are they going to collapse my throat? Is my nose going to be like shoved up, broken?
Yeah, fearful. Yeah, it's scary the force they can. And the unneeded force they'll use sometimes. I've seen that happen in front of me. I've been, again, like, hella fortunate. I've never been roughed up by the police. I consider myself, again, really fortunate in that, because I can be a mouthy fucking asshole. Like,
Well, yeah, that's part of my problem. But man, I was like, that's just sad if it takes 4 fully grown men and I'm not even 100 pounds. Like,
yeah.
That makes me have no hope for like other people.
Yeah. I was close enough with Craddock that I would joke when he walked in the movie theater and stuff. Like, dude, we're still not selling donuts, dude. Like, we don't have free donuts for you here. Like, that's not Dunkin's down the road. We got Krispy Kreme around the corner. We don't do that. Like, every time I fucking, or hit him with the, I thought I smelled someone cooking bacon, baby. What's up?
Oh, shit.
Hit him with, he had a good sense of humor, though. He's like, this is the same plainclothes officer, mind you. Again, I'm comfortable telling these stories because he's no longer with us and grew to become a disgraced sheriff. But he was a plainclothes officer, and they had just issued the new stun guns that send the little darts out on the strings, and it shocks you that way. And I was like, well, how does that work? Like, he explained it to me, and so, okay, so it's more effective at delivering a direct current than the old stun guns. He's like, yeah. All right, well, yeah. Would you be, can you hit me with it? He's like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, well, like, what's it like getting hit with it? Like, you think I'll drop? He's like, I guarantee you'll drop. The fuck you talking about? I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, it's a new thing. Maybe it breaks. I'm kind of willing to like throw a 20 down.
You're gonna test it out.
Yeah, like I think I threw a 20 down. I had another person throw some cash down. Like, we're ready to gamble on this. We go out back of the Malco. We're getting ready, and I'm nervous, and I had to take a shit, and so I had to ask. I said, hey, if you hit me with that right now, look, I gotta poop. Am I gonna shit myself if you hit me with that? And he was like, probably.
Oh yeah.
Probably. I'm like, well, I do have to finish work. And he's like, you'll be going home after you get hit with a stun gun. And yeah, keep in mind, my assistant manager at this point has entered the betting pool and is out there with me. So like, I'm definitely going home after I get stunned. But I was like, fuck. So I took a shit, and then Craddock decided against it because the movie started. But yeah. And anticlimactic into a story where I almost got hit with the fucking pin stun gun by a cop that allowed gambling to happen around it.
I still remember the video of my brother getting hit with the taser at his police training.
Oof.
Oh man.
Oh.
And they get you good when they're doing that one. They don't just kind of get you. They get you as hard as they can, full power.
Yeah, oh god damn. Oh, real quick in the chat before it goes away on me, Danny Drew says, funny story I got as a teenager. We left the beach late at night, me and 5 friends. My friend Chris was driving the speed limit. We got pulled over by a Judy. We all panicked. We all yelled, Chris, what do you do? We had 2 cases of beer in the floor of the back seat. Oh shit, there's more coming. Sorry, I just wanted to set that one up. Motherfuck. Oh, Justin. Minors with alcohol. It's always so scary. Justin.
I didn't start drinking till after I was legal.
Exactly. I was about to say, I had really good friends like Justin and Marty that there were multiple times where they honestly kept me out of a lot of trouble. Like, both of you. Like teenagers with alcohol. That's really why I said specifically like Justin. Teenagers with alcohol and shit. Like, you guys were some of the best influences as friends I think I had. Period. Marty's still one of those people that's like, you just remember in particular some of the nights that you spend with the late night giggles with you and Marty. You know what I'm saying? You don't need to be a teenager with inebriants. Be a kid. Enjoy the moment. You know.
I wish I had that. I had the opposite. My best friend was like 2 years older than me, and she could get booze from the gas station right by her house because she looked older. She had really big tits, and but we could get booze whenever. And I'm just a stoner, so every time it's pussy, come on, drink pussy, and I'm like, ah, okay.
Yep. I had a whole different. I had a couple different towns I hung out with, and then a lot of the people from kind of my main turf town really got like that. Like, I'll be honest, my Bentonville friends started drinking really, 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 really young. Started breaking into those liquor cabinets and stuff, and I heard a lot of that. Like, drink pussy, and really, really grew to love having a friend group that, did. And I know eventually I probably chose time with drugged out motherfuckers over good influences, as one will do in the depths of an addiction. But
yeah, I remember a couple times that now looking back, I realized was you probably distancing yourself because you realized what was going on. And I was just like, what's going on here? Because, innocent little Justin didn't know any of all that stuff was going on.
Yeah, and it's like, well, they're doing things that nobody likes, and I'm in the depth of an addiction, and now I can't stop, is how it genuinely felt at one point. Like, I had to choose. I felt multiple times in my life, actually, because of the nature of drugs. And I'm sure I know a lot of other people who have dealt with addiction have had this issue where it's like, now I have to choose a social circle because of my to get my fix. You know what I mean? Like, it becomes that. Like, it becomes choosing a social circle to get a fix, and also keeping the people that are good fucking people away from that kind of shit. Like, there's a certain amount of shit that even if you asked them or told them you did it, they would care more about you than the fact that you offered it to them. You know what I mean? Like, when you're in the depths of an addiction, you're just you distance yourself from that person, and it's one of those complicated things where it's like, I know that your concern for me is going to outweigh your concern for yourself, that I offered it to you. And when you're in a period of self-loathing, it's the last thing you genuinely push away the people who are actually concerned for you. It's a really weird, complicated decision that really drugs put in front of you.
Oh yeah, spending that first night in jail was interesting. It's more of a country area, and so drugs are rampant, just absolutely rampant down there. They were all on dope, every last one of them.
Yeah. Always in there for a drug charge, or
And I was like, and they had some, and I was like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, like I don't want any of that business.
Nope.
I really, I don't know. There's so many. That was one of the toughest things about recovering for me was reconciling some of my own antisocial tendencies, and coming to understanding that what I was doing was antisocial and unhealthy, and damaging to others. Like, that's another thing that, like, I don't know, talking earlier about, like, you don't even have to be the person who is the addict to feel the weight of an addiction. You can be the kid. I've been the kid.
Of course, absolutely.
Dealing with an addict parent, and I've been an addict myself. And you can also wasn't until really I got straight that I realized you can also be the friend of an addict, have to deal with the weight of an addict. And I've also been on both sides of that, where, I've had a very dear friend of mine, tried to tour across the country with a very dear friend of mine who, I kind of saw it coming. I got my withdrawal out of the way before tour started because our band was straight, and we were probably the only two people at the time getting really fucked up. And we both had pretty severe opiate addictions at the time. I got clean pretty quick. I kind of saw it coming. And he ended up having a whole scheme to have enough stashed away and squirreled away to keep withdrawals away through the whole tour. And I knew he wouldn't make it to even the first date with that fucking bottle. I just knew he wouldn't make it, and so I got my shit out of the way. But there he is, extra fucking loaded, partied the night before he left, and had to hold his hair across the country and stuff like that. And it's addiction is a motherfucker. Like, and you just don't think about, the people that actually care about you sometimes. Like, it extends past family and familial things. It moves into, like, into your friendships.
Did you ever watch American Satan?
I didn't. What's that? I've actually never heard of that.
So, okay, that show that came out, Paradise City, they had advertisements all over Hulu, I believe, and all over YouTube, too. And so I watched it, and I was like, okay, I feel like I'm missing something. There was a prequel, the movie.
Oh.
So American Satan, definitely watch it. It's interesting. It talks about the occult in, like, blatant form.
Okay.
And a lot of the people in it are actual artists.
Oh.
Very real people in bands and stuff. What is it? The singer Andy Biersack, he's the main actor.
Okay.
And then Hobson's in it.
Oh shit.
It was good, but like on the train of like drugs and addiction. It was so sad because towards the end, he's on tour and he finally decided he wanted to get clean, but he couldn't go on stage and they had to shoot him up.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a...
That's not a good place to be.
Not a good place to be. That's kind of, like in the wall, where you degrade to the point that your management's having to completely copy your fix and deliver it and wheel you out on the stage.
Exactly.
That's the devil right there. That's the shows are great. Lots of triggers though for addicts. Gotcha, Mrs. Shoemaster. Gotcha. Yeah, and again, I'm a very fortunate outlying case of somebody who really went through it and never stuck a needle in his arm. And I'm thankful every day I never crossed that line. Shout out to all of you who are in recovery who did, by the way. I want to shout out anybody who's recovering from an IV addiction. I realize statistically you might have numbers against you, but you're a fucking hero and you're doing it. Like, you got this shit. Fuck that thing.
Us non-needle users too,
Oh yeah, non-needle users in particular. But in the past, I think I've kind of spoken as if, it might be a death sentence for them, and I don't want people to think I have that opinion, particularly about IV drug users, because yes, statistically you have odds stacked against you, but you got this. You've all got this. You don't need that shit.
I found towards the end, like, I was doing drugs without my permission. If that makes any sense. Yeah.
No, it absolutely makes sense. Like, that was in no way your plan. That was in no way, you didn't even have like subconscious consent. It just happened.
That's the scary part. That's when you're like, whoa.
I have a problem. This is like me waking. You know what I mean? It's like putting pants on. It becomes like that. Like, you become like, holy fuck.
Oh, my whole world revolved around it. Like you said, my whole social circle revolved around it. Yeah. My lunch break from work revolved. Like, it ran my life. Like, at first it's a choice for yourself, I suppose, if you want to put it that way. But then you end up doing it without your own permission, and that's when, for me, it was like scary as fuck.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Props to anybody who kicks it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm coming up on a year, December 1st.
You got this shit. You did it. Fucking A.
Crazy, right?
Year, dude.
And I know our bestie John. He kicks it too.
Yeah, damn straight. I'm infinitely proud of both of you guys every time. Every time we get to bring it up on the show in particular, I'm like, yes. Good news,
Absolutely.
man.
That's a huge victory for you.
I think too, you guys are parents, and I know exactly what it feels like to be a proud kid. You know what I mean? To see your parent do right and keep it together, and you're doing a lot for your web that you might not realize. And
my two little kids don't know. Well, they're not that little, but they don't know. But my oldest knows.
yeah, see, you're doing a lot for your web. That, I mean, a lot. Yeah, I'm almost overwhelmingly proud of you parents that get straight in particular. Like that, I've been that kid that sees it work and stick, and you know,
I was being selfish, bottom line.
yeah. But you know what you've got, what you've earned in all this work you've done internally. And while it may not even be time a year in to think about the external, I don't know. I want you to know I'm proud of the way it's going both ways for you. I'm glad I get to, you know, hear you communicate with your kiddos. You know what I mean? Like, there's little things that, like, there's times where you'll even apologize. Like, oh, sorry, that was my kid. I'm like, do not apologize. I'm so glad that it makes me happy. It's hard to be a good parent. Even good parents make a million mistakes, and every good parent will tell you that.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
but the knowledge and experience I have from all of that, like, I hopefully can pass that on to my kids or another person that may want some help, or you know, whatever. Just pay it forward the best I can, because I can't go back, right? I can't change it.
Even if you were to stay tight-lipped the rest of your life, the positive outcome that you've gotten from getting straight is going to, as long as you stay straight and keep being there for your kids, it's going to build a very strong foundation. Even if you never say anything or they never know anything about it, they will always you'll get to watch them prosper from the fruits of the strong foundation that you built. And
true,
you know, that's, I'm infinitely proud of you guys. That's like, it's such a big one. I'm proud of my father. I haven't talked to him in a little bit, but again, I've seen him get straight, stay straight, fuck up, get straight, stay straight, fuck up. You know, I've been mad at him. I've wanted to beat his ass. I've wanted to hate him forever. I've loved him endlessly. You know, he's been the sole parent before. He's been the only caregiver before. There's a very complicated relationship, but at the end of the day, it's like, I've never been more proud of somebody probably than when I see him lie straight.
Yeah, I mean, we pull ourselves out of the depths of hell. Like, I think when people kind of judge a little bit, they don't really know, like, what like, it's a daily, sometimes minute by minute thing.
Minute by minute. I mean, literally thought to thought, like seconds of thought to thought. Like, it's,
yeah. In those first 30 days, I don't wish that on my worst enemy.
Yeah. Well, you know, a kid has, it's tough to, just speaking as just off of the addict side of it, but as the child side of it, when you're a kid, you have no concept of what they're dealing with. You know what I mean? Like,
that's what I was gonna say. As a child, it's just a whole different, like, view growing up with it.
Yeah. So I had built a whole, like, wall between my father and I for most of my childhood, where it was like, I don't really give a fuck. He is the drugs he's doing, and all I know is there's a wall between me and the concept of drugs. You know what I mean? Like, if it's drugs, no. Like, when I was little,
I've noticed a lot too that, like, children that grow up with that, like, they always think it's their fault no matter what.
Yeah.
And that's awful.
Yeah.
You know, like, I'm not good enough for you to get sober or whatnot.
Exactly.
At least that's what I hear around here.
That's exactly what it feels like as a kid. You know what I mean? Like, I wasn't worth the time. Other things were higher priority, you know?
Well, your view of life is so different when you're little. You know, you're not concerned with all these things that they have to deal with, so you can't even empathize with it because you're not old enough to even realize.
I had everything so ass backwards, though. You know, I'm like, oh, well, bills are paid, they got clothes, they got food, they're clean, da-da-da. Like, I'm not doing anything wrong, but that's such an ass backwards way to look at it. But I didn't realize it at the time. I'm like, they don't even know.
Yeah.
It's like, but, like, what the fuck are you? You're going to places you have no business being. You're around people you have no business being around. What if you OD'd? What if you drove with them and hurt? Like, they were all what ifs for me, just because I didn't ever lose my kids or get a DUI or any of those. They're still what ifs. Like, it could still happen, and most of the time we end up in jail, institutions, or dead. Period. And that will affect your children.
Yeah. I've seen my father play the role of the functional addict too, where, you know, and I've seen him also relapse and peak relapse, be upset that everybody was on his side when he was a functioning addict, but once he wasn't making money or supporting anybody anymore, everybody was fucking upset.
Yep.
But it's like, you know, again, that's an obfuscation. That's not what we're mad at. It's got nothing to do with you being productive or not. You could be broke as shit like you were when you got out of jail, and we're still gonna give you a chance and love you. It's fucking different. You can't be broke and fucking constantly on the scheme and doped out and no fun to talk to. Like, nobody, like, and not just no fun to talk to, like, scary to talk to. Scared to have them
I
around.
tell a lot of people that I know that you think your kids are in the other room and they aren't listening, but I know from being a kid, I heard so much stuff that they didn't think that I knew, and it's like, just be careful, because I'm telling you, your kids are smarter than you probably think, and they know more than you're letting on.
Exactly. Like, that's, I
Good
was
point.
kind of big mouthed and kind of a smart ass, I think. My parents would always kind of extra earmuff me at times, it would feel like, more so than my sister. Not just because I was older, but I think I was genuinely like, my comprehension was kind of high pretty young, so they're like, yeah, no, get out of here. What's going on in here? They're like, go, you here, alright, we're out of here. There's a whole bunch of shit kept away from me, even when I got older too. I think I just knew I was a little more square than some of the more criminal elements in my family, you know?
Oh, definitely, same here.
Yeah, which, hey, I'll take being considered the square. That's fine. And I guess, if you were to put our rap sheets together, I'm the square. I've never been in trouble.
Yeah, I feel like the white sheep in a black sheep family.
Yeah, I never got in trouble either, but let me tell you, it's a yet if I want to go back down that road.
Yeah. I think I was, oof. Yeah, that's, that opportunity is always there. There's certain things, too, that through going through an addiction, it changes certain experiences forever. What it does for me now is trigger my, little affirmations I have for myself, like, you're not here for that. Or get the fuck out.
Really hard. Yep.
Or no's aren't lethal, It's another one.
That's always my rule. I'm like, okay, I'm uncomfortable, I'm out.
Yeah. Yeah. A big one for me was telling people no it's not lethal. It's not going to kill somebody. It's not going to kill you socially. It's not going to kill them socially. It's not the end of the world no matter how they react. And no
I have a very large problem saying that word. And I've been trying to tell my own little sister, I'm like, you say that word.
Yeah.
I know it's hard, but you say it.
You have to. You got it. It's for you. It's one of the strongest defenses we have verbally and immediately is the word no. And I know, with addiction, I wasn't able to. Just wasn't able to.
I was, like, in my early teens. But I was also terrified of my mother. So it was more of, I don't want to get in trouble and get my ass beat versus this is not the right thing. And I'll be honest, like, Dad kept me out of trouble. But only for so long,
Being kept away from being myself creatively was probably one of the only fears I really had after a certain age. It's like, I just can't be away from doing what I do. By then I was like, pretty concrete and like this. I'm an artsy fart forever. So
Yeah, Zimmy was asking to see my paintings, and I was like, I don't have that many because, like, I don't have a whole lot of time, and creativity flow is low these days. But I did finally start drawing again, and
Oh, heck yes.
it's awesome.
Hold on, let me grab my...
8-day tripper. I might have missed it, but are you also in recovery, or?
No.
Okay. I stepped out of the room for a minute, so I was just seeing.
I did a lot of partying up until 19, and pretty much stopped after that. I just had enough. I mean, from like 14 to 19, I went so hard, I just got it out of my system.
I wish I was normal like that.
No, that's not normal, honey, because
Don't know what that's like.
those people saying they didn't have a drink until they were 21, I wish I could have said that.
Yeah, I should have. I fucking even had every opportunity to really. My mother didn't really give me much of a chance, but you know, I don't know. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, gang. I'll be right back. I've got the Discord open. Erica, yeah, you guys know the rules. We're on YouTube. Don't violate YouTube TOS while I'm using the restroom.
Nobody fuck around.
No one fuck around. Officer Chief, we got Constable Erica. We got this rolling. So. I'll see you guys in just a second.
So, how's everybody in chat doing today?
Hanging in there. How you doing?
Good. Storming pretty good here. Well,
Yeah, it's looking pretty nasty here too.
The wind is going, so I'm anticipating we're gonna lose electricity.
Oh, well, I hope not.
That's alright. We'll just play a board game or something.
They got candles.
I do. And Justin's working like a good little doobie.
Now, where are you at, Erica?
Boston.
Boston. Okay. That's cool.
How about you? Are you in Cali?
No, Midwest, Missouri.
Oh, okay. I've never been there.
By like St. Louis.
I've never been out that way.
Yeah, it's definitely weird because, like, I guess St. Louis is a pretty fairly known city and people come there, but the outskirts not so much. I mean, it's nice on the outskirts, not in the city.
Oh.
Yeah, it's pretty dangerous out there.
Everywhere has spots like that, though, you know?
Right.
We do, for sure.
I don't know, I had to stop watching the news because it was just too depressing.
Yeah. I agree with that. It's nice here, though. It's 70.
Yeah, I'm just not ready for the snow.
Oh, geez. Don't say the S word.
Right. So I've been so busy. Has anybody heard anything about Brian's autopsy?
No! You know what? I've been, like, hooked on Summer Wells, and
That is so terrible, that little girl's story. Oh my goodness.
I don't know. Where is she, man? I don't even know what direction to go in because there's so much misinformation and rumors, and where the hell is she?
And it was it a sitter or her mother?
Her mother.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Ooh, I love Seattle. Have you ever been to Seattle? Zito in the chat says they're from Seattle.
No, but I would love to visit. I'm a huge Grey's Anatomy fan.
So is my daughter.
My sister got me hooked. I didn't watch it, and then 2 episodes and I was hooked.
Henry Ruggs. Jameson asked if anyone's following the Henry Ruggs.
No, that name isn't familiar.
Me neither. What's it about, Jameson? Let me see if I can Google it.
I wish I could see the chat from here.
Oh, you can't see it?
No, whenever I get into Discord, it doesn't show anything else besides us.
Oh, I usually put like YouTube on another
device.
No, like a tag.
Oh.
Henry Ruggs, the football player? I'm looking at it now, Jameson. Oh, alright. He killed someone because he got a DUI. Dang.
Well, you mean like he got it, like both happened at the same time?
So he got charged with 2 counts actually for DUI, and he got in a car crash in Vegas, and it looks like he killed someone.
Well, sometimes they will rule that as manslaughter. Depends.
Yeah, let me see. Blood
I know
out.
someone that actually went through that, and they did rule it a manslaughter.
Oh shit! He hit her going 156 miles per hour. Alright, so what did he get? Prosecutors charged Ruggs with 2 counts of driving under the influence, causing death or substantial harm, and 2 counts of reckless driving. So that's what he's charged with. Also, misdemeanor for the possession of a gun under the influence of alcohol. Oh, he's screwed.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Debbie thinks Summer Wells is being trafficked.
That is a theory that I have not thought about, which is horrible.
I mean, I did see her on Dr. Phil, and they were asking questions about, like, the cornbread mafia, which is just like a hick name for drug dealers, like weed dealers in the South.
Okay, I've never heard that term. Huh.
As soon as I asked her about it, she started crying, took off her mic. She like lost her shit and then walked off. So
that's sketchy.
Yeah, it's a little weird. So I don't know.
I don't know. If I was being accused of something, I don't think I'd be doing interviews. I don't know. Not like that.
They're up on YouTube. Well, at least Don is every single night, drunk as a skunk, rambling bullshit, making a fool of himself.
Oh wow.
He'll go to any YouTube channel that'll listen to him, and I'm like, shush your mouth, please.
That's crazy. I haven't even been able to like keep up with what's going on, unless besides that Astro World stuff, because it's shoved in my face. But
we posted a bunch of it in Discord. If you
oh my goodness, I opened Discord for the first time in like a week and a half, and it was like all notifications everywhere. I was like, holy crap. No, I finally had some downtime, and I was like, oh man, I miss these guys, because I'm always listening while I'm at work, and I moved, so I'm not working right now.
Sweet.
So are you working during this pandemic?
Not right now.
Well, I think it's a nice break for some people. I know my friend had been working her butt off, and she needed the time.
Yeah, definitely. I'm getting a little antsy though. I'm gearing up. You know, but I also had I was giving myself time to deal with the sobriety and get myself going before I go back to real life.
Yeah, it's been really hard. Because you're just I want to go do something. You want to be safe. But then there's also nothing, literally, no events, no nothing happening. So you don't really have an option.
I can't get over that though. 156 miles per hour. Why is there ever a need to?
That's what I was saying. That's excessive.
Man. Jameson says Chestnut apparently has a witness at the crime scene that says the fire department took up to 20 minutes to put out the fire and it caused it to explode. So I guess her car exploded due to this and killed her and her dog.
Oh.
And Jameson's praising the attorney, Chestnut. Lead counsel. Okay. That just sucks.
Right, that's all I can really think is just everything that's been happening lately just sucks.
And he's 22 years old. He's a baby. What are you doing?
I know. I was gonna ask how old. I was but do I even want to know? So that's sad.
Say goodbye to your NFL career, bro. His girlfriend was in the car with him. She had to have surgery because of her injuries.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Well, if he's in the NFL, he'll try.
The charges could result in as much as 50 years in prison. Of course. See, this is what baffles me about drinking and driving. It says Ruggs was taken to a nearby hospital for non-life-threatening injuries. Motherfucker didn't even get hurt. I mean, he looks pretty banged up, but nothing compared to the lady he friggin' killed.
Exactly. I mean, it very well could have been him or his girlfriend.
Let's see. Okay. So he posted bond, which was $150,000 bail, so it's 10% of that. He was placed on house arrest. He's required to abstain from drugs and alcohol. Obviously, can't drive. And that's about it. Just chilling at his house.
Yeah, he might get just some house arrest shit.
And the Raiders released him, aka fired him.
Released.
I was released by the Raiders? I'm you mean fired his ass? Come on, let's be real.
The Raiders, yeah, that's a big one.
Eek. I don't understand why he wouldn't get charged with manslaughter though.
I don't know how that works. If you got money, you can get out of some things.
Jameson, how come he didn't get charged with manslaughter? Rich says the drunk driver is always limp upon impact, so they suffer the least damages. So they don't tighten up like everybody else. That just pisses me off. Jameson, the most serious charge has a minimum of 2 years to be served in state prison. Probation and house arrest are not options if convicted. Jameson's a former lawyer, if you can't tell.
Oh yeah, he knows.
He's so funny. Homicide was charged because he had 18 drinks. Who the fuck was serving him? Oh, no. I need Alley Katz in here. She's a bartender, and that shit would not fly with her.
Alright, I'm gonna hop in the chat on YouTube.
Sounds good. Nice chatting with you.
You too. Take care.
Bye. Alright, I'll be right back.
Boom. Sorry that took so long, Chomos. What's up?
Not much, man. How you doing?
Yeah, pretty good.
Good. You excited for Friday, bro?
Oh, dude. Pretty fucking pumped.
Do some things to make your throat feel better over the weekend.
That's really what a big part of it is. I'm like, man, I'm pretty excited for some vocal rest. My throat's been pretty torn the fuck up. I haven't done anything crazy with it. I don't know why I've been so, fucking with my, I'm not sick particularly. There's no like bad flare up going on. This is actually the healthiest I've kind of been in a minute.
Well, that's good, dude. That's good.
My throat's like, nah, bitch. You gonna sound like you. But I come from people that constantly sound like they have something. They got polyps or something. So.
Yeah, you're right, boy. That's how they sound.
They sound like that when they get older, especially.
I spent like 3 hours doing hand copying timelines off the internet last night.
Oh, fucking work.
of antiquity, bro. Of like Sumeria, Syria.
That's dope.
It's alright, dude. It's alright. But it's the first of many nights I'll probably be doing that. But
hey,
what's the rumor I missed about you, bro?
Oh, the rumor mill. Oh, I really just was kind of clickbaiting too. We're not really addressing shit. The Merc rumors, which are just hilarious. Like that I was a disgraced NFL player. My mistress was Mama Swole. I heard served hard time in jail. I made beats for Kev Savo. Which look, maybe I did make beats for Kev Savo, but I don't recall him being in my PayPal. So I don't think you're in my contacts. I don't think I made him beats. Which I'll make you a beat cheap as fuck.
I will make you cheap beats. I would do it.
Cheap beats. You want a fucking $20 beat? I got you. You want a $5 beat? I probably got you. How much you want? I got you.
How long does it need to be, and how many layers do you want it to have?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
We'll just start with the basics.
Exactly. Oh. But yeah, that was really that I just, and then also like some weird high school rumors. Like I just wanted to hear everybody's rumors.
Heard. Sometimes you just need to hear about things.
Yeah, it's some of the most invigorating moments in life is when you walk into a room and you find out real quick a rumor about you got there first. And you're like, fuck. Don't believe the hype.
Now everyone here thinks I eat ass.
Yeah. Is it Britney Spears' case today? Yeah, oh fuck, we can talk about the Britney Spears case if we want. That's some old bullshit. I think having a conservator into your adulthood is nonsense. I don't care what you've done. The fruits of your creative effort should go to you. And they should be, whatever's done with them is at your discretion. I don't care how crazy you are, you're an artist. You're supposed to be crazy. If she wants to leave her money and fucking give every dime she makes away to fucking crackheads in a crack house, that's her decision, man. Her conservatorship, that shit was wrong. Yeah. We can talk about Britney Spears, boy. Hashtag free Britney, or whatever it was. It was free Britney, right? I don't want to misspeak. Pretty sure it's free Britney. Oh. Other weird ass rumors, I've talked about people showing up with specific instruments. I've had people request like harmonica and shit, and it's like, dude, I don't know you personally, so like fair. I get that you don't know that I don't actually play harmonica, and I know, but here's the thing: you saw my list of instruments I will record and send you, and nowhere on that list was harmonica.
Right, and they're like, well, can't you just use Fruity Loops to like add it in there?
Well, see, those people, I'm like, I got you, fam.
Yeah, I could do that.
I got you all day. But
then there's like the guy, what do you mean you don't know how to play fucking harmonica like dude from Blues Traveler?
Yeah, or the dudes who immediately go into mansplaining how to play harmonica, and then I'm like, hey, well, it's cool you know how, you should do it on your record.
Yeah, you record it.
Yeah, you should do it on your record. I don't need to know it.
I will be right back. I gotta find my torch.
For sure. I love harmonica, but not my thing. I'm gonna get somebody to do it. I'm gonna trust somebody to be more soulful in that than me. I'd probably lay down some Bob Dylan harmonica lines. Everybody knows Bob Dylan's great, but sometimes he gets on that harmonica and old Bob loses us. Everyone knows that. That's not me being crass, right? Unless there's somebody out there, and hey, anybody out there viewing, if you're hella into Bob Dylan's harmonica playing, let me know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's a revolutionary in the field of harmonica. But, you know, I don't know. I just imagine that the top of the game is someone like dude from Blues Traveler, right? With the vest full of harmonicas. He's switching out keys. It's fun all the time. Got that chat.
Oh yeah, dude. The more and more I watch videos of the Blues Traveler from the '90s, the more and more I realize that dude looks just like me when I was a teenager.
Yeah.
Like I was watching Hook, dude, and there's a part in there where like I was watching, and I was like, that looks like fucking me, dude, without the beard. Like if I grew up without the bearded hippie life.
Yeah,
probably what I would have looked like at about 27 years old.
That's how I kind of felt about Popper. Popper let you know it was possible. Like honestly, like he really did. I'm gonna go back over to this intermission screen. I like this shit. It kind of lets people see who's talking in the Discord a little better. Need to get y'all's names.
That is pretty cool. I also need to figure out some of this stuff with you too. Not obviously right now, but in the future.
Hey, we can talk about it right now, baby. Anybody else trying to figure out Streamlabs OBS? It can be funky. But your best friend, Chief.
What are you even using for that? Like you're screen sharing Discord, and then you have another screen where the window's enlarged.
Yeah. So yeah, kind of. What I've got going on is I've got like my video capture as its own thing in the mixer, and then I've got a window capture, which is capturing Discord, and then I'm sharing my internet screen to Discord.
Right. Yeah. So you kind of get 2 for 1 there.
Yeah. So you can kind of like run your show through Discord if you want, you know.
Okay, cool, and I can do that. See, because I was thinking like for the show, the game show thing for Bob Dylan.
Yeah.
I needed something like that last screen you just showed there with you and Specialist in like a big screen.
Yeah. See, really, you could just you could screen share like I am now, but like that's where you're playing the game, and that's gonna be what's like you'll do a window capture instead of a video game capture,
right?
For your Streamlabs, and then boom, you're there, baby. Put your shit at the bottom, boom. Because then we in that mode,
we got Twitch money in my account today, so I think I'm gonna upgrade for the year on Streamlabs too.
Oh fuck! Hey, dude,
got $137, bro.
Hey, that multi-stream is hella worth it, honestly, dude. Fuck yeah, you did. Hell
like,
yeah, baby.
I still haven't done a single stream on YouTube, like one.
Hell yeah, the merch raffle got a good amount. We're at like I forget how much now, but like that checks should be hitting the account any fucking day and rolling out some merch, dude. I'm pumped about that. That's
that's another thing I want to do with some of that cash, which means I'm not going to probably be able to spend it all on Streamlabs OBS. I got to get some thumbnails designed for multiple things. Like I need a thumbnail for me. I need multiple thumbnails for this podcast thing I'm planning on coming out with soon. They need a cover. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hey, the little thumbnail maker in Streamlabs isn't bad.
Yeah, I was going to try that a little bit, and then for like my stream stuff, I would like some real. I know a dude who's like wanted to do screens for my stream that I was gonna see if he'd do some like thumbnail type drawings for me.
Oh hell yeah!
How much he'd charge me? You know what I mean?
Yeah, damn straight. That's something if I wasn't out of favors from special guest wife Angel, she
literally thought about asking you if she would pay, like how much she would charge for me, you, and him.
We can ask her a fee, and hopefully he'll get the fuck up. I know.
And it doesn't like the more minimal the better. Like I don't want her to have to spend like 100 hours.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like really, as long as it looks vaguely like us, I don't care if it's just eggs with our hair on them. You know what I mean? Like I don't want her to kill herself over it either. Like. At all.
No, yeah, exactly. But something that's like, I don't know, yeah, the three of us, we could do a fucking... Do you want to do should we do a theme? Should we commission a theme like we're military?
Dude, see, I thought about all that. Like, we could, but then we're going to be talking about... We should have like a base modular type theme.
Oh, gotcha. We can put the military shit behind it. We can maybe do...
Yeah, and then if we're playing a game that's like... the game you were talking about sending me the ROM and stuff for, we could do like a fucking wizard or something instead of military. Because you know what I mean? We're all in like have like army camo deck out and stuff, but like we're playing like Baldur's Gate 3. You know what I mean? That doesn't really fit. So like if we can keep it kind of either very like central one thing or like do something modular where we can, because I mean Streamlabs lets you do that shit, right? Like we could go with someone like me or you or special, like totally having time to just be like, I'm gonna decide how the show looks this week. You know what I mean? Like
that's I'm getting pretty streamlined at stuff like that, so maybe I could I'm hoping I should have hopefully the editing time available to help. I'm starting to really work on like, you know.
Yeah, dude, like I said, mostly all I'm worried about right now is a day Like
yeah,
Wednesday, we're gonna do a Wednesday or Friday or Sunday afternoon or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I don't care.
He kept his one big day Thursday, so I'm not opposed. Are you gonna continually have time like you had yesterday on Thursday? Like that was because she had an event at the Rialto, right? Yeah. See, that's why I'm like, see, I don't want to I want to have a set day that's like because it's something we can Discord in on. But I do know he's got like a job interview popping off.
Oh yeah.
So we're probably about to get more deets on his schedule. Because again, Discord, let's do that shit anytime. You know, I like to do this show a minimum of 4 hours, but we can take a day that's for that show. You know.
Yeah, or whatever. You know what I mean? Like if hopefully we can get another day, because I'd like to. I mean, it'd be nice to have like you do your thing, and then that's your extracurricular type deal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
As opposed to you having to take a day off of your show to come do another show. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then have a whole nother set of things you may have to prepare for in the middle of your shit. You know what I mean? It's a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
To put on someone who covers such a broad and vast scope of topics.
Then we could do. Okay, I have kind of an idea for you. Because it's the same kind of pitch I have for Lux Plays. Which is like, let's stream a long form, but like, we'll release like 30-minute episodes on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? And I can show you how to set that up really fucking easy.
I got you. So we're like, where it would be like we stream it for...
like Twitch, you know.
Twitch, like forever or whatever, like the entirety of us doing our thing, and then we chop it up for YouTube into, depending on how long the show may run. You know what I mean? If it's like we're only there for a couple hours, then yeah, a couple 2 or 3 30-minute, 40-minute episodes, you know.
Yeah.
And if it's like a huge thing where like we get into it and oh shit, it's been 6 hours, we could do like 2 3-minute hour episodes, or like even cut it up. And that's the type of thing too where like if we have it recorded, bro, I've got the time sitting here after my family goes to sleep. I'll go put together a best of.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying.
Like,
I
have to have the data.
It's infinitely easier to clip when you do like when you do it. I don't know what I call Game Grumps style. I assume Aaron and Dan invented the way to do this. I don't know, but there's like you have a little record button on your Streamlabs, and you just basically remember to renew that bitch every 30 minutes. And make sure at the beginning and end of every 30-minute, you just kind of say, hey, welcome to blah, blah, blah. Hey, welcome to blah, and you just continue on. You know what I mean?
Gotcha. And then so like at 30 minutes, it cuts off automatically? Or they, like, you flash it?
Oh, no, you just have a little button. You just kind of set a little timer. And if it needs to go longer or shorter than 30, you can do that too. You know what I mean? You just kind of have to watch it yourself.
Yeah, and you just release them in episodes as, like, hot off the press.
Yeah, what I do for Lux Plays is I set an alarm on my phone. We just literally sit and grind the whole week's worth of Lux Plays. Like, we'll do 5 episodes, like, right then, you know?
That's pretty cool.
But we'll stop and, you know what I mean? Not, like, stop, but we'll kind of hit pause and then be like, all right, next time on blah, 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 hit the thing. And then next time on, you know, hey, welcome to blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, and get the whole thing out in one...
Yeah, or you can just make a title card. We can just record some audio and make a title card that you can slide into your YouTube videos and not have to do that. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
Kind of being fucking quick as fuck about it. Because now the Grumps use fucking title cards. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Someone found a human leg in Tampa. That's disgusting, and my family just came home, so I'm segueing to that. I'll be right back.
See the art that you sent Arianthe? No, I don't think I have yet. Sorry, my phone's been... I haven't gone through my notifications today. Didn't really last night either. I kind of just stayed in conversation with special guests and then went to bed. But I need to fucking check that out. Let me see. It's on Discord, yes? shit. Hold on a second. So I can find this. Because we're about to roll out again. The second that money drops, we're going to be rolling out kind of some new merch items. I'm going to go ahead and start rolling out some new merch items. That's one of my things for tomorrow. Saturday's going to have to start being my back end day. Alright, let's see. The fuck is it? Where's your artwork? I'm so excited. Oh, Guardy, I love that. We're rolling that out now. Hold up. Hold up. Let me just email that shit to myself right now. There we go. That is a sick-ass logo, boy. Okay, so Guardy, you can make shirts and stickers with that. All right, Guardy, I was about to ask, what would you like made in the merch store out of that design? Because that's going to probably end up being some thumbnails, brother. I really like that. I like your art style, Guardy. Like a lot. We're rolling that out like a motherfucker. But yeah, anything else, fucking flip-flops, thongs, you know, COVID masks, anything in particular you think that logo would be cool on, you let me know. I'll make sure it gets on that item and is in the merch store. Coffee mug, can do. It'll be there. It'll be there. Yeah. I'll make sure that's that. Okay, now I want the Merk's coffee mug and this coffee mug. Alright. Trying to get some of these. I want some of the mugs so when I'm drinking tea or something on stream, you know, boom. Plug our merch store, because your designs, guys, I don't know, that makes me particularly emotional by the end of the week sometimes. I'm like, oh fuck yes, that's great. Like I might submit that as my new corner logo, like a little, you know. I love that it's yes. Yes, man. I fucking love that, man. I love that it's a big positive yes. I love the yellow outline, Guardy. I love the color of you got my round glasses. I love it. It feels like the round glasses are the hit. Every time I put my Domers on, some people are like, those are cool. Where your round daddy's at. What up, John? Sorry, I didn't even notice you slid in there for a second. I got really distracted by this graphic art.
Good evening. Hey, listen, folks, okay, whoever happens to be left out there, I have to clarify something. I always say that I'm articulate but illiterate, right? And my writing doesn't paint the picture that I feel like I can paint verbally, okay?
Well, so I'm glad you're here.
Let the chips fall where they may. But I do have to clarify something, no matter what it ends up looking like for me, okay? But I have no problem being 100% transparent with you guys. Part of it is because I guess, you know, I know you guys don't live near me, okay, and you hardly know me except for on here. So I went ahead.
I've been waiting for you to be around to talk about your story because again, like I wanted to expound upon it because look, let me tell you something right now. The era I grew up in, right? I had two different things. I had a TalkBack digital recorder, and then I also had a Talkboy that took a tape. So I'm not saying I made similar tapes, but let's just say your man's made similar tapes.
Well, I had the Techniques stereo system, you know, with the built-in cassette player. And so my mom, okay, besides the fact that she was a really attractive lady was into dancing. She did acting, okay? So she was cool about stuff, okay? She was hip about stuff. Now, this got nothing to do with the other part of the story, okay?
She's like a modern lady for the time. You know what I'm saying? She's hip with it.
Yeah. She gave me all my George Carlin albums for Christmas, and you know, she had no problem with what I watched on television. So she got me the heavy metal soundtrack, okay? When that movie came out in 1981. And she was at the mall. And she comes home and she says to me, give you an idea. She goes, do you know that song about big balls? And I said, yeah, it's AC/DC. And she goes, I like that. And the other one they played was good too. It was something about TNT. And I said, oh yeah, great. So she was hip like that. Okay. So what I would do is take my albums and copy them onto a cassette so that I could use them in my Walkman. Okay, but I prefer the records, you know. But this way I could go mobile with my shit. Okay,
damn straight.
So the other thing is, okay, I didn't do all the voices because I'm not fucking Norman Bates. Okay, but much like you would consider, and I'm going to say this without smacking in any way on being dirty. Okay, so much like you would imagine if you were going to meditate. And you have somebody sometimes that goes like, picture yourself on a boat and you're in a slow moving river, you know? So I did that kind of thing. But what the story I was telling myself was about this teacher that I had the hots for. She was a Greek teacher and she was fucking hot. And it's funny because, you know, and I'm sorry to sound like a misogynistic asshole, ladies, but I was a kid, okay, in high school, and all me and my friends wanted to ever do was see this lady's cleavage. And one time there was an opportunity, and I go over and tell my friend, "Hey, go up there now." And she's like, "What's going on?" And I said, "Nothing. Sorry." She goes, "Uh huh." You know. So this lady was just gorgeous. So that was my story that I was telling myself in one of these moments of self-abuse, we'll say. But I could go back to them. I mean, nowadays you got the phone, you can actually make videos, but we didn't have any of that. So I could go back and listen to the story because, okay, I like to pride myself on having an imagination, and I could go back and pop on the tape and do it all over again. Okay, it was great. So one of my friends wanted to borrow the heavy metal cassette, and instead I handed him that tape. Okay, so he calls me over. He lives about a block away. I go over to his house. And it seems like he really, come on over, man, come on over, we got something to play for you. So I go over there and they push the button and there's my story. And I just wanted to die. I just wanted, if there's some way I could have just beamed up somewhere, I would have, right? Yeah. And so they looked at me and they go, interesting. So I looked at them and I go, what do you guys want? And they made me give them the album, the heavy metal, the real album, in order to not broadcast that everywhere. Okay. So I got the tape back, but it cost me that album, and I was like, fuck, you know?
That's a dirty deal. You know they're gonna tell people anyway.
Oh yeah. Oh well, yeah. But at least they wouldn't have the actual evidence because they gave that back to me, and I know they didn't make a copy of it because it was like 10 minutes after I had handed it off to him. Okay, and the whole story. 25-30 minutes. Okay, I like to take it real slow. So anyway, so the thing was, you know, so that was how that worked out, and it was just embarrassing. And you're talking about embarrassing moments, so I had to mention that. Now, completely off that subject, while I was down there at the Vampires today, I'm looking through YouTube and I see a new release, new trailer for that Batman movie coming out. Right?
Yeah.
And if you ever heard the expression, guys and gals. You ever heard the expression, you know, should have quit while you were ahead, okay? This is just my opinion, but in that first trailer, you heard the tape being unrolled, the duct tape, and you saw this guy. They made the Riddler, instead of being a campy Jim Carrey, they made him into some kind of real life type of psycho.
Yeah,
okay?
actual, yeah. This new, like Zodiac themed Riddler situation.
Okay, so it's fantastic, you know? Yeah. And that was the first one. And then there's a scene when he comes into a room and some guy's like, what are you supposed to be? He goes like, he says something like, I am vengeance, or I am the night, or whatever he did, and then proceeds to beat the bejesus out of somebody, okay? Yeah. I'm pretty sure
before we get too far off the beaten path, it looks like we have some breaking news from Erica and Allie Cattails about the Summer Wells case.
No, I was just gonna say it wasn't as good as the first trailer. So
take it away, girl.
Oh damn straight. Yeah, Allie, fill us in real quick. John, yeah, this is the Summer Wells news. This is gonna. What do we got?
Could be. Could not. Who knows? Hi guys. Thanks for allowing me to jump up.
Yeah.
Just been following kind of the news with the Dr. Phil show and the parents' appearance on there and the behavior panel and.
Oh yeah. I love the behavior. Yeah.
I'm gonna catch up on the Dr. Phil episode and probably try to like film something with me watching it or like a reaction or something because I can't necessarily get like put the footage up. But tell me what's going. Oh, I'm excited to know.
What happened? I was gonna say Cornbread Mafia.
Yeah. Cornbread Mafia became a very key, touchy subject for Candace. So. Maybe do some research into that too. So I guess that's a thing.
They touched the nerve.
Mafia.
They touched the nerve on her, huh?
It did seem as though it did. She stormed off right after that kind of came up. So
she took her mic off. She looked genuinely in pain, like sad.
And what was it that triggered that? What was the conversation that made all that happen?
Yeah.
You're asking her about the Cornbread Mafia, aka like the hick weed dealers.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of there's some discrepancies online on that you'll probably run into, but from what I know, it's there's also a Dixie Mafia, and when Dr. Phil and the behavior panel kind of mention it, it seems like Dawn kind of giggles about it and was thinking, whoa, I never heard of that one, can't wait to use that as my next excuse or red herring or whatever. But
because they're tight.
Like
behavioral panel and Dr. Phil are pretty tight.
Yeah, so it seems like and they've been friends for a while, it seems, on YouTube at least, from tracking behavior panel since they've kind of been on there. And so it seems like Dr. Phil likely sent behavior panel out for a kind of a recon mission with Candace and Dawn to see if they should invite them to the show type of thing, because about a month ago, behavior panel put up a post in their community tab and then released a show with just kind of analyzing Dawn.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, and so I thought, and even in their community post, they wrote, the interview no one could get. And I was like, I messaged them and it was like, I don't know who your marketing person is, but literally anyone could get an interview with this guy. I would market it more as the interview that the behavior panel finally analyzes. Talk about your expertise. What?
I thought Dawn requested that interview with them.
No, I mean, could have been. Who knows? But the thing is, Dawn will go on anyone's panel. Like, we all know that.
Yeah. Dawn will just show up anywhere. Yeah.
Well, I better.
Oh.
Anyway, so yeah, they. I think that was kind of what I think happened. That was kind of the recon mission. Dr. Phil was like, "How about you guys interview him? See if there's anything there. Use that for your YouTube show." Or clips from that, and then if it does go further, then I'll invite them out to the show, which some of us who've been following them on YouTube know that about a couple of weeks ago they had posted they were going to Hollywood and things, so we all kind of figured this was coming, that they were going to go to the show, and they did use behavior panel clips on the show, but with Candace. So and then that Cornbread Mafia gets mentioned in the interview with Just Dawn about from a month ago, and then now when Candace hears it, it did set her off, and they do analyze it, and wonder why, they do make them very comfortable today in the second part of the show, I would say, and you can find it bootlegged on YouTube.
When they're talking to her, she's like, I don't want to go back to that day. I don't want to relive it. I don't want to give any more details. I've said what I have to say. And they're like, but we're trying to help you. And she's like, it ain't helping me. And it was like all very, now I think it's Candace.
Yeah.
See, that's, I'm okay, good. I fucking kind of rolled back around to it, especially now that you said she's sensitive toward Cornbread Mafia. It's like, ooh, so because she was the one there, like.
Yeah. And I'm talking like she, like you have to look at her face. Like, it is not fake. Something touched a nerve. I don't know what, because I'm not a psychologist, but.
Right.
Enough for her to leave.
The kind of roles they play with each other, though, and at least on camera, how they want to present is, Dawn is the in control one with all the words, and Candace is too emotional to do interviews and can't stand it. And, that's kind of the roles they put themselves in. But every time it comes back to them and what makes them comfortable, when really you guys have one shot for this national interview. And they're trying to help you find your daughter. It's not about if you're comfortable with these questions. It's about putting this girl out there, her face, her story. Who was Summer? Did anybody see anything? Did where might she be? Who could it be? Who could we know? And have people think about it instead of shutting down and saying, well, this isn't helping me. Well, I'm sorry, Candace, this really wasn't about you.
It really wasn't.
This was your time to be an advocate for your daughter.
I'm sorry. I was just going to say, I really have to go back. And check on that. I dropped out for a minute with you, but I got to check this out because the behavioral guys did an interview with the guy I thought was him, Don. Okay. There was one of the times that they didn't, after he finishes talking, they didn't keep cutting back and telling you what to look for and everything. Yeah. They said that was going to be a whole nother episode where they'll tell you what they came away with, okay? Right. And they interviewed this guy, and that's where I thought I heard him say about, a mysterious truck and all that shit, okay? And then I do know that they hang out with Dr. Phil. They've even had him on their show, and he's had them on his show. And so, I'm fascinated by what they might have thought of what he had to say.
Yeah, and as someone who's followed the case, it's a little disappointing, like their analysis of what they quote-unquote do for baseline. I'm sorry, it's hard to get a baseline from one interview when they're in a stressed, high-stress environment. So how they always talk about baseline, and I just think if they really wanted baseline, they should have viewed over time their interviews,
Well, the guy that they were talking to that I thought was Don, they were repeating that when they were talking to him, they go, and we appreciate the fact that you reached out to us. And
maybe he did, but it would have been, and what they say on Dr. Phil, which bothered me too, is like, you wanted to come on here to clear your name. They should not want to come on to clear their name. They should want to come on to find their daughter. What the fuck?
Yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm.
There's something wrong with that. You're on the defensive from the get-go, yet you're saying you're coming on here to prove your innocence. Why don't you come on here to put Summer's face out nationally if you really think she got gone and abducted? And
look at how the Petitos handled it versus how they're handling it.
Exactly.
Do they have an attorney?
Apparently now they do, but I don't know if that's for this or for their sons, getting their sons back, which neither one is going well. They seem unwilling and therefore unable to do the steps necessary to ever have kids back, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think they should either. Yeah,
they shouldn't. No.
So it's very.
I agree with
it's
that.
very watch what Don says, not what they do type of show again. In a way, it just felt like we're still back at square one.
Alley Cats, don't forget to mention that they potentially has like some kind of cell phone records or.
Well, the LE definitely does. They always have more info than we ever will or know. They have the 911 calls. That's not been released. They have supposedly from Candace and Dawn. Supposedly they took lie detector tests. Supposedly they passed them. That's all from Dawn and Candace's mouths. So we don't actually know if that's true. What we do know is in other cases, they will go out of their way to do a press conference and say that the family is cleared if they are cleared.
Yep.
If they are not, they don't. You know.
Well, this thing's killing me. I'm gonna go in here because I communicate with you guys on my phone, so I can't really go anywhere on my phone as long as I want to talk to you.
Sure.
But I can look at my TV, which I have on YouTube. I can check that out while you're here. Okay, I've got to know now what I was talking about because I might be full of shit. It may not be him at all.
I saw that as well. I saw that was the behavior panel releasing kind of the teasers of it. But they used a lot of clip for Dr. Phil.
Yeah, it was still an hour, and they didn't give you. I was kind of disappointed because I've been watching them for a while, and they didn't give you any of their usual diagnosis afterwards. They said, well, we'll be back with another chapter of this. But again, I want to make sure it was in fact him.
I recall that it took them forever to release their actual analysis of it, and so a lot of us were like, "What is happening here? Did you guys get punked by the smooth talker himself?" You know, and kind of are waiting till Dr. Phil gives it the okay, what they can say. You know, we didn't know.
Right. I'm going
Dr.
over
Phil
to the.
does call them on their stuff a bit, though. He does hold their feet to the fire, but he's very kind about it. I thought. What do you think, Erica? He was very nurturing and said, "We don't think it's you."
Yeah, because I've seen him go off on people.
Yeah, but he does make it clear, clear as day. We do not think it's you. We don't think the timeline fits. You couldn't have taken her and killed her, and the dogs would have found her. You know, it just doesn't work in the timeline. He reassures them so that they get comfortable, it seems. You know, he does everything to kind of coddle in a way and get something out of them. And then Candace acted like he read her the riot act, when really he just was saying, I just think subconsciously or somewhere there's something and there was this hot button issue.
Guys, just for the record, I'm looking it up right now, and sure enough, it says Dawn Wells on Summer Wells missing interview, body language. Okay, 3 weeks. It's from 3 weeks ago. All right, but it's an hour and 25. But unless this is the new part, they didn't even actually do any diagnosis of them. They just were talking to him, and I do recall them saying
they were embarrassed and they took it down.
Really, because they kept saying, "Well, we appreciate that you requested us to come see you," you know. So, and I couldn't believe he actually could focus on, and he had enough intelligence to watch them, you know.
Yeah. No, he claims he watches YouTube to learn about how meth addicts act too. He doesn't know from experience, yet he said he knows from experience. So in a different.
So he wants to learn how to lie correctly. Okay.
I mean, he does his research.
That's surprising.
Okay. Wow.
If your full-time job is now covering up for something, I mean, he's a good con man.
Right. Wait a minute.
Mark, what do you think? Where'd he go?
Yeah. Hey, Murky.
Yeah.
Busted. He never listens.
Oh.
Just kidding.
Yeah, it's him, and it's the same episode I'm talking about because I just went on it anyway.
I remember it clearly. I was house sitting at my parents during that time. Yeah, I totally know what you're talking about, John, and it was strange.
He's wearing a ball cap.
Yep.
And they're doing the 4-screen thing like they usually do, but they're not talking at all about what they think.
I know.
That's weird.
It was weird, right?
That is weird.
Yeah.
I think it's because they had some partnership with Dr. Phil on this. You know, you guys can do the recon and release kind of a nothing teaser burger, you know?
Okay.
Which makes sense, you know, I guess. He wanted to see if it was worth flying them out to Hollywood and stuff, which I guess it was.
They just asked him where he was when the kid disappeared, and he said, well, I was in Georgia. That was so yeah, it's definitely the one. I'm just making sure.
He was in Georgia?
Well, that's what he just told me. I just went on a clip.
Rosemary Bly went missing or something?
No, it says they just asked him where he was when he found out that Summer was missing. And he told, I think Scott, the guy with the bald guy, he said, well, I was in Georgia. And I turned it off.
Jonesboro, maybe? He was in Jonesboro. He was not in Georgia.
Oh, well, wait a minute.
So he lied.
Well, I'm
Wait.
pretty sure he doesn't say Georgia.
Okay.
That'd be so obvious.
Well, you're probably right, because I turned it down for you. Oh, wait. Yeah. Hold on. Right here.
I'd love to hear him verbally juggle his 7 alibis.
Right.
You know, he says he's got 7 of them. It's fucking crazy.
He's just a con man, you know?
I still think it's either negligence on her or...
I'm now more and more, I joined a few chats yesterday, about this on different YouTube channels. I'm not even really commenting much, but really just observing and listening to the theories. And it's been interesting, because a lot of these players are on YouTube. So
Hey, ladies, this is bizarre, okay? Check this out. I put it on to make sure I was correct. It was him, okay? But this isn't the same one where I was mentioning that they interviewed him, but they didn't give you any diagnosis or any analysis. This time is going to them after they'll listen to a part of what he says, and now they're making a diagnosis. This is weird.
Yeah, they're
It's
analyzing. They'll say they are not diagnosing, but yeah.
Well, I mean, whatever you want to call what they do, right? They didn't
Just
profile him.
Jameson will be happy if we just call it analysis.
Okay. So they didn't do an analysis the first time. Okay,
Right.
but now they're cutting away and going to them as usual. And this part I honestly haven't seen. The one I saw didn't have any analysis or whatever.
Yeah,
So this is weird. This is strange.
The teaser one. Yeah, but if you watch that back, if it does have the live chat, watch the live chat. There are so many of us in there like, wait, what? Bull crap. You can't see through this? Because he says something about even his sisters taking back what they said about the SA issues, and that never happened. And the behavior panel believes it. It's like, dude, if his baseline is lying, then you're acting like his baseline is a lie. If it's already a lie, then of course you think everything lie is true.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Makes sense.
And
That's just
it was
logic.
so hard to watch as someone who's been like following this and listening to all his versions of all his stories and lies, and it's and changing the story as it evolves, as he knows different details come out, he evolves his story.
I want to hear the 911 call because they clearly say like mother went for a walk and came back 2 minutes later. So we know that Dawn called 911, not
They
her.
both did. They both did.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because he goes, I hung up
He
right
did.
away.
Apparently.
Like all pompous, called 911.
Oh, hey, ladies, you are absolutely 110% right. Okay, they said I heard it wrong because I was trying to listen to YouTube, and they said when it happened with Summer, where were you working? And he said something called Jonesboro.
Yep.
Okay, sorry, my
No
bad,
problem.
misunderstanding. Okay.
And
I
so,
thought you said
and I
Georgia.
was listening to Chris McDonough last night as well, kind of doing analysis of, because they use Chris McDonough's tape for viewing the kind of, and Dr. Phil for viewing the inside of the house, kind of going and viewing. Yeah, because I guess Candace and Dawn didn't want to allow Dr. Phil cameras into the upstairs, and they said they needed to clean up first before they even allowed them into the downstairs.
Whoa.
That's rich.
No, because
That's
now
rich.
her bedroom looks different.
Yeah,
They
the
put a
downstairs they
dresser
allow.
in it. Mm-hmm. It does
they're
not
trying to
look
make
like
it look-
the same room.
Yeah,
Trying to make it look
apparently
civilized.
I heard
Yeah,
a
this case
couple
reeks
YouTube
of fucking-
volunteers came and helped clean up the downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they wanted to look like it's habitable.
Well, they should
know?
want to do that as good parents, but
This look like the trash that they are. Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
And
Makes
so,
sense.
yeah, so when Chris McDonough was kind of on someone's panel last night analyzing Dr. Phil analysis and behavior panel, who I'm sure he approved them using his stuff. He's the retired detective, and
Yeah.
he
McGraw's
he really
people are
says-
fucking tight too. You know they reached out well before.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the one that Dawn is so angry about for outing him for all this stuff when really Mary and Jeannie and these stories came out the day Summer went missing when they called the TBI about it because they thought it was pertinent for TBI to know.
Yes.
Dawn
Yeah.
has a history of this. So Dawn's deflection that everyone's out to get him and that, you know, all these fake things on YouTube. Well, really, it's not fake. It's your own work. You did this, Dawn. It's your bed. You lie in it with your 5-year-old daughter naked, which is gross. You know?
Yeah, it fucking hella is gross. Yeah.
Wait,
Even
naked?
worse.
I didn't hear that.
That he showers with her nightly.
Wait, who's
What?
who's naked? I know the shower, but who's naked in the bed?
Well,
The fall.
it's been implied several times that
Okay.
he likes Summer clean before she comes to bed or whatever because they sleep with her nightly.
But look at
apparently.
your house, bro. I don't believe that for a second.
Ugh,
Right?
I just all of it is not
Come
okay.
on, Mark. Does that make sense to you? My house looks like who did it and ran, but I need a clean baby in my bed. No fucking way.
That goes there with bathe her and bring her to me.
Yeah.
Not to make light of this at all, but I'm just saying that sounds like the old joke about bathe her and bring her to me immediately.
Yes.
So gross.
Oh my god, I haven't heard that. Well, thanks for that positive information.
Well, yeah,
Stairs
it's their neighbor.
disguised.
Their neighbor Jody Sue is really sick of them telling her to shut up, so she decided to kind of out all of this. Just the last couple days, I guess. Gloves are off.
Damn.
Saying I had all this problem with my conscience saying, can I still leave up this picture of my guy from Star Trek, even though I now know for a fact that he diddled his niece who was only like 6 years old. Okay. And I'm like, you know, and it makes you, and I know we talked about it weeks ago and said, well, you know what, I can ignore what they've done and just enjoy what they do. But some things like this are just too much, man.
Yeah,
You know?
some things are too much.
I mean,
yeah, agreed.
Not that there was any question. I mean, I don't even know this guy, and he's not done anything that I appreciate. But I'm just saying, if it happened to have been somebody that I did know and was a fan of, I don't think I could still look past this.
No.
You know?
Hard.
Hell no.
Cosby records.
Say again?
I said Mark's got Bill Cosby records.
I used to have a whole stash of them. I had every Bill Cosby record. When I met Lux, like unintentionally on display, like embarrassingly so.
Awkward.
Yeah,
I've
like
got
as
Fat
awkward as
Albert.
possible.
I've got the whole Fat Albert show on disc, okay?
Hey, nothing wrong with that. But photos of the dude on LPs stacked up in a very already sketchy situation. Like my house was bad. It was scary, inherited and falling apart, and small.
I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah, one bedroom, one bath.
But at least you're self-aware.
Oh yeah, yeah, very true.
But you know what's really kind of weird is that he has a bit on his album called "Why Is There Air," and the joke is to fill a basketball. But in that on that record, okay, he always worked pretty clean, and he has a joke about how he had a really bad toothache, so this lady down the hall from him gave him some aspirins that you ladies take for menstruation. I think Midol, and he said he actually felt better.
Tread
And he
lightly,
goes,
John. Tread lightly.
Yeah.
that's all it is to it. But it's just funny to hear that now when you know all his back with pills and
I'm
things,
kidding.
Yeah.
And Erica, you were absolutely right about putting Robert Downey Jr. out there like that. Shouldn't have done that. Except that he was taking selfies with people, so I don't think he was worried.
I was just busting your balls. No worries.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I don't mean to sound like a wuss, but I get really hung up on that. The other day I went to pay my rent, and the lady here says to me, because I was a little behind, and she said, just take a second. She says to me, by the way, I've heard talk you're looking at getting a new telephone, and if the big guy finds out you're buying a phone when you owe a couple weeks rent, he's probably going to throw you out. And I've had no interest. In fact, my phone is still under my ex's is a program, right? I wouldn't dream of getting rid of it because I only have to pay $20 a month for it.
Oh,
Okay?
yeah, that's a good deal.
I don't know where she got this information.
That's crazy.
But it's like, yeah, and she tells me this, and I go, well, I don't know who said that. So I went right to my sponsor. I said, listen, and the reason I mentioned it is because I get so uptight. So like when you mentioned that thing, Erica, about Robert Downey, I hung up and I was like, fuck, that's right. I shouldn't have done that. Oh, man.
Oh, no, you'll get to know me. I was totally busting your balls.
I'm sure, but I whenever it's something like that, I feel like I
also
need
had
to
Wyatt as their heir. Sorry, in the chat, Zito said he has all the Kazi rig. I also had Wyatt. I think that was the one that was actually on the top.
You know that Da Vinci? You know
As
that
long
Da
as
Vinci?
you don't have Don Wells on your panel, okay? And
Yeah,
fanboy
please
over
don't do
him.
that. That's a terrible idea.
Oh, God.
No. But I mean, I
Fanboy
take
over
something something small that one of you guys might say or somebody says to me, and I start treating myself like I'm that Da Vinci Code where you beat yourself with that stick.
You know what, John? What other people
I do
think
that.
about you is none of your business.
Oh, I like that. I like that. Yeah, but I can't help it's just who I am. You know, I want everybody to like me. You know, so I try to be fun.
What other people think about me is none of my business, and it's very freeing.
Yeah,
I like that. It sure would take a lot of stress off of me. You know, if I just didn't care quite so much. You know, you're right. But anyway, but speaking of a guy that nobody liked, okay, let's go back to this motherfucker. Okay,
yeah.
So he was at work. He says, and Joanne or whatever you said, and there he is. Okay, so it definitely was him, and now they're offering their analysis, which I find really.
Mind you, John, he was an hour away at work, but he packed up his tools and beat the police back to his house.
So he says.
The police
Well,
said
did
they
they
only
call the
took 45 minutes to come out. The police said we came out within 45 minutes of the call.
So they called the police before this guy even got home, huh?
So, Candace called Don. Don said, okay, go look for her. Hung up. He called 50 and then got there before they did. He called 911. They come very quick.
Well, I'm not trying to be I'm not trying to be hard to get along with, okay? But maybe you can clear this up for me then, okay? If she got so touchy and they hit a nerve talking about the cornbread mafia or whatever, okay, and it seems like she's a little shaky, okay? Why does it seems weird that she would be so willing to call the cops, right?
She didn't.
You know?
He did.
They both did.
Oh, well, yeah, that makes a big difference. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't understand.
Alex is reporting that she did as well, but I didn't hear that, but she is on the case, trust me.
Oh, sure. No, okay. All right. Yeah. You guys are on top.
But first she said she went for a 10-minute walk, and she said, oh, I would never walk out here because of the critters, blah, blah, blah. So...
Yeah, that's what McDonough is saying. Be careful about those initial reports, because when there's an Amber Alert and it's what was reported as a 4-year-old girl goes missing and it's going over the wires, they don't really care about the specifics quite yet.
Right,
they just
5.
Because she's 4 or 5 years old. That's all that really gets said, you know, and she's blonde hair, blue eyes, and this is the area. And then they send, the caseworker out there, and then they start getting the real story. But when you call it in, really all they need is like the fast and furious facts. And so Chris McDonough, that was his case he was making last night on a panel, saying, as much as we want to analyze that, they're not releasing the tapes yet, and so it's almost silly to why get so worried about what they said. We don't know. There are tapes. They know what was said.
Yes.
That's all that really matters. But and things do get messed up in that first dispatch call that are seemingly really important details now. But then all they really need to know is we need, everybody out there, red alert, Amber Alert. Get this, get that, then we'll get the details later.
Yeah. I just say it is hella important, though, if she did indeed say, changed her story. We should
We don't know, yeah. But that would be one of many that they've changed along this ride. So it's really...
Right. Well, I'm having a real strange deja vu here, because story I told you guys a long time ago, a few weeks ago, that I was so compelled to find out what the fuck had happened to this case that I was watching in my hometown, that I called him and made sure I made the disclaimer. Look, I got nothing to do with this. I don't know if you got anybody or not. I'm dying to know, because I was afraid, the way things are. I've heard of people calling something and doing something. Next thing you know, they had the CIA at their door because of somehow. I think it was something I heard from special guests that
the arsonist was usually watching in the crowd. They say so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so I called this news room in town, and I called them up and said, listen, I'm a big fan, but here's the thing. Can you tell me what happened? And the story they gave me, thank God they had wrapped it up because they didn't suspect me. And they said that the poor girl, she shouldn't have been out at this hour anyway, 12 years old, 11:30 at night, walking home from a skating rink in a real Hee-Haw Hill type area of Richmond, right? And it turned out that the guy at the end of her cul-de-sac, who looked just like this Don guy, actually, he was the one who ended up taking her as she was coming home from the skating rink, at 11:30 at night. Now the parents, they shouldn't have been letting the 12-year-old walk back and forth in the pitch dark, on a rustic road. But still, it turns out it's a neighbor, two houses down. And I don't know the details, how they found her or what condition she was in or what he had done, but he was the one who had taken her and killed her, apparently. And this sounds so familiar to this,
Yeah.
Yeah. Who had taken her.
It really does.
It's really sad. But the trauma, I mean, this is going to be horrible to say, and I know you might hate me after this, but you'll wonder almost, depending on what happened to her, if it's not a better thing if she's no longer with us.
No,
okay.
It's kindness through nature being vicious. It's something that happens. It's something that you see a lot. It's think
how that poor girl's life. Let's say they found her tomorrow and she's alive. Barely. And they nurse her back to health and all that. I mean, the most horrible story of real crime that I have heard in recent memory, two different ones, but they made a movie out of the one where the guy kept the girl locked in one single room all the time and had a baby with her, and she actually got the kid and worked it out. So the kid got rolled up in a carpet, pretending like he was dead, and he, according to the movie, he ended up climbing out of the truck with the carpet in it and got a hold of a cop and was somehow able to lead him back to where he was coming from. And that's how they got this guy. Then you've got the guy who held a few women in his house, chained up or whatever, and one of them managed to get to the door while he was out of the house. And I remember the story was funny about some guy walking down the street on his way to McDonald's. He got a lifetime supply of McDonald's now because he saw the girl at the door, and she goes, "You gotta help me! I'm being held against my will."
Yeah.
And he called the cops. I mean, so he got, and they saved her life. And it turns out there was like 3 or 4 other girls in this guy's menagerie, right? I'm just thinking.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
All right,
that guy was like, he's like, I ate ribs with this dude.
Yeah. But I mean, But I mean, imagine how traumatized. I don't know how much therapy it would take to ever get past that. You know what I mean?
Totally.
Yeah. But step one is to find Summer. We can worry about all that.
Yeah. Of course.
The sad part is it's all become all about these parents, and they might be a part of Cornbread Mafia or family part of it. Maybe that's why, Candace felt very triggered by it. Who knows? You know? Maybe they nailed it.
Well, my buddy from New York, I met him here working at a factory. And he was rubbing elbows. His neighborhood was the Gotti neighborhood, and he knows I love him telling the stories. And he always told me, watch this movie with Johnny Depp, man. They talk about Fugazi. Fugazi means bullshit jewelry. But anyway, the detail was he told me that at one point, and I didn't know this till I saw the movie, but Gotti's son was run over by a guy down the street backing out of his driveway, right? And it killed the kid. And the kid was probably 7, 8, and the guy's like, I feel terrible. This is awful. I'm really sorry. And my buddy tells me that after that, Gotti was like, "Oh, I understand. It was an accident." Next thing you know, that guy was found in a 50-gallon drum in sulfuric acid, right? And they can't really ever put a finger on who might have had any reason to do that. But, Gotti's son was killed by this guy accidentally. So, it's just, I'm just saying, it's like people, you would think the parents would be more about, I mean, that's an extreme, but, somewhere between how Gotti handled it and how these guys are handling it with their kid missing, there's got to be a medium. You know what I mean?
Well, we've seen it in a healthier way from a lot of parents, Well,
look at Gabby, the Gabby parents, right?
Exactly.
They seem like what you'd be, or what you should be like, Right. And I told you I had that little taste of it when my daughter decided to go to a buddy's house instead of coming home off the bus. And it could have turned into this Summer Wells. Thank God it didn't. But I mean, we didn't know whether to smack her or hug her, which we ended up hugging her. We didn't want the cops to see us smack her. But we knocked on the door down at the next apartment. It's one of those apartment buildings where they all look identical. So we went. I said, "Oh, maybe she's over at Tori's house." We go to Tori's house, okay, and there she is. She answered the door even. She goes, "Oh, hi, Daddy." And I went, "What the hell?" And we had an hour where we went through every emotion you can imagine. I got 10 cops standing around me. I mean, I can see at least that part of it. I see how that works now. Okay. Yep. And the trouble with me, I have a psychological situation where, and this is going to sound terrible too. I say a lot of shit that makes me look bad, but I have this condition where when they called me at work and told me my dad had passed away a couple years ago, right? I went outside to take the call because as soon as his buddy called me, his husband, and he said, yeah, Chris passed away. And I said, I'm so sorry. And I felt something, but I didn't break down like I think people are supposed to. And that's something in my character flaw, okay? I don't do that.
It's a coping mechanism. Exactly. It's a dissociating.
Well, I felt bad because when I look back on this thing with my daughter that time, okay, I look back on it and I was telling the wife about this one time. I said, they would think I was the guy who did it if you watch me because I just don't. My first instinct is to be all butch, I mean, I can shed tears in a movie if it's sad enough, okay? But when something real like that happens, and I've proven this now, I turn into a rock, which might be helpful, but you got to show some grief. These guys will bust you in a heartbeat, and I had nothing to do with it, and she was fine. But right. if she hadn't been fine, you see how paranoid I am about calling the news and telling them I didn't have anything to do with it. Yeah, well, I was feeling like that. I was already trying to make my defense. It's just that's just me. That's how my mind works. I'm fucked up. So whatever.
And I might, if somebody saw you in that one instance, they may think that. The thing is, like somebody like me, I'm sure there's others who've been following this case for so long, since day one, and gotten to see over time kind of what closest you could get to like a baseline and then extremes of highs and lows that these parents have gone through, and never once have they had a glimmer of hope that she was alive. Sometimes it seems like they'll say it just to say it and it's written in an interview, but I've never seen them ever express any hope or want for someone to bring her back, or this is what she looks like. It's like it's a strange.
They would say like when she comes home or something like that. Is that what you mean? Like, yeah, they're not saying that at all, ever.
Or making a plea if she is out there abducted, like they claim. They're not saying, bring her back. I'll do anything,
Well, the last case that I watched the behavioral panel do before this Summer Wells started happening was they had done something, this is probably months ago, they did something where there was the mother and the father, and they did seem like, they had like two teeth between them, and they were standing up there at the podium, okay, and the behavioral guys had a lot to say about it, okay, basically they thought they were full of shit, and I remember them pointing out how this guy had like a white knuckle type grip on his wife's arm, okay, pulling her into it, right? And I just remember the one comment they made was, that is like, he's probably abusing her, and he's pulling her closer, like, keep the story. Remember what we're supposed to agree on. And later on, they did find out he had done something with the kid. Okay, but I'm watching that, and they're doing that bullshit. You pretending to be choked up, and they're going, "We're helping the police in any way possible. We've given them pictures over and all that." And I mean, he was crocodile tears all the way. Okay, but I looked at that, and pitiful as this is, I go, dude, I couldn't even produce the tears to fake it. Okay, I mean, I just don't get like that, and it scares me because I had a therapist tell us about a sociopath opposed to a psychopath, and one of the examples they gave to understand how those guys think, they said, picture this, okay, psychopath, whichever one, will go down the street, okay, heading to get some Chinese food. They'll see a car has hit a kid, maybe dead, maybe not. Mother's in grief, holding the kid in her arms, and she's going, "My baby." And the psychopath might stand there for a few minutes and observe the crowd, and everything, because he's looking to figure out those feelings and try to imitate them, because he has none of his own. Okay, but then he'll proceed to go on and get the food, and when he gets the food, he'll walk back past there, and if there's still a crowd and they're still going on, he might stay another minute or two, but again, it's just as an observationist,
right?
And that seems weird, man. So I know I'm not that guy. Okay, I feel things for people,
And that's what, whenever they start an interview with Don, really, his main thing he likes to come across is the sympathetic figure who got raised in prisons and who, learned the hard knocks of life that way. And, when somebody says that, they were raised then how to manipulate, how to work the system, He's been observing his whole life.
And he's institutionalized.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. They don't know any other way. It's like those guys.
What works and what doesn't, and then he does what works. He doesn't do what's right. Doesn't even really come into play sometimes. I think in his mind, it's just what's going to be the least path of resistance here. I'll take that.
Yeah.
And what looks better? Of course, what looks better?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a big one. Yeah, what looks the best? Oh shit! Did Erica just drop $2 in the super chat?
Oh, thanks, Erica.
Oh snap! Look at that. It says, "Hey you." Got a little pear man shaking his booty. Sorry, I'm trying to. I keep the text thing open now on a different device, so I can actually chime into the YouTube text, because I guess they fight with Streamlabs. But that puts us at $8 out of $50 in the merch raffle.
Well, Mark, listen, I am going to give you some money one time. I promise you.
No,
I feel like an asshole because I get all this good conversation from you. You guys put up with my long ass stories, okay?
No, we're
and I don't have time to give. It's like not tipping your waiter, man. I'm sorry.
No, sir. I'll hear nothing about it. We are scheming to get you something, actually. So don't you dare, my friend. Don't you dare, my friend. You use that money for yourself. Please take care of yourself. Above all else.
All I want is unlimited cigarettes.
Unlimited Hey, I've actually asked a couple different gas station attendants, half lit this, like, hey, can I get the bottomless Marlboro Reds? And they're like, what? The bottomless one. The pack that doesn't end. And they're like, that's fuck off. Every time.
Yeah, right. Wow. I used to be so piss poor broke, man. Me and my pothead buddy or roommate, we'd go down to, because we lived in Richmond, we'd go to the Philip Morris tour they would have, and at the end of the tour, they would give you a couple of packs. They had these little tiny, cute little pack imitations. They're real cigarettes, but they'd only give you 10 in each pack. So we'd go through that fucking that tour like 4 or 5 times in a row till they wouldn't let us go back anymore, and each time we'd grab handfuls of those cigarettes at the end, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's like doing the Coors Brewery tour just for the beer at the end.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, all you need is a beer and a cigarette, Sure. Yeah. We used to have a Safeway grocery store in our town. Okay. It was hit so hard because at one point in the late 80s, they used to keep the cartons of cigarettes on a spinning pedestal thing on one of the aisles. Okay, cartons of cigarettes. Now they're all behind the counter, way behind the counter. But at this point, they were on this spinning thing like a comic book stand, right? And you just pull out your carton, right? So it was hit so hard by me and all the people we knew. We'd be going in. Some of our friends would be coming out. And how's it looking today? Oh, it's pretty cool today. So then we'd go on in there. We'd get our 3 or 4 cartons. That guy just got 3 or 4 cartons. It got so bad they had to put a buzzer in there. So when you pulled the carton out, it made a pitched, beep beep. And then, then they finally put them behind the counter. But man, we were hitting them so fucking hard. It's pitiful, man. I had to make amends about all that shit.
Yeah. I mean, if you ain't been abusing something like that in your life, we're better company than that. We've been there, done it.
I used to go to Toys R Us. Okay, and I'm talking about since being an adult. Okay, I do the models. I go to Toys R Us, and they stopped having models after a while, but not because of me. But I'd go there, get a model of the Enterprise, about $12, big box. Okay, I would open it into the box, act like I'm browsing for like an hour. Get the side of the box open, shove in there the parts from some other model I wanted to, and have the combined models in one box and pay the $12. Or I'd go buy something for the kids, and I would shove the shit I wanted in there with a diaper genie. Okay, and never got popped for that one, and I got to make amends to them too, But Toys R Us doesn't exist anymore, so my sponsor said, "Well, you just pray about it,
Yeah. Yeah,
you can apologize to Amazon because they bought out Toys R Us essentially.
Oh shit, that's right. Basically, yeah.
I tell you these stories, guys, and I hope you don't judge me because I did some really slimy shit, man.
Please.
Who would I be the judge? I'd be hell no. I've been.
We've all been young and dumb.
Yeah, I've been gross. I got Chief in here right now to tell you, homeboy was gross.
Hey, I mean, it's your story. You're just being truthful. And if anyone judges,
I know you.
Markies.
Good old,
I know
good old Jefferson Street, bro.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, I've been gross, dude. You've been fucked up.
I actually think I told you about this, but and stop me if I have. But
real quick, John, I'm just gonna hop off here. But everyone have a great.
Oh, I'm
week.
sorry. I thought you were done. I'm so sorry.
No, I am. I'm just gonna hop off, and thanks for having me. And I look forward to Monday.
Bye, Erica. I have to go soon too because I've got a happy hour with my mom and grandma real quick.
Hey, thank you guys so much for catching us up on the Summer Wells stuff because I've been dying to kind of know some opinions on the Dr. Phil things. And thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, I could jump on possibly Monday next week or whenever you want to talk about, once you do watch some of this, everybody do their homework. And I have a few things I still want to show. And then, and then we could talk about a couple things that, like the kidnapped versus abducted conversation.
Yeah, absolutely.
It says kidnapped in this. They make a big deal about it. Is it a big deal? Anyway, you'll have thoughts after you watch it, I'm sure.
I'll talk to you.
Hey, ladies, before you take off, I gotta tell you something. I just popped into my head. My mom had back in the late 70s. She had a book by Dr. Phil. Okay, and he actually was doing books back then, and he was still a bullet head. But I'll never forget the picture on the back. He's in a Speedo on the beach, right? So he thought he was all that at one time. My mom thought he was hot.
Oh shit! He used to sling dick, huh? Okay.
But it's funny though because he looked younger, but he was still a bullet head. Yeah, he still had that dome, but he was in his little acorns in a sack there. Yeah,
I can't believe he's out there slanging hog like that.
And I'll talk to you later.
Bye, Erica.
Bye.
Have a great weekend.
Yes, have a good evening.
I wanted to let you guys know too, I'm judging an agave spirits competition all weekend too.
Ooh.
So, hopefully come home with some good tequila spirits afterwards.
Okay.
Well, take a drink for me, please.
Yeah, we just kind of sip, and it's like a really boring wine tasting type style with like professional nerds about it during the event, but it's like 9 to 4, 2 days at a conference room. So
I don't want the fucking Cabernet. I don't want to drink.
Yeah,
you gotta know that movie, guys.
Boy,
Paul Giamatti, right? Paul Giamatti. I don't drink the fucking Cabernet.
Yeah,
anyway,
exactly. Yep. Sideways.
Oh, I loved Sideways. I liked it. I know people who didn't like that film, but I liked Sideways.
I liked it too.
I like Paul Giamatti though. I really like him.
If you guys
Commentating
get a
first
chance,
word.
see Psalm if you haven't. That's pretty funny too, or like
We did
interesting
see
about
Psalm,
the
yeah.
whole.
Okay. And you know what? There's a great show on HBO, but I can't remember the name of it. But Jack Black plays a preacher in The Family, but he's one of those TV
Bernie.
preachers like Jim Baker. What's that?
Oh wait, no, not Bernie. I thought you were talking about Bernie.
No, it's no. Well, no. I know that one too, but no, that was based on a true story. But
Yeah.
this is a comedy, okay? And actually, maybe he's not in it. I know it's that guy.
You're thinking John Goodman.
That's in, you know the Land of the Lost movie they did.
Yep.
Will Ferrell. Okay, the black-haired guy who does a lot of comedy, who's in that movie.
Danny
That's
McBride.
What's that?
Danny McBride.
And yeah, he's the head of the household in this, and he plays this televangelist. And you know, it's all about stealing money, and all the families involved, and stealing from each other.
I
It's
forget
great
the name
stuff.
of the show. Angel will be mad that I forgot the name of the show, but I don't know where Angel's at, but she should pop in the chat and remind us the name of the show. She loves that show. It's a really good
It's
show.
fantastic.
Oh man, I about had it on the tip of my tongue. I forget the
What's
name of
that?
it, but yeah, it's about generational televangelism. What's
Yeah.
funny about it, man? Really good.
Good stuff. Man. That's probably why I thought about Jack Black, because of that movie you mentioned, Bernie. It was similar, or his appearance was similar to Danny McBride's. That's why.
Oh yeah, dang straight. Rock says, my 25th day as a Murky, and as always, another great show. Thank you so much, Rock. That means a lot to me. You ride or diers, man, I really love you guys. I thank you for sticking with me every day. I do a lot of content. I'm on here a lot.
Well, you guys have become my whole fucking social world, man. Really, I don't even do Facebook much anymore. Okay, I'll make an occasional video when I've gotten a new chip or something, because I'm on a treatment page there. But as far as somewhere I know I can go on a daily basis almost and shoot the shit with people who get me. Okay, now I know I pushed it though with some of my stories, could really have you develop a bad judgment on me. Okay, I understand that.
No,
but I tell them I mean, just that one day about the cassette tape, okay?
Yeah.
That might gross some people out, all right?
Well, then
You know,
they've never
and
been a little boy.
Well, you guys are a lot more tolerant than most people I deal with.
Yeah,
you know?
that story
And I
grossed you out.
appreciate
You've never been a little boy, and if you want to know the dirty details, I'll tell you every pillow I have humped. How about that? How about at one point I
Thank you
lived
so
in a
much,
place
sir.
where I've probably tried to fuck most of the furniture. Little
Oh,
boys
yeah,
are gross, man. That's like the first thing we learn how to do is try to fuck stuff. Like
I'm not gonna talk dirty because I still don't quite grasp what the limitations are. I know we all got in that trouble the other day when we were saying stuff. Well, some people were saying stuff, but anyway, this is funny though, and it's not dirty really.
I'm gonna head out, guys.
Hey,
Sorry.
you take it easy, Allie.
Enjoy your
As long
weekend.
as you
I'll
ain't
make it-
violating YouTube TOS, we're good. No big words.
That's what I want to make sure of. I want you to know I always give a disclaimer, so I'll let you know I know what to
Well,
say. And,
no-
I'm
no-
a 10-second delay.
Yeah, no
But check this
racist
out.
words or connotations or illusions of.
No,
And you're
not
good
at
to
all.
go.
Not
Yeah,
at all.
You're good to go.
It's more in line with the cassette. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm
so-
gonna head out.
so the
I have
white-
one movie rec before I go, though. It's like a documentary on kind of the style of bartending and that whole life I was in case anybody wants to
Yeah.
watch it. It's kind of interesting. If you liked Psalm and that sort of thing, check out Hey Bartender from 2013.
A bartender from 2013. Got it on the
Yeah.
suggestions list now. Hell yeah.
I think
I-
it's on YouTube even, and I know a bunch of the people in there. A bunch of them were like my friends in that pro world, and it's a good look into it, kind of.
Oh yes.
Well, I'm not trying to sound cool, but a lot of the times they tell you around here in my program I'm in, you don't want to watch some stuff because it could be a trigger, and it doesn't bother me a bit, right? So I'll check it out. Yeah,
and
not at all.
it's more about the way we look at it is more like a cocktail's like a plate of food, like a chef would put it together, like with balance and finesse and local ingredients, fresh, seasonal, that sort of thing, or the
Sure.
classics, learning the history and the culture,
Yeah.
and why you're drinking what you're drinking for what occasion,
Yeah. It took me a couple of years to be able to not be triggered by some of that, and then be able to like appreciate it in the heat of the art form. I don't know, like to know art broadly is to see it in all things, all manner of human creation, and that's one of those in particular that's like I'm always fascinated by. But I'm a really big fan of things like "Fuck That's Delicious" or if you want to go
probably
back.
really like "Hey Bartender." Yeah.
Okay, hell yeah.
Yeah, you know what? You know what's funny about those triggers, right? None of the usual stuff. Like if you were on camera and you were taking a big gulp of some whiskey, that doesn't bother me. The funny thing that bothers me and makes me think, oh wow, yeah, I remember that was fun, was when I hear a guy like John Hamm in Mad Men. They pick up the glass and you hear him clink a couple ice cubes in the glass first, right?
Yeah.
There's no other sound of ice cubes hitting a glass except for that alcohol sound to me, right? That one triggers me more than anything, you know? And it happens in a lot of movies, you know, unfortunately.
That's a tough one to avoid too. Like that's one of those that's like, yeah, you have to till your Zen card in a certain way for that one. That one's I kind of get you there. There's I'm for what sets me off more than anything is I have an unusual attachment to the smell of things. Scent is a really big trigger for me.
Yeah.
And I've definitely, it took me a while to get used to. It's like I used to not be able to drink Sprite when I got sober because I was just expecting alcohol. You know what I'm saying? Like
ready for that vodka,
yeah.
I couldn't drink it for the longest because that's what I always chase my vodka with, right?
Exactly.
And I couldn't, and it's only lately that I can drink it as long as I put some grape juice in it, you know, and make a fizzy grape juice. It's delicious.
Yep. Get that physical habit out of the way with your hands. You know what I mean? That was another big one for me, is like the tactile sensation of preparing something. That's, you know, that was a big one.
Well, I had a buddy that
all right,
this
guys,
doesn't sound
have a
well.
good weekend.
Hey, take it easy.
Hey, you have a good one, Allie.
Take care. Bye.
All right. I had a buddy in Florida, and his thing was crack. Okay, and he was in recovery. Okay, and he told me his biggest trigger, something I didn't know about some drugs. Okay, some drugs have an anticipation reaction in you that, to be blunt, okay, makes people suddenly have to go take a crap. Okay, it's something about the expectation or the thrill of that you're about to get your drug. Okay, so and then you know you get it, you go home. But the first thing the guy would tell me was that he'd have to sometimes stop the car and run into a bathroom because he was that jazzed up about to get his drug. So his trigger now was the little metal spikes that you see to mark off property. They'll have a little flag on them. Okay, and then you'll see them in yards to mark off the property line. And he said those he used to always use to tap into the bowl he was using to kind of clean it out a little bit. Okay, and so when he goes down the street and he sees one of those, it reminds him of the whole thing, to the point where he told me a couple of times he had to stop, take a crap. And I was just like, okay, yeah, hey, different strokes for different folks. Everybody's different, you know.
Yeah.
That was wild. That blew my mind, you know. But anyway, man.
Sorry.
And no. My disclaimers, like I talk about. Okay, I think I had mentioned it to you, so I'll just paraphrase it all down to a 2-minute story. I was involved one time, okay, in my life, to where, you know, I've told you all over and over about making a disclaimer when I'm asking the news what happened to somebody, to let them know I didn't have anything to do with it and shit like that. And you know, I had a friend of mine that I met while I was in jail for a shoplifting thing. I got 30 days, right? And back then you could smoke in jail. So I was out of cigarettes, and there was this guy, and he was real nice to me, and he gave me like a half a pack of cigarettes, right? So I'm watching the news after we got back from lunch, right? And the guy was real close. I said, "Excuse me, sir, you got a cigarette you can spare?" He goes, "Here, take these." And real nice guy, didn't give it another thought. I come back and switch on the TV, and the same guy who gave me the smokes is about to be decided whether he's going to get, you know, the death penalty, because he was chased by the cops through the woods, leaned up against a tree, and when the cops ran by, he jumped out, pulled their own gun on him, and shot him. Okay, so now he was, you know, about to be facing his charges that day, right? So I guess his attitude was like, well, I probably won't eat him. Here you go. Yeah, and I was like, that blew my mind, you know? And I didn't want to go up to him after that and say, dude, you're that guy. Let me give you back your cigarettes, right? I was afraid he was going to want the same pack back like they do sometimes. But no, he was the nicest dude. As laid back as you could imagine. I would have never guessed that this is what he did. I would have guessed he did something like I did, like credit card fraud or something, right?
Yeah.
This guy's cold-blooded, man. Cold-fucking-blooded, And yeah, so it was amazing to me, You don't know who you're talking to.
Wow, yeah, you never know. You're like, man, I probably would have stashed that pack of smokes for realsies if I would have known you was that,
Yeah.
Wow.
And I got a smoke from another dude one time, and this guy was, big time gay, and he didn't make any bones about it. And he like, I like you, you're cute. And because of my dad, that kind of shit would, just traumatize somebody if they're straight and they don't like that shit.
Yeah.
Because of my dad and my son, I didn't have a son then, but anyway, because of my dad, I had no problem with it, right?
Yeah.
So he's basically flirting with me. He gives me a cigarette and fed him to me whenever I wanted, but he was across the hall from me in another day room, right? So we would talk at the window to each other a lot. And so I get out of jail, okay, and I get in an argument with my then girlfriend, and I'm terrified. Like, where am I gonna fucking go, man? This bitch is a bitch. So I called this guy up because he gave me his number. I said, dude, could I sleep on your floor for a couple of nights until my girlfriend gets her shit back together? He goes, yeah, sure, come on over. And I was like, I hope I don't have to run around the house, being chased by this guy. But he wasn't like that, okay? So I meet another friend of his, and he was a Star Trek fan. He was gay also. And, didn't give it another thought. We watched Star Trek all the time. And about 2 weeks later, I go back to my girlfriend. We work things out, okay? And then, a week or two after that, I'm minding my own business. We're having dinner, okay? And I mean, my girlfriend was they were kind of white trashy. I'm sorry to say that. And we live with their mother and everything. Shitty little neighborhood. Well, here comes a detective to the door, and he wants to talk to me outside. So I'm like, well, fuck, what did I do now? And he says, he's here to ask me some questions regarding this guy, the gay guy that I was in jail with. And I said, yeah. He goes, let me ask you something. And he took me outside because he goes, let me ask you, did you ever let him blow you? Yeah. And I'm like, excuse me? I said, excuse me? He goes, you can tell me, man. He goes, did you ever let him have a little, get a little blowjob from him? I said, no, sir. And I looked at him like, what the fuck is your problem? And I said, no, why? And it turns out they had found both the dudes I was talking about tied to a chair with their heads blown off. Okay. I've never been that close to a real murder or something, right? And I said, I just saw him 2 weeks ago. And he goes, the cop says, well, this is what happened. And, I didn't make the mistake that OJ made later, which was to say who did it. I just, I could have, because he'd already told me what had happened to the guy. So, but instead I was like, I hope you don't think it was me. And he goes, no, but I need you to identify somebody for me. And he pulled out these mugshots, these two young kids. And I had seen them in my 2 weeks at this guy's house, come into his house and push him around and bully this guy and call him a fag, pardon my French, okay? And all these nasty things, ask him for money, drink his beer, and then just like call him an asshole and walk out of his house. And, it was just bullies, okay? And these were the two guys that the cop was showing me. And I said, yeah, I met that guy. Yeah, as a matter of fact, he was a real asshole. Yeah. And the guy says, okay. And he says, okay, thank you. And lo and behold, a couple of days later, it's on the news. They got this guy and the other guy for killing these dudes. And I was just like, wow, I hope they didn't tell them who said anything.
Yeah, I hope they don't. Drop the ball. Yeah, whatever, drop the dime, whatever the fucking phrase is. Drop the ball. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I was terrified, man, especially since at that time I was kind of back and forth because I'd often get caught for a stupid move of shoplifting. I was an idiot, man. I'd get drunk and think I was, the ultimate thief, right? Yeah. And I'd do stupid shit, man. So yeah, I was getting in a lot of trouble at the time, but luckily I never ran into those guys again. But yeah, that freaked me out, man. Speaking of true crime, right? Closest I've ever been to a big crime like that, But anyway, that's me.
Word.
So how much longer are you going to be around, man?
Tonight. For tonight, I think I got probably, let's see, we're just now hitting the 5th hour. Probably going to roll till about
4:05ish my time, so 5 o'clock y'all's time.
Oh.
You know, so we'll do probably
I'm
6
sorry.
hours today. That was my plan.
We
gotta address the clickbait title, man, which is we finally address everything. We finally address all the rumors. We spill all the tea.
Well, I don't think I can top my cassette tape story. So, if I may just talk to you on a normal, level for a second.
Yeah.
I was saying when the ladies came by with their breaking news, which I think is awesome. Okay. And when the ladies, I got a long distance crush on you, Erica, if you're listening. So when the ladies were talking about that, I was in the middle of talking to you about seeing that new Batman trailer.
Yes, that's right.
And-
yes, we were talking about the Zodiac kind of vibed Riddler.
Well,
yes.
Yeah, all I wanted to say was regarding the first one that they released, okay, I was like, yeah, that Zodiac type thing. You could hear the tape. It was creepy. It was nice. I like that. Yeah, I want to see him make. And I know you don't like the guy much, but what I feel like is I call him they Nolanize the stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
Meaning, they bring it into a reality of what if a guy
They
would
darken it up a little bit. They take what worked in a movie in the past and they add that to it now.
Yeah, like he wouldn't walk around with the suit covered in question marks. Okay, that looks downright corny looking back on it now. But
Gotham
the way
had the
they've
balls
got
to
him,
do it, though. I'll tell you that.
It looks realistic, okay, and it's definitely no Batman Forever, okay.
Yeah.
So I was really happy with every image they showed me in that little 1 minute trailer or 2 minute trailer. So now this new one just hit. They just dropped a new one, and unfortunately, man, this is just my opinion, but looking at this one from the beginning to the end of it, okay, a couple of images are from that first trailer, but most of them are just expounding on some of the stuff that you saw in the first trailer. So there's a lot of the Batmobile coming through a wall of fire, jumping through it, right, and landing on the ground. And to summarize, all I'm saying is it really kind of smacked of all the rest of the movies you've ever seen. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought this was going to be unique. Okay. I really did. And now it's the more they're showing me, the less unique it's becoming, so I don't know if I'm disappointed or not. I'll go check it out, but it just, the second trailer is a little disappointing in my opinion.
They're dropping a lot of what it is, the mysticism behind what they had before. Because, they were working with some really rough early footage when they released that first trailer. And now we have kind of the actual full conceptual idea out there and what the actual combat and stuff will look like. Which, as a dude who's a nerd for fight choreography, I'm not mad at it. I think it's kind of cool what they're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, actually, that first one, I guess my biggest beef with it at all, everything looked fantastic, and I liked the little tiny pieces they were giving you. But, because you've heard of people complaining about trailers that actually spoil shit from the movie. If the way they edit it, and if you've seen enough movies, you can kind of get it anyway. You can say, that's got to be from an ending scene, or that's got to be whatever. But there's some that outright spoil movies on their own. They actually spoil their own movie because they give you shit that you that guy's gonna die. We just saw that, okay. And the first Batman trailer, the only thing that really bugged me was I couldn't stand, and a lot of people also agree, when he pulls his mask off and he's got the black makeup he puts on, which is, I understand that, but it's starting to run down his face because he's been sweating or something. Yeah. And he just, and his hairdo, okay, he looks like a freaking a goth guy. Okay. Yeah. And he looks like he's back in Twilight, and I just didn't care for that image. I'd rather not see him without his mask on, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because he looks like he makes I don't know, he doesn't make a good Bruce Wayne, in my opinion.
Yeah.
That was my only beef.
Yeah, see, I think he'll play a fine Bruce Wayne. I'm not too mad at Rob Patton Bat, the new Patton Bat. I'm not mad at him. But, I'm not, I'm at the point where it's like, look, you can cast literally a plank of wood as Batman, and I'm not going to doubt that shit till I've seen it in full, only because, we've been wrong in the past. I'll give Christian Nolan all the shit in the world, but Christian Bale, not bad. Genuinely, my issue with his portrayal of Batman really isn't on his shoulders. It's the writing that I have a problem with.
because 1 out of the 3 movies is really good, you know, like award-winning good, but the other 2 are fucking hot garbage. You know, and then you have, but I'm very excited to see kind of this like idea of the Long Halloween. I'm a big fan of the graphic novel, the Batman: The Long Halloween. I haven't seen the animated feature Warner Brothers Animated just released. I'm actually kind of hoping to watch that this weekend. I've just been trying to build up the be in the mood for the animation style. I don't know.
I wish their movies were as good as their animated films, man.
Their animated films are so good, John. Did you see any of the stuff they were doing while they were doing the New 52 in the comics? And Warner Brothers Animated, they had, I mean, some films I got special edition Blu-ray. They were so good. You know what I mean? Like,
well, I actually enjoyed the one where they had Shatner do the voice of Two-Face, and they kind of based it on the '60s Batman.
Yes,
because
yes.
I've only come to find out in recent years of reading stuff that originally in the old Adam West series, they actually approached Clint Eastwood to play Two-Face. Okay, and I don't know whether he was in agreement or not, but before it could ever be done, they vetoed it and said it was too heavy for this light campy show. So what they ended up settling for was a character made up for the show called False Face. He just wore masks all the time, and even his car could change their car.
Batman 66, they'll hit you with a character like Eggman. That bitch ain't never been in the comic. You know what I mean? They'll hit you with some new shit that's like, I'm not mad at it, but whoa. You know?
Well, yeah, I mean, that was Vincent Price. Yeah, he was called Egghead. And he wasn't in there, but since then they've added him, just like the Riddler was a villain, all right, but that show is what actually got people back into him, you know, and Mr. Freeze as well. And then that Batman animated with that Heart of Ice episode.
Yeah, they won that. They won that Emmy for Heart of Ice. You know, they won awards for that. That was like, record breaking good. Oh shit. But yeah, like that's Batman has been done justice, but it sucks that in the large scale, in my opinion, there's been such little justice done to the source material. Like, and then you'll see things happen like the League of Assassins run on Arrow, where it's like, well, that's Neil Adams' Batman. That's straight up Heir to the Demon from the comics. But it's not Batman, it's fucking Oliver Queen. What the fuck is happening?
You know what? Special guest told me something. I wrote on Discord to him and I said, listen, man, I really enjoyed the shit out of talking with you. You know your stuff. And he said, well, it's nice to talk to somebody who's a motion picture encyclopedia, right? Which I really appreciate that. And I got to tell you, Mark, you don't just know characters when it comes to comics. I like the way you know entire story arcs. Okay. I can't. The only one I can remember is like, I can't remember it now. Crisis on Infinite Earths. Okay. I read that whole storyline. Okay. But and I've read a few of the single edition graphics like Gotham by Gaslight, which you put in Victorian times, stuff like The Killing Joke. I read that whole thing. But you know all the story arcs. It blows my mind.
I really, 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 really love comic books. I started pretty young in the comic book game, getting back issues and stuff like that, and I was pretty quick on it when computers came out, trying to get into the digital age of comics. And yeah, I'm guilty of it. I pirated a lot of back issues I couldn't find and buy because I'm from kind of an area that didn't have a whole lot of that. We didn't have a lot of. We had like 2 comic shops, and then we had like vintage stocks,
Okay.
But one of the fondest times in my life, real quick, just to spin a quick yarn at you, was
I'm gonna give you an address. Go ahead.
Oh, you're good. There's a friend of mine who just a quick way to like be my friend, or like my favorite activity probably to do with my friend or my girlfriend or fiance. I've done this with baby mama. Is just have a day of the week or every 2 weeks where that's your day to hit the comic shop and get some stuff. Yeah, you can actually get some stuff, like actually follow an arc and find an arc that you like and really sink your teeth in. It really started for me with so I had a dear friend, Justin, and I both, Marty and I, I think it was Sundays, every other Sunday we would hit up Rock Bottom or a comic shop, and we would try to grab what we thought was the titties. You know what I mean? Thought was a good run at the time. And that's it's one of my favorite things to do. And you know, it's you get a little bit of a literature club with your homie. You know what I mean? If they're into something you're not into, you guys get to talk about. You know what I mean? Like the different writing styles, things like that. It's a very interesting medium to be into. And it's one of those that's prolific, nonstop. Even if the run is bad, there's always going to be something on the shelves, it seems like. So.
Oh yeah.
You know.
No, definitely. I wanted to give you this address if you want to read some comics for free.
Oh, for sure.
Okay, it's called Read Comics Online. I don't know if it's .org or .com, so you just have to Google it. But Read Comics Online website.
Oh, enough to get me there for sure.
And it doesn't cost you a thing. It's like Comixology, except you don't have to pay for a subscription, and you can read. They have scans of thousands and thousands of issues of comics, and because of that comic, that website, I was able to find out what I needed to know, because as a kid I had a big thick book called Superman and Batman, but they were separate. But Superman from the 30s to the 70s, because that's when the book came out, and they would have like 3 stories representing each decade of Superman or Batman. Okay, and one of the stories towards the end of it, so from the early 70s, was some plot, something goes on, and all we see is on the last page, a Superman, okay, not Bizarro, but something like that, rises up out of some sand. Okay, it looks like a hole where Superman had hit the ground. Okay, and then he's gone, and this other Superman comes up out of the ground in his place and starts walking away like a zombie, right?
Yep,
and
Eradicator, baby.
Well, I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's the Eradicator right there. That's some Kryptonian tech gone awry. I know all about the Eradicator, baby. I know what run you're talking about. Yeah, I see it in my head.
Okay, yeah, so he comes up out of the sand. So I had to actually, years and years and years later now, I find this website, and that was the only way I was able to finally see what the fuck happened, you know, and what that was about. And just like the Batman, where I said the bad guy had a dead Batman in his hand. He was holding him by his cape, and he's laying there all beat to shit, and he goes, "I finally got you, Batman number 3, Michael Courtney." And I go, "Who the fuck is?" And I never found out, and I'm still having to figure out, I don't know which issue number it was, but I want to see the rest of that arc, because apparently there's one Batman and they're getting picked off, you know.
Yeah,
so
there's a bunch of them. It's very likely, I want to say one of the things you might have seen was like at the end of a run called I think it's Battle for the Cowl.
Okay.
There's or War for the Cowl. It's all the heirs to the Batman throne fighting it out to see who's going to be the next Batman. It sounds like it's probably from that. At that point, you have multiple people running around as Batman, and you know you have also, this is looming in the shadow of Grant Morrison had an issue called Batman 666, and it flashes forward where there's a kind of the end of Gotham, where the Batman at the time is Damian Wayne. And he's made a real gun-toting shit show of things. Damian Wayne is one of my favorite Batman characters that I hope they find a way to bring into some kind of live-action medium, because I really like there's a particular arc that Grant Morrison, great comic book writer, if you see a comic book with Grant Morrison's name on it, you should probably read it. Just do yourself a favor and read it.
I finally read Flashpoint, so I'll kind of understand what's going on in that Flash movie, apparently.
Yeah,
based on that.
Flashpoint's a good one, man. There's that's one of those that has a moment in it that even in the animated series made me actually cry. And that's at the end. Really? At the end, when Bruce Wayne gets the letter that Flash brought through time, gives it to Thomas, or gives it to Bruce, like the letter from father to son through fucking time, you know. And it's not just any father, it's what if Thomas had lived and Martha became the Joker, and you know, the darkest timeline of Batman, you know. So it's kind of Batman to Batman, son to son kind of letter, and I don't think you ever get to see the contents of the letter. You just see a teardrop from Bruce Wayne's eye onto the letter, and my nerd ass cries every time.
Sure. I mean,
time.
dude, I cried when I watched an episode of Comic Book Men, and the kids thought it was funny as hell. They go, "You get choked up over the stupidest shit."
Oh, I do. I'm a crier, dude. Hard. I cry at movies.
They had this big hurricane, recently. In the last 5-6 years, they had that big hurricane all up and down Jersey and New York, and a place that's usually not get a lot of hurricanes, and it destroyed this guy Mike from Comic Book Men's whole collection. And his most valuable piece that meant a lot to him was his giant print that he had of a piece of work by oh my god, George Perez, right?
Yeah.
So his buddies there, including Kevin, they all got together and got a hold of George Perez and bring him into the store. And Mike is just doing his thing, and he's pricing things, and he turns around and he goes, "Mr. Perez," and he goes, "You're Mike, right? I heard you had some stuff destroyed." And he gives him a new print, all autographed and shit. And it makes me almost choke up now, just telling you about it, right?
Yeah, Poignant moments in film and literature and comic book. I'm a sucker for it, man. Give me something to emotionally sink my teeth into. I'm there for it. I particularly in comic books, like that's one. There's certain things too, like deep cut arcs that I really hope kind of happen, but I know really have no way to happen on the big screen, and that's like little things. One of my favorite comic book arcs ever when I was a teenager, and a book I'll suggest to teenagers is I believe it's not The Runaways, but that's a good one. There's one called the an Avengers Initiative, and it's Luke Cage who is organizing new members of the Avengers, training them young, X-Men young.
Yeah.
And he's training them because there's no other Avengers, because the Hulk is back from the events of Planet Hulk. He is destroying Manhattan. Just destroying it. Like, he's killed a bunch of people already. Like, he's seemingly just a perpetual nuke that no one can stop. SHIELD is just really stressing the new Avengers Initiative. And there's just some cool characters in it, man. Like, these kids genuinely think they might be able to stop the Hulk, and there's just a couple moments where it's like, you fucking can't. Like, there's a kid who can manifest his power as he can turn into whatever it is you subconsciously fear. That's what he will appear as to you.
Oh wow.
And so he gets in front of it. Yeah,
Scarecrow venom, man.
Exactly, but it's it's his own little mutation. So he gets dropped in front of the Hulk mid-rage.
Oh.
And he turns into Bruce Banner's father.
Oh,
and
wow.
The Hulk grabs him, I think breaks his legs or his arms or something, and says, "You don't know me. That's Bruce Banner's fear. I'm the Hulk. I don't fear anything." And just throws him. Like, just ragdolls it. Like, and it's this whole, like, arc building up to that. It's just some of the most, like, devastating, great cliffhangers in all serial literature. Like, it was one of those, like, oh fuck, because you're like 18 issues deep at that point. You're like, I really think these kids might be able to fuck him up.
I didn't appreciate the young age of Christopher Reeve when he played Superman until recently. Okay, now at my age, I'm watching the stuff that came with the DVD. And, they're talking about he was cast as Superman at a mere 25 years old, 24, 25. Okay. And I saw the movie in 78 when it was new, And, I watched Michael Keaton play Batman. Okay. I've watched, Tony Stark. I've watched Robert Downey Jr. play Tony Stark. And the thing that I think I've mentioned this, but it just always bothers me. And I figure it's because I'm an old man now. But the age of the people that are playing the heroes now just bug me because they seem too young for me. I mean, even on that Flash TV show, the WB one, or CW or whatever.
Oh, yeah, we're getting old. That's what it is. We're getting old.
Well, the guy who plays the Reverse Flash, I'm not talking about that Tom Green guy, whatever his name is, that plays it. If you ever watched the show, the other scientist in there.
You're not talking about Wells. You're talking about the dude that plays actual Eobard Thawne, like the kind of thick-jawed cat.
Yeah, blonde. He was all on a show called Masters of Sex. So we've seen a whole lot more than the Flash viewers have
that's right.
seen.
He was
Anyway,
straight slinging hog. I forgot.
Yeah,
He was straight
and
dealing
I
out
was
pepperone, baby. I forgot about that.
I love the chick who's the star of that. She was also in that Stephen King. She played like the young version of Kathy Bates in Misery, but she's the young version of her, right? Good show. Anyway, but getting back to that guy. So that guy who was slinging Johnson everywhere, he, as that Flash, was what I picture for my taste, okay? The appropriate age, okay? And likewise, Christopher Reeve, I guess it was just because I was so young, just like I was saying earlier, that toys seem smaller to me when I pick them up now that I used to have, and I guess it's because my hand is bigger now, right? So again, it seemed like Christopher Reeve was some 30-year-old dude, okay, to a kid back then. But now I find out he's only 25 at that time.
A lot of
Damn.
people's taste in porn ages. I've ages with you.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I think it's the same kind of thing, man. I think you get older, you get, Christopher Reeves was also babyface, and it was one of the critiques was like he's too young. It was like an open critique. So
I thought he was fine, but what he in the role, loved it, okay. But what gets me is my own personal taste, and even since then, okay, all the way from then to now, is that Walking Dead have that character named Negan, okay?
Yeah.
I love that actor, okay? My ex thought he was just hot as could be, and I said, "Oh, he's a cool dude. I like him."
Jeffrey Dean Morgan.
Okay, well, he was in Watchmen. All right, and I didn't realize that till I looked at Watchmen again. I'm like, oh yeah, it's Negan. Well, anyway, they came to him recently and talked to him about doing a version of Batman Beyond where he would be the old Bruce Wayne.
Yeah.
And I was like, shit, man, in my opinion, he's just the right age for a Batman.
They approached him initially for Flashpoint. Now it's Michael Keaton. He was gonna be old. He was gonna be Zack Snyder's, because he plays Thomas Wayne in Zack Snyder's Batman, and then the Batman v Superman.
Right.
Film.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
he was gonna reprise that as the Flashpoint Dark Side, like as the dark version of Batman. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And so
it didn't end up happening. But I'm telling you right now, and I'm telling you, John, let me tell you, Batman. Right now, I don't care how old he's gotten since they were casting Ben Affleck, but when they were saying we got to when they announced Ben Affleck, I was
wait a minute, you've turned into a machine, man. It doesn't sound right.
Oh,
you're vibrating like a machine. What's going on?
Am I better now?
Yeah, okay. You were sounding like a Cylon from the old show.
It could be. What I wanted Batman to be John Hamm. Desperately, right. I still think Batman should be John Hamm. I think we should just we should be on our 4th, 5th John Hamm Batman film that everybody loves. Like, he should have a whole Bat family that nobody thinks is sexual or weird, and he could pull it off. Like, I really think John Hamm's the dude, and I don't know why the fuck they've never gone there.
And I thought he would have made an incredible Green Hornet. Okay, instead we got this Seth Rogen shit, which I'm glad he trimmed over it. But that again, his lifestyle as the Green Hornet was too immature. Okay, and I know for the plot of the movie, that's what it was supposed to be about, that he was always a rich boy who just partied all the time, and his father tells him, he says, you're never going to amount to shit, because all you want to do is waste my money and party. And now he's got this responsibility thrust upon him. But I still didn't care for the movie. You need somebody like John Hamm, in my opinion. Yeah, okay?
You need a solid, rock lead. Another issue I have with Batman depictions, on film and screen, is there's no accounting for the inner monologue.
Right.
In a lot of a Batman comic is what he's thinking. It's a whole lot of inner monologue. He's one of my favorite issues of any Batman story ever, and if you want to just give somebody cool little digestible bits of Batman, it's a graphic novel. It's like a compilation called Batman Black and White. And there's one issue in there where it's basically all it is. It's a quick little 5-page, 6-page story but it's just Batman performing an on-site autopsy.
Wow.
And it's just
That
in his
sounds
head.
interesting.
Yeah, you get to it's Sherlock Holmes as fuck. You know what I mean? Like you're watching him basically solve a crime while performing an autopsy.
Well, I thought, with Ghost Rider, okay, Nicolas Cage was way too old and too hairless in real life to be a good Ghost Rider, okay? I think that was just put a name on a marquee, in my opinion, okay? I enjoy the movie, but I really think it would have been better, had he been a little younger, I mean, more like the guy who played him as a young dude, right? But, okay, except for that, because, his point is he worked with his father as a stuntman, and, so he would be younger, okay? But every other, like Doom Patrol, you're always telling me to watch that. I've watched it, right? Yeah. And, Brendan Fraser, okay? All those cats in that show are about the age I want my heroes to be. Yeah. The only time it's acceptable is I understand with the newest Spider-Man guy they got, okay, I like the kid, okay?
Yeah,
and
he looks 16. Like he looks like a teenager, like Spider-Man's supposed to be. Like when the character's a teenager, it's nice because they normally go older for Spider-Man. It's like why is a 30-year-old man acting like he's in fucking high school?
Well, they're going now with and actually they did it with the other one too, the Andrew Garfield. I couldn't stand the movies, but as far as casting, he was okay because I look at them both like being more of the Steve Ditko era of Spider-Man. The first,
exactly. Kind of the uglier, more like lanky, oblong, kind of awkward teen vibe. And look, I'd be lying if I said I didn't enjoy the first push of like trailer hype for the first Andrew Garfield Spider-Man. Like after I saw that film, I was pretty pissed. But like the trailer hype back when that was first coming out, I was like, okay, I'm not mad at it. Like I thought the same thing you did, John. We're like, this is a Ditko design. This is before the Colgate smile showed up.
Yeah, and in one of the Avengers movies or one of the other Marvel movies, remember Iron Man goes, Underoos! He calls him over and he pops up and goes, oh, hey, Cap. Big fan, and it was just so gosh golly that it worked, okay? And I have no problem with that because that's where he should be. But I just don't care for any of these versions of the Flash they gave us because maybe that guy John Wesley Shipp who played the Flash in 1990 on TV, and he also plays he plays the father of the Flash in the CW show. Okay?
And he's playing the same Earth 2 Jay Garrick Flash in the new Stargirl show. Did you know that?
No.
I was watching just a clip from Stargirl because, it's got Luke Wilson. It's got Joel McHale playing Starman in the flashbacks. And,
right.
So like I've been tuning into some of the clips of it because I'm a deep cut nerd and they're showing like JLA stuff and they're talking about Dr. Fate. And look, once it starts rubbing shoulders with Dr. Fate, I'm there. Like I need my Pierce Brosnan, Dr. Fate on screen now. I don't even think I've seen the first Shazam movie, but I'm gonna watch the second one because we get Dr. Fate.
Well, the first one's pretty good, man. I gotta admit.
Is it like big with powers? Because I'm hoping it's just big with powers. That's my only expectation. Is like I need it to be like Tom Hanks big, but with powers.
Thank you. Okay, I was just gonna say the thing I liked about it was the Captain Marvel himself, Shazam himself, okay, was when he's him, he is more in the age bracket that I want him to be in, late 20s, early 30s at the max, okay? But it's funny because he makes a couple of references, like his kid friend who he finally convinces that it's really him, okay? Because here's this guy who's like 30 years old walking up to this kid going, "Hey Billy," or "Hey Bobby, it's me," and he's like, "What do you mean? What do you mean you?" And he thinks he's a pervert, right? But then he convinces him and shows him what he can do. And he says, "Can you fly in this?" He goes, "I can't even figure out how to pee in this thing." Okay. And he's got these kid type of mentality, even though he's in this big buff body, right? 30-year-old body. And he's in a store and he tells his buddy, he goes, "Hey, watch this." And since he's dressed like Captain Marvel, he walks up and buys some beer and they don't card him. And he goes outside, he goes, "Look at that, I can buy beer, man." And it really is sweet. You go, okay, that's perfect. Okay. But for the most part, okay, I'm sorry, for the most part, the Justice League movie they did with Gal Gadot and all those guys, okay, some of them were more in my age range to satisfy me, but that Flash kid, that Ezra guy, don't like him. Sorry.
Not
You know,
big as
that's
Ezra
fine.
Miller as Barry Allen. Again, I don't know why they're so scared to cast a blonde Barry Allen. Like, that's the one character you got to kind of cast the Colgate smile. And for some reason, even on the CW show, which, look, I like Grant Gustin as the Flash. Look, I have cried more than once when someone's told Grant Gustin on CW's Flash to run Barry run. When I get a run Barry run in that show, I might choke up, bitches. Like that, it gets me. Especially that first season, fucking the first Harrison Wells run Barry run. Oof. That got
But
me.
you know, the joke that I hear enough on YouTube, okay, because again, you asked me the other day what podcast you like, and most of these guys are on YouTube. They have podcasts and they're on there, and they're always joking about the fact of, you know, well, maybe it'll be on CW because they have all the heroes, and they go, yeah, but I don't want some YouTube influencer playing, you know, ISIS, you know, for example. It's like, I don't need, you know, Cardi B playing, you know, Wonder Woman, let's just say. Okay, they're not the age range. I don't know how old Linda Carter was when she played Wonder Woman. Okay, I would assume she's late 20s, early 30s, I guess. And she seems like, again, the right age group for me. I just, you know, and the one now is not too bad, okay? And the Henry Cavill, he seems okay, he fits it, but I'm just tired of it. At least they got Affleck right this time. They're having a guy, you know, that he looked like, you know, and they had talked to him. Kevin Smith talked to him when he first played Daredevil, and then they kind of had a falling out over something. And he had talked to him, and he said, you know, you're going to play Daredevil. You're just a step away from Batman. And he goes, I know, isn't it great? And because he really loves the character, and for him to get to play him, but he had plans for another movie, and for some reason it all fell through. And you know, he got sick of the whole thing. He doesn't like Zack Snyder or whatever it was, and now he's not doing it. So they bring in this Pattinson kid.
Real quick to address the chat, is it buffering for anybody else? Is the stream's health looking okay? We're in the last 30 minutes, but is it looking all right? There your internet issues.
I can't see. I'm on the phone, man. Sorry.
No, you're good. I was more asking that.
Well, I'm gonna dip out on you anyway. I gotta go eat something, man. So you guys have a great weekend, man. I'll talk to you whenever I see you again.
Hey, you have a good one, John. It's been a pleasure as always.
I love our conversations, man. The only thing I regret is that we didn't have specials today.
Oh, I know, right? He's kind of getting a little bit late. I think it's been that kind of day around here too. It's just kind of a late rolling chill.
I had so much to add to the stuff from yesterday about this special effects guy and some kind of weird shit behind the scenes that feeds into what Special was talking about, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, I got something to contribute to that conversation when we see him again.
Hell yeah.
The stream's looking all right on my end, by the way.
Okay, good. All
right, so live long and prosper.
Hey, live long and prosper, John. You take her easy.
Always. Okay. Get out of here.
There's
I have to unlock my phone every time I want to come or go. Because we took so long that it went back off again, so that's why I'm still here. All right, I'm gone. Bye.
You take her easy, my man. One of my favorite things that, you know, comics got me into things like sigil craft, if you will, stuff like that. Boy, I used to listen to hours of like Alan Moore or Grant Morrison just talk about magic. Those are two of my favorite magicians, I think, that are living right now. Alan Moore and Grant Morrison. Grant Morrison did a really great speech for a DisinfoCon years ago, and a special guest loaned me a DVD, and it had a bunch of different speeches on it. I think he lent it to me for the Robert Anton Wilson lecture in it, but there's a beautiful lecture from Grant Morrison. He's Scottish, got this thick Scottish accent. He's piss-hammered drunk, and he's coming up on acid. But he explains the benefits of sigil craft and sigil-based meditation and witchcraft in a very beautiful, like, eloquent way overall. It's anybody type in DisinfoCon in YouTube. It's some of the best
alternative thought you'll see out there, man. It's some really, really good stuff. And there's been some people from that scene involved in comics, and boy, I will always reach out for their comics. You know, there's little cryptic things. Like Alan Moore is always astronomically correct with the way he portrays space or planets, things like that.
Ignore my ignorance. What has he done?
Alan Moore he's the author of Watchmen, V for Vendetta, and a bunch of other stuff.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, but the two big ones are Watchmen and V for Vendetta. Now, where you're gonna see him flex his knowledge on the astral plane and fucking planets and just what's out there in space is in his original run of League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Now, I know when I say that, most people hear League of Extraordinary Gentlemen and they think the thing that forced Sean Connery into retirement. But I don't I don't mean that. The book is tremendous. The book is great. The comic, the source itself is really good. The film League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, we all know what it is. It's not so good. It's a product of the early 2000s, like we're just now figuring out how to adapt a comic book into film kind of shit. And it's obviously the child of like endless production meddling. But the original book, the original run of League of Extraordinary Gentlemen is tremendous. It's a great read, and I suggest it to anybody who's kind of an old head out there looking for a good old head read. It's not a traditional superhero kind of thing. Much like Watchmen. Nothing Alan Moore does is necessarily traditional. Even his run of Swamp Thing. You know, my favorite back issues I think I've ever had the pleasure of holding were some of Alan Moore's original Swamp Thing runs. The original Swamp Thing run, where you have kind of... he steps away from the hokey kind of original origin of Swamp Thing and mystifies it. Now there's magic involved. Now he's the totem of the green. He defends and protects all plant life on the planet. And like there's this like weird mystical quantification that happens within the DC universe, where now we kind of know what magics control what. You know, you see somebody using
his run of Swamp Thing?
That's his run of Swamp Thing, and it's beautiful. There's a beautiful part in particular where, again, like it's a sex scene, but it's not a traditional sex scene. Alan Moore wrote his balls off, and I forget who the illustrator was, and I don't want to misspeak, but there's an illustrator who does just some beautiful work on this. And Swamp Thing wants to make love to Abby Arcane. He cannot have traditional love. He is a bundle of plants, of swamp plants. So, but he can control plant. He can grow whatever he wants in biological matter, right? Functionally. You know, he has these different husks that he walks around in. And he grows these like potatoes, these tubers, which are psychedelic. And when you eat them, you make mind love with the Swamp Thing. And it's just it's what the way it's written, it's beautiful. Like it's out there, it's abstract as fuck. You know, it's the only things I think that compared to it to me when we're talking about like comic books that dip into the mystical are like the OG run of Doctor Strange. Like the out there art, the breaking the panel structure kind of stuff. Like, you know, Alan Moore is one of these people that it seems like he's almost insisting on a rigid, old school, almost outdated panel structure until he breaks it. When he breaks it, it is like a poignant moment in the structure of reading that thing. Like it gets fucking like, dude's a master of his craft. He's really sat around and he's really sat and thought hard about how to convey things and how to really put you in the spell. You know what I mean? Like dude's casting spells on you. It's not just reading a story sometimes with that fool. You know what I mean? But yo, we're winding down the 6th hour. I think I'm gonna bounce down to some tunes, put some beats on, put the visuals up for a little bit. We're just gonna hang out. Keep the chat open for just a little bit longer and see see you guys around the corner. We'll be back Monday. I really just want to hear. I want to have a most embarrassing Monday. I want to know what your most embarrassing situation was in life, like your most embarrassing moment. Let's have a good time. I'll share mine first, of course, and more than once. So, I'll see you guys on Monday.
Thank you.
Oh, for sure. Shout out Justin. Shout out Chief. Got I know Iro on Twitch. We got let's see where Thicket Craft Forge, but we call him Justin.
That's the one.
He's our Forge Master, baby. Anyway, I'll talk to you guys just around the corner. I'm gonna put my voice to rest for a little bit. This just sounds bad. But you guys have a good one.
Shh.